Chapter 446. Kuei, she agreed to spend 2 hours every day to exchange spells with the Dragon Queen. Yes, the Brandon Evil Suppression spell formation contained a lot of information. It involved the ancient language and green prophet runes that Kuei, she could not understand. Danny had to teach Kuei, she many times before she could learn it. At the same time, Kuei, she would also teach the Dragon Queen and herself the Thunder Island Queen's suppression spell formation. The Thunder Island's underground palace had influenced the Thunder Island Queen for thousands of years. During that time, she had accumulated a lot of evil suppression spells and formations. This was also one of the rewards that the Thunder Island paid to Kuei Shi. The evil suppression spell formation could only be considered as a bonus for Danny. Her main purpose was to ask Kuei Shi about the problems she encountered when she was researching dead spirit spells. The matter about the magic jar spirit Hades was a top secret. Before she completely destroyed the Black and White School, Danny did not intend to tell anyone. The three-eyed crow might know. She knew that he knew. Hence, she would kill him sooner or later. When she ended her conversation with Kuei Shi, the sky outside was already filled with the glow of the setting sun. It was almost dusk. Autumn is here. The wind is blowing so hard that it ruffles the corners of my clothes and my hair. Danny stood behind Blackie. She listened to him, stumbling as he finished reciting a text. Very good. Blackie, you're smart and hardworking. You'll definitely become a dragon god in the future. She stroked Blackie's hot nose and spoke with satisfaction. When she talked to Blackie, she used the Eastern dragon language. It was just like when she was learning English. She could practice her oral English by communicating with foreigners every day. She was not afraid that he would not understand. A human and a dragon were both in the dragon spirit state. Even if he did not understand the language, he could still understand it. In fact, every time he encountered a new word, he would be able to learn another one. Dragon God. Blackie repeated her words. Its blood-red eyes shone with the brilliance of humanity. She patted Blackie's forehead and said with a smile, "Go to Dragonstone Island and bring the blacksmith Tobu here." Blacksmith. Blackie stood up and jumped down from the cliff beside them. It flapped its wings and quickly stabilized its body. Then it sped up and entered the huge red sun in the west like a small black. "Little Gold, come here. Let me see how heavy you are now." Danny withdrew her gaze and waved at the golden dragon who was lying on the stone slab and staring into the distance. Hiss! Xiao Jin screamed at Danny and crawled to her side, rubbing its head against her chest. The golden dragon was less than half a year old. It looked very long, about 7 meters from head to tail, but its slender neck and tail took up most of its body. Its body was like a skinny donkey. Danny put her left hand under Xiao Jin's neck and reached her right hand under Xiao Jin's leg. With a sudden push, she lifted Xiao Jin up. "Wow, you're almost 200 pounds now. You're growing really fast." Danny's cheeks were slightly flushed, but it wasn't too strenuous. Squeak! Xiao Jin felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to struggle, but he was worried that he would trip his mother, so he could only stretch his neck and cry like a caught goose. Ha ha ha. Danny was amused. She flung him hard and threw him off the cliff. Plop! Xiao Jin rolled several times in a row in a cloud and disappeared from Danny's sight. Squeak! After more than 10 seconds, he was seen soaring into the sky like a flying crane, emerging from the mountain fog dyed red by the sunset. His cry was clear and melodious. "Let's go back." Danny climbed onto Little Green's back and said with a refreshed expression, "Astapor." The full moon hung high in the sky, and the lights in the city were as thin as the stars in the sky. Most of the residents, who were tired from the day's work, had fallen asleep. Only the dock area was still noisy, and the chaotic sounds drifted with the sea breeze into the ears of the people at the top of the Great Pyramid. An orange-sized dragon flame fireball hung in the air, casting a bright red light on the map on the long table. After taking a bath, Danny, who had changed into a beige linen dress, stood by the table and drew a circle on the map of Slave Bay with a red pen. She said to the Blood Alliance Guard, "From tomorrow onwards, Jogo will lead 1,000 men under your command north to Meereen. In the future, you will be nomadic between the edge of the Dothraki Sea and Borash, monitoring Khalasar from the Great Sea of Grass and the vanguard of the Alliance army." "Khaleesi, do you suspect that a Khal has joined the Alliance army?" Jogo asked in surprise. "It's better to be safe than sorry. It's only 1,000 men. If they really encounter Khalasar, I'm afraid they won't be able to withstand it. There's even a possibility that they will be swallowed by the enemy's light cavalry," Clinton said with a frown. Although Clinton was a little inflexible during the Battle of the Ringing of the Bell, he was after all an orthodox, noble officer. He had commanded tens of thousands of troops and had experience in large-scale battles. In terms of military quality, Barristan was probably the only one who was better than him, and Jorah Mormont was a little worse. Danny gave him the position of a military advisor and asked him to teach the new freedmen generals about the military knowledge of the combination of heavy cavalry and infantry. Well, Danny knew that her new freedmen had almost no military quality. After taking down Astapor, she set up a training course for famous generals and let Jorah Mormont, Grey Worm, and Barristan be instructors. It was probably a super low-level version of the Huangpu Military Academy. In fact, all the generals in the army had received Barristan's teachings and could be considered his students. As for the Dragon Queen, not only was she not the principal of the school, but like many illiterate freedmen, she also learned the ability to lead troops and fight from old Bart. "Knight, you're talking about conventional warfare. We have dragons, so we don't fight conventional warfare. As long as the main forces of the Alliance army with dragon-slaying crossbows have not entered Slaver's Bay, no one will dare to surround my men." Danny smiled. Clinton frowned and asked, "Can Astapor receive Knight Jogo's request for help in time?" Of course not. It was more than 1,000 kilometers, and it would take about 2 days to send the message by Raven. 2 days was enough for Jogo's 1,000-men cavalry to die several times. Danny explained, "When the vanguard of the Alliance army leaves Materis and enters Slaver's Bay, I will announce that Slaver's Bay is in a state of combat readiness. At that time, there will be dragons patrolling the area around Slaver's Bay every day. There won't be a situation where our troops are suddenly surrounded and quickly wiped out. Moreover, Jogo's 1,000 men have horses, so they can immediately retreat when they encounter a large enemy force to avoid being entangled. Their main task is to prevent small groups of enemies from infiltrating our rear and destroying our food production plan." "Yes, please continue." Clinton understood. "Grey Worm, take 5,000 Unsullied to Meereen and take over John Bolton's city defense mission." "Yes." Grey Worm accepted the order solemnly. "Bolton." Danny looked at the commander of the Imperial Guards, who had just recovered from a serious illness and was still a little pale. "Your Imperial Guards will go up the Black Dragon River to the junction with the White Dragon River and build a permanent castle in the plains between the two rivers." The Black Dragon River was the original Skahazabin River. Its source was at the Raza River at the junction of the Red Wastes and the Dothraki Sea. The Raza people upstream also called it the Raza River. Skahazabin meant noble slave master in the Discali language, similar to Great Lord. Of course, Danny could no longer use this name. Therefore, the main river from Raza to Meereen became the Black Dragon River. She did not miss the famous northern cities of her previous life. The Black Dragon, a real black dragon which was also big black, and the tributary from Meereen to the Cayuan Plains became the White Dragon River. "Are you worried that there will be centaurs coming down from the Raza River?" John Bolton was puzzled. "Not centaurs. Centaurs don't take boats." Danny continued to move her finger east. "Do you see? There are 2 cities here, Shamiliana and Bayasabad. Raza was only 800 kilometers away from the Jade Sea, and at the junction of the Jade Sea and the mountain range there were two cities. The city was built by the descendants of Hael Cologne. The kingdom of the descendants of Hercrone, founded by the descendants of Yasayahai, was destroyed in the hands of the centaurs and zebras. The displaced survivors built the three fortress cities of Shamiliana, Kayakayanaya, and Bayasabad at the three fortresses. Well, the dragon granny who hatched the dragon for the great sage Kayuan was a priest from the Mizariana temple. The Red Jade warriors also joined the allied army. Clinton was shocked. Mizariana was ruled by the High Father, P.S., but the city's army was full of female warriors wearing iron rings and rubies on their cheeks. Just like the Westeros were the knockoff version of the British, the Red Jade warriors were the knockoff version of the Amazon warriors. No, Jorah Mormont shook his head. But those fierce women will not refuse to provide services to the Allied army, such as accepting employment, such as renting docks for the Allied army's ships to dock. Dany said, "Actually, don't worry too much. We just need to guard the mouth of the Black Dragon River into Meereen, no matter how many people come. Bolton, you have 3 tasks. First, I want to build a city in this place, at least the prototype of a town. When you go there, you can go to the labor camp and pick 30,000 people. Second, with this city as the center, reclaim the wasteland in the surrounding areas with sufficient water. It's too extravagant for the Gith people to let such a fertile place grow grass for thousands of years. Third, I need you to be my representative. Go upstream and personally go to Raza. I want to form an alliance with the Raza people. The shepherds are useless. They can't do anything but cry in front of the scimitars," Rakalo said. "Everyone knows that the shepherds are cowardly." Jogo nodded in agreement. "But the Raza people are good at farming. The centaurs are good at fighting. And the shepherds are good at farming," Kue Luo said hesitantly. Dany looked at her megalosaurus guards in surprise. Could the dragon essence really be able to enlighten them? Sigh, back then, when you were 15, you were all the same. Pure centaurs, brainless and reckless. Now that you've grown taller, you still refuse to use your brains. Look at Kue Luo. I dare say that he'll be the most legendary sage of the centaurs in the future, Dragon Queen said in a complicated tone as she looked at her centaur followers. Kue Luo's bronze cheeks reddened. It's all thanks to Calixi's good teaching. Look, he's speaking so well. Rakalo glared at Kue Luo, who was gradually becoming someone else's child, and said righteously, "Even without Kue Luo, didn't Calixi also want to form an alliance with the shepherds and have them help us farm? That's why, with Calixi around, the centaurs don't need brains. Yes, as long as our scimitars are sharp enough." Jogo looked at the armored Kue Luo and said disdainfully, "Look at how cowardly Kue Luo is now. I dare say that even if he takes off his armor, he won't be able to last 10 moves against me." "All right, let's go down and try later," Kue Luo said angrily with his hand on the hilt of his sword. He had gained knowledge and wisdom, but still retained the courage and bravery of the centaurs. "You can fight, but you have to use a blunt sword. And Kue Luo doesn't have to take off his armor. On the battlefield, Jogo, can you make the enemy take off his armor?" Dany shrugged and said casually, Chapter 447. Dany said, "John, your mission isn't just to form an alliance with the Leza. I hope that they can collectively move to Slaver's Bay and become my allies as well as my people. I will make a sacred vow to keep them safe and provide the Leza with a bountiful and vast land. They will also need to swear eternal loyalty to me, to Targaryen, in the form of farming and food." John Bolton asked, "What if they're unwilling? After all, the Laser River is their homeland for thousands of years. Tell them that if the Alliance attacks Slaver's Bay from the Jade Sea, they will definitely take food along the way and even capture the Leza as slave laborers. Secondly, the Laser River is next to the Great Sea of Grass. Almost every call will go there to hunt after leaving Center City. They should know this better than I do. With me at Slaver's Bay, No centaur can cross Myrine except for my Commissar. The Leza can enjoy unprecedented peace and tranquility in the White Dragon River. Lastly, the long night is coming. They are harassed by centaurs year after year, so they definitely have no food reserves. Only by forming an alliance with me and pledging their loyalty to me can the Leza avoid the danger of destruction in the long night. Tell all the Leza that I, Danny Liz Targaryen, am their savior. John Bolton nodded thoughtfully and asked, Farm at the White Dragon River? You don't plan to let the Leza come to Astapor? It's too much of a waste of time to let the Leza migrate to the Worm River. It will probably take a year or two. The Leza live upstream of the Black River. If they follow the river downstream, they will reach the intersection of the White Dragon River and the Black River in a week, which is where I want you to build the city. After that, they will migrate south along the White Dragon River. The water route is convenient and fast. In about 2 months, the Leza will be able to start farming in the White Dragon River. After arranging the tasks for the guards, Dany turned her gaze to the centaurs again. Quiro, work with Ricarlo. From now on, build 3 fodder fields around Myrine, Astapor, and Cayuan. Each field can hold at least 10,000 cows. Cows! Ricarlo was puzzled. Why not healthy horses? When the long night comes, the war horses will be of no use. We'll just kill them and make them into bacon. Instead, we need cows to provide milk, cheese, and butter for daily necessities. Are 10,000 cows enough? Kue Luo asked doubtfully. It's barely enough to supply the city. From this day on, I will store an unlimited amount of butter and cheese. The pyramid in the city will be the storehouse. Moreover, the farmers outside the city also raise cattle. I will also issue an edict for them to start preparing early. At the very least, they must be self-sufficient. How long can the food in Slave Bay last? Clinton suddenly asked. Cora looked at him deeply and said, Do you know about the great leap in food production? More than 1 million people had opened up tens of millions of acres of fertile land, and the progress had not stopped even now. Rice could be harvested 3 times a year, and barley and turnips could be harvested twice a year. Under extreme conditions, the annual food production of Slave Bay is enough for at least 2 million people to eat for 10 years. 10 years? This is crazy, Clinton said in shock. Dany smiled faintly and said, Why else would it be called Great Leap Forward? 1 million people only grow food, rest for 2.5 days a week, and repeat the cycle of reclamation and farming. Then they buy the rice that they planted 3 months ago, reclaim it, and farm again. They are so obedient. Aren't they tired? Clinton said in disbelief. Scarback Simon, the commander of the Liberty Wings cavalry, said, It's much easier than when they were slaves. There are even art troupes performing for everyone. Who knows how prosperous their lives are now? Fat Scholar Morono, the commander of the Liberty Wings infantry, said proudly, Even if the long night really comes and it lasts for 20 years like last time, not a single person will starve to death. 20 years? In just 2 years of winter, more than half of the people in the Northern Territory will die. If this continues for 4 years, 70% of the Westeros will die. After 20 years, I think only a group of nobles guarding the castle will survive, Clinton said in despair. Dany prepared a batch of food, about 200,000 tons, and stored it on Dragonstone Island. Old Diamant's voice became softer and softer as he spoke. Finally he sighed. Silence did not speak. If this long night was really like last time and lasted for a generation, close to 20 years, then 2 million tons of food would not be able to save the Westeros. This long night will definitely not last for 20 years. Jorah Mormont looked at Dany and said confidently, With Her Majesty the Queen, 5 dragons, 20 tile swords, and 2 sets of tile armor, we will be able to kill the deviant Ghost King no matter what. There is also the Lightbringer. That sword is able to suppress deviant ghosts. After Stannis dies, Dany can inherit it, Old Diamant said excitedly. Old master, why do you think Stannis will die? Dany's mouth twitched. He is not the true owner of the Lightbringer, but he has the Lightbringer. If he doesn't die, where will the child of prophecy get the sword? Ymont said confidently. What he said, it seemed to make sense. The Lightbringer is nothing. Dany smiled proudly. I have recorded 70% of the magic runes in the sword. In 2 days, Big Black will bring the blacksmith Butto back. When I master the magic spell to reforge the tile swords, I will immediately melt down all 20 tile swords and reforge them. All of us will have a Lightbringer made of tile swords. We are all saviors. Everyone was surprised and happy, but old Ymont fell into a daze. If everyone had a Lightbringer in their hands, then how much would the child of prophecy, who had been devalued by the Dragon Queen, be worth in the future? Can ordinary people use magic swords? Jorid asked doubtfully. I will try and see if I can make you become a magic swordsman. Let's test your talent first. If you have extraordinary talent, you can learn fire magic directly. If you don't have talent, maybe we can try to create talent with blood magic, Dany said uncertainly. Blood magic? Dany, you know blood magic? Old Ymont frowned. Dany shook her head and said, seriously, I saw Jenny in Materis. She has Balerian spirit in her body. I plan to find a chance to kill her and steal her treasure. She must know the most advanced blood witchcraft. Clinton, old Ymont, John Bolton, everyone was stunned. They looked at the serious Dragon Queen with their mouths wide open. Kill. Balerian. Old Ymont's face turned pale. His body swayed as he supported himself on the table. He said in a trembling voice, that is the ancestor god of the Leglia. We Targaryens have believed in her for 6,000 years. She is already with the allies. Of course. She must be killed, Dany said firmly. But she is a god. Old Ymont murmured as if he was about to break down. How can a human fight a god? What are you saying? Have you forgotten about the rat chef? The meeting ended and everyone dispersed. When Dany was about to return to her room to rest, little Aegon came to the top floor and found her. Little Aegon and Tyrion had just arrived at Slave Bay. They did not understand the situation and did not have the position of commander, so they did not participate in this war mobilization meeting. Aegon looked around at the people who were packing up the map and preparing to leave. He said, Aunt Dany, I want to talk to you alone. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave first. Take your time. Old Aemon took the lead and was the first to bid farewell. Although the others wanted to watch the show, they also hastened their footsteps. Soon, only Dany and Aegon were left on the top floor. Little Green, Little Gold, and Little Red were sleeping on the thick wall. What do you want to say? Dany picked up a glass bottle from the table and poured herself a glass of pink peach blossom wine. Aegon stood upright, looking at the Dragon Queen who was sitting leisurely on her throne. I want a dragon, he said stiffly. I want to be a dragon. I want to be a dragon knight. A Targaryen without a dragon has no right to be a king. Dany smiled meaningfully and asked, Didn't we agree to wait until the long night is over before we consider the Iron Throne? Anyway, I promised that if we really meet the king of deviant ghosts, I'll definitely give you my head. This has nothing to do with me becoming the Dragon King. With a dragon, I don't need your help to kill the king of deviant ghosts. Aegon pursed his lips and said stiffly. Dany shook her head and sighed. Your thoughts are very dangerous. You don't know how scary deviant ghosts are, and you don't know how dangerous Westeros are. I know that Westeros have dragon-slaying crossbows. I'll be careful, Aegon said. Dragon-slaying crossbows? The Dragon Queen's scornful laughter made Aegon's handsome face turn red. Seeing this, Dany didn't take it too far and asked curiously, I didn't forbid you from interacting with dragons. Haven't you been accompanying Scholar Ymont to feed Little Red recently? He doesn't like me. I think he's very good to you. He let you attend his little class with Miss Sandy Eye and Larissa. He even tutored you in the history of the Targaryen family alone every morning. Scholar Yemont is very good. He's a red dragon. He doesn't like me. Aegon was a little embarrassed and said hesitantly, "When I touch him, he bites my finger." He's closer to Scholar Yemont. A dragon can only have one dragon knight. Maybe Little Red recognizes Yemont. Dany's violet pupils shrank, and she asked softly, "He really bit you? Did you try a few more times?" "I tried, but he didn't let me touch him." Being rejected by a young dragon made Aegon feel inexplicably ashamed and angry. Now that he was repeatedly questioned by the Dragon Queen, he said irritably, "I said a dragon can only have one dragon knight. Little Red met Scholar Yemont first. You can't have forgotten that Yemont is also a Targaryen, right?" Dany's eyes flashed, and she advised, "You're very anxious now. That's not right. I suggest that you take a peaceful attitude and cultivate a relationship with Little Red for a while. Then try a few more times." This Aegon even despised the Targaryen ancestral Megalosaurus. Was he really Rhaegar's son? And Jon could make Little White have a good impression of him. Aegon scratched his head and said anxiously, "Little Red was just born and is too young. I can't wait. Aunt, you said it yourself. The night is coming, and I don't want to be idle in Astapor. Then which dragon do you want?" The emotions in Dany's eyes turned cold, and her smile became gentler. "You want my dragon? See if I don't take your life first." "Has Big Black established a dragon knight connection with you?" Aegon asked. "I'm different from ordinary Targaryens. No Megalosaurus will reject me. This silly child, he likes Big Black." "Then, can I choose a black dragon as my partner?" Aegon asked expectantly. "Big Black is on a business trip. Try again when he comes back," Dany said calmly. "Then I'll try the green dragon first, okay?" Aegon sighed and turned his gaze to Little Green on the wall. As if sensing his gaze, Little Green's emerald green vertical pupils suddenly opened. Aegon took a step back in panic. Dany took a sip of the peach blossom wine and laughed like a bell. He didn't even have the courage to face the might of a true dragon, and he wanted to subdue a Megalosaurus? Aegon's face flushed red, and determination flashed in his purple eyes. He strode forward and said loudly, "Little Green, I am the son of Rhaegar and Ilya, Aegon Targaryen. I have the blood of a true dragon. Be my partner." Chapter 448. I am Laejazi, the king of the Undals, Lorna, and ancestors, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, and the protector of the realm. Little Green, green dragon. Aegon was very excited, his cheeks and eyes turning red. "Be my partner and submit to me." Dany's aunt was unhappy. Such a long title sounded very imposing, but even she was embarrassed to use it. You don't live up to your name, but you said it without any shame. Also, you dared to say that you want my son to submit to you? This nephew is even more annoying than my second nephew. Why don't I find a chance to send him to the Great Wall and become a night guardian with his illegitimate brother? Although they couldn't control the dragon spirit, Little Green and Little Gold could vaguely sense their mother's thoughts. She didn't like this guy who was shouting. Thus, when Aegon got closer and closer, Greenie stuck out its neck like a snake and opened its mouth to roar. Hiss, ah! Aegon's silver hair danced in the sulphuric breath. His excited face turned pale instantly, his eyes filled with fear, and he screamed and fell to the ground. And this useless behavior increased the hostility in Little Green's heart. Its throat turned red, and dragon flames spurted out. "Little Green, shut up!" Dany's smile disappeared. She stood up quickly and activated the fire control technique. She didn't care about her nephew's life, but there were only the 2 of them here, and he died in Little Green's mouth. Who would believe the Dragon Queen if she said she wasn't a kinslayer? Boom! Aegon's body seemed to be covered with a transparent, eggshell-like shield. The dragon flames were like river water hitting a reef, and the bright red flames split around Aegon's body. Ah, the sea of golden red flames in front of him made Aegon scream in fear. Huff! 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 Dany waved her hand, and scattered dragon flames soared into the sky. They were like fireworks that bloomed in an instant. They came brilliantly and disappeared just as quickly. Ah, Aegon was still slumped on the ground as he screamed. His voice traveled down the corridor and into the palace below, alarming Ymont, Clinton, and the others. Squeak! The little green centipede let out a squeak and retracted its neck. It lay back down and closed its eyes to rest. Dany looked at him with a strange expression and said with surprise and suspicion, "I didn't expect Little Green to have such a bad temper." Yes, this fellow had also spat fire at her when she was young. What's wrong? What happened? Clinton hurriedly ran to Aegon's side and hugged him, as if he had lost his soul. Aegon sat on the ground in a daze. Ah! Dany, what's going on? Old Ymont walked over with Cora's help and asked. The old man looked worriedly at her and then at Aegon, as if he suspected that she had done something to him. Dany sighed. Aegon wanted to tame a dragon. I told him to slowly develop a relationship with Little Red. He thought Little Red was too small and wanted Dahe. I told him that Dahe went to Dragonstone Island and had to wait for a few days. He said Little Green was fine too, and then he shouted at Little Green. He said something like, "I am Lejazi, the king of the Undals, Loinars, and ancestors, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and the guardian of the realm. Green Dragon, submit to me." Puffed! Before Dany could finish, the little devil couldn't help but laugh. In this quiet and serious situation, his laughter was particularly harsh. What's wrong? Dany raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Your Majesty, please continue. The dwarf also noticed the unfriendly gazes of Clinton and the others. That's it. Little Green spat out a mouthful of dragon flames. Fortunately, I was by his side and saved him. Dany said calmly, "Ha ha ha." Tyrion couldn't help but laugh at Aegon, who was gradually recovering on the ground. Your Highness, dragons aren't tamed like this. If you do this, even 100 lives won't be enough. To tame a dragon, you should at least prepare a few sheep, a few cows, and feed them with your own hands. Also, you can't wake them up at night from their sleep. Think about it. Even if you're a rational human, if I wake you up in the middle of the night, you'll also punch me in anger, right? Indeed. Old Ymont also sighed and said, before you become a dragon knight, don't put pressure on the Megalosaurus. They are sensitive and can sense your emotions. Your Majesty should have reminded His Highness, Clinton said with some resentment. Remind what? I've never encountered such a thing. In fact, my Megalosaurus guards, a dozen centaurs have taken care of the Megalosaurus for so long, but they've never been attacked by the Megalosaurus. Dany frowned. Yes, the Megalosaurus never spits fire at us. Moreover, under Calixi's guidance, the Megalosaurus also changed its habit of eating humans. Chui Luo said with certainty, the Megalosaurus guards are different from Aegon. Tyrion's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. The Megalosaurus can sense people's emotions. Don't doubt it. If it can't connect with people's minds, why is there the saying one dragon and one knight? Obviously, the Megalosaurus guards are only responsible for taking care of the Megalosaurus and have never thought of conquering them, so they won't be attacked by the Megalosaurus. But the preparatory dragon knights are different. Before the Megalosaurus went extinct, how many Targaryens and Valyrians died in the process of dragon taming? Do you really think it's so easy to be a dragon knight? Dany glanced at him and said, You know quite a lot. Your Majesty, I'm not boasting, but in today's world, I'm one of the few Megalosaurus experts. When I was very young, I dreamed of having a dragon of my own, even if it was a pygmy dragon like me. Taking off my armor to meet a dragon is my life's wish. There's no greater miracle in the world than a dragon. Tyrion looked at the 3 dragons sleeping together on the wall, his eyes full of love and desire. The emotion in his eyes was so sincere that Danny was infected. After a while, the imp sighed and said, "When Uncle told me that the dragons were extinct, I cried, really. That was the only time I didn't cry, because Circe bullied me. For the sake of the dragons, I didn't feel ashamed. Since then, I've done everything possible to collect books related to dragons and understand everything related to dragons. It's not an exaggeration to say that I have the world's most complete book, Dragons, Lizards, and Pterosaurs, the unnatural history of the dragon race." Then he said, as if he was begging, "Your Majesty, you can let me join the Megalosaurus guards. I swear to take care of your dragons. The Wildfire General can't use my talents at all." Danny avoided his eyes and said calmly, "I don't lack Megalosaurus guards." Aegon stood up with a pale face and suddenly said, "I'm Lei Jiazi." So? Tyrion didn't understand. He had said it so clearly. Why did the young prince still emphasize his identity? "I'm closest to Aunt Danny. Dragons have 3 heads, and I'm one of them. The prophecy said so." Aegon emphasized. "Who do you think the other head is? Could it be Scholar Ymont?" Tyrion asked with interest. Old Ymont's eyes flashed as he thought of Jon, who was suspected to be Liga's illegitimate son. He said calmly, "A prophecy is a prophecy. Dragons won't change their habits because of a prophecy. Aegon, you're too reckless. And Danny, you too. You shouldn't have let him get close to Megalosaurus, like Greenie and Blackie. Aegon wants to ride a dragon to seize the Iron Throne. The little dragon can't carry him," Danny said. Ymont furrowed his brows and looked at the people around him. He said with hesitation, "Aegon, I don't recommend you to go to the King's Landing, and don't even think about bringing a dragon to the Westeros." "Why? Shouldn't I take back what belongs to Targaryen?" Aegon said emotionally. "Three-eyed crow, Westeros are too dangerous for you." The old scholar clenched his teeth and decided to tell the truth. "There aren't just deviant ghosts beyond the Great Wall. There's also the Green Prophet, the three-eyed crow Blindon. He can control people's thoughts and even steal dragons." "Scholar, what are you talking about?" Tyrion, Clinton, and little Aegon were all dumbfounded. Could it be that the old scholar could still awaken the mad blood at such an old age? Wasn't it a little too late? "Sigh, even deviant ghosts have appeared. What's the big deal about the Green Prophet?" The old man spoke with a complicated tone about how Danny was controlled by the three-eyed crow after she entered the Westeros. The others were stunned when they heard this, but Tyrion was still skeptical. He chuckled and said, "It sounds like a legend. I even met the rat chef in the Nightfall Castle. Do you believe me?" Danny asked with a smile. Tyrion laughed lazily. "There's also Maddox. I didn't find him before I left." "I wonder if the red-robed woman caught him," Ymont said. Tyrion laughed lazily. Danny turned to Nephew Gu. She saw that he had come back to his senses and was also skeptical. She couldn't help but suggest, "Aegon, since you're in a hurry to seize the Iron Throne, why don't you go to the Great Wall for an internship?" "Internship for what?" Aegon was puzzled. "Internship to become a child of prophecy," Danny's aunt said seriously. "Only by going beyond the Great Wall and fighting deviant ghosts can you quickly become a qualified savior. As long as you end the Nightfall, no one will be able to stop you from ascending the Iron Throne." "No, it's too dangerous to go to the Great Wall." Clinton rejected it immediately. "Then, will he still abide by the promise of the one who ends the Nightfall will be king?" "The prerequisite for me supporting him is that he can fulfill my promise. Otherwise, I'll become a traitor," Danny said. Clinton said uncertainly, "We'll see when the Nightfall arrives." "The prince is a child of summer. If the Nightfall is real, I'm afraid." Tyrion shook his head and didn't continue speaking. However, everyone understood what he was implying. A person who didn't even dare to go to the Great Wall definitely couldn't become a child of prophecy. Aegon's face turned green and red. He gritted his teeth and said, "Give me a white dragon or a black dragon. I'll immediately go to the Great Wall to kill a few deviant ghosts. Your Highness, this isn't a matter of giving them to you. The key is whether you can subdue them. Tyrion didn't know when it started, but there was a hint of well-hidden disdain in his eyes. Even a green dragon can scare you to the ground. A black dragon is even more terrifying. I heard that it can even speak. Then he asked Dany curiously, I've seen a black dragon a few times, but I've never heard it speak. Dany rolled her eyes at him and said, It's not like he's a chatterbox. Why would he chat with you for no reason? All right, that's all for today. She yawned and said impatiently, Everyone disperse. Dragon Queen, the Centaur Maid, and Old rooms were on the top floor, while Aegon and the others were on the second floor. When they walked out of the staircase, Tyrion noticed Aegon's gloomy and angry expression. He pulled him to the side and whispered, Are you unhappy? What are you doing? Aegon asked gloomily. If a man is unhappy, he should vent it out. Tyrion said with a sly smile, The green dragon was indeed angered by me. It's not my aunt's fault. I don't know how to tame a dragon, so I was a little reckless. Aegon sighed. Tyrion looked at him appreciatively and nodded in his heart. Although this child is irritable and impulsive, he has his redeeming qualities. Clinton and Ashera taught him well. It's definitely not your aunt, but you can find other women to vent it on. Tyrion chuckled. Chapter 449. Find a woman? Little Aegon's cheeks instantly flushed red as he stuttered. Of course. Only a woman can comfort a man, Tyrion laughed. But Aegon's eyes were wandering as he looked left and right. Clinton and the rest had already gone downstairs, leaving only the two of them at the staircase. I can't go. As if he had heard the most terrifying thing, he shook his head repeatedly. Why? Are you worried about your aunt? Huh. Tyrion raised his eyebrows as he laughed. Your Highness, it's obvious that the Dragon Queen means what she says. If she says she won't marry you, then she definitely won't marry you. It's useless for you to keep your chastity for her. No. Aegon was angered by the little devil's teasing expression. He straightened his neck and said, I don't want to go myself. Tyrion looked at him strangely. Little Prince, you're 17 years old, right? TSK, you're still a virgin. Little devil, you're a shameless bastard. I'm different from you, Aegon said angrily. Yes, we're different. I'm a man and you're still a child. Men build their careers, and children go home to drink milk. Tyrion puffed out his chest and said proudly, I really do have the talent to anger princes. Looking at Aegon's twisted face and red eyes, the little devil thought proudly, Sigh, how many times has this little prince gone crazy because of me? Why is it that every time I see him, I can't help but think of my nephew Joffrey? Why am I inexplicably happy when I see him jumping around in anger because of me? Even if I get slapped, I'll be happy. Slap. Aegon raised his right hand and slapped him. Tyrion took a step back and raised his hand to block the slap. Sure. He put his right index finger to his lips and said softly, Little Prince, do you want your Aunt Queen to see how you lose your composure and beat up her minister? He pointed at his green leather armor that had a picture of a roaring black dragon printed on it and said, I'm a third-rank wildfire general, not Hugo Caesar. Well, when he was still Hugo, on the way from Pentos to Slave Bay, when he was beaten up after angering little Aegon, he would not dodge. Aegon was stronger than him, so he couldn't resist. If I hit you, my aunt would only clap her hands and cheer. Little Aegon said hatefully. Even though he said that, he raised his head and carefully glanced in the direction of the top floor, giving up on the idea of slapping the dwarf again. Sooner or later, the wildfire will burn you to ashes, he cursed. Yeah, there's the possibility of being blown up into the sky by the wildfire every day. I have to get drunk today. Tyrion sighed and walked directly towards the red brick door, saying as he walked, The Red Nun of the Church of the Seven Gods is one of a kind in the world. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. The 7 gods none? Aegon exclaimed. There's hope. Tyrion's eyes flashed, and he stopped in his tracks. A devout nun in the day, and incomparably lewd at night. By the way, do you believe in the 7 gods? Of course, Sister Ashera is my spiritual mentor, little Aegon said. Then, have you ever dreamed of your spiritual mentor at night, and then secretly changed your underwear the next morning? Tyrion chuckled. You. Aegon pointed at him, his face flushed red. Looks like I have. Tyrion smiled in understanding. Don't be shy. I even dreamed of my sister when I was young. Do you believe it? You beast. Aegon said agitatedly. Hee. Aren't your grandfather and grandmother also brother and sister? You Targaryens have so many examples of brother and sister unions. And you even want to marry your own aunt. Are they all beasts? Tyrion retorted. This is a Targaryen tradition, Aegon argued. Lannister can learn the traditions of Targaryen as well. Now he's even learning from you, sitting on the Iron Throne, being a king, being a mad king. Lannister's throne won't be stable, I swear, Aegon said coldly. You don't even have a dragon. What's the use of swearing? Only your aunt can do that. I will have one. A dragon has 3 heads, and I'm one of them. Words are like the wind. Prophecies are also words. Tyrion glanced at the peer and said anxiously, Red Nun can choose any of the Passion Gardens, Red Nun. If you're late, you can only eat the leftovers. I don't have time to chat with you. Just say it. Do you want to be a man? How was little Aegon supposed to answer that? Of course I'm a man, he said stiffly. Then come with me. You'll be a man tomorrow morning. Saying that, the imp walked out of the door and climbed down the stairs of the great golden tower. Little Aegon hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed. Hey, little prince, you don't know how lucky you are to have an old hand like me as your mentor. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Tyrion's lips curled into a smug smile. You're not my mentor. Little Aegon shrunk his neck and looked back at the palace door from time to time. He was very conflicted. He was excited to explore a new world, but he was also hesitant to expect his foster father to come out and call him back. If you knew how my mentor dealt with me, you wouldn't have such an attitude. Tyrion's tone became very complicated, and even Aegon could hear the sadness in it. Your mentor, who are they? He asked. My brother and father, Tyrion said. What did they do? Tyrion was absent-minded for a moment. His footsteps slowed down, and he muttered. When I was 13, Jaime and I saved a cute peasant girl from bandits. She fell in love with me. Maybe. Anyway, I loved her very much, really. I bribed a cultivator to arrange a simple but incredibly sweet secret wedding for me and Tessa. Damn it, your first time was so beautiful. But you tricked me into giving my first time to a prostitute. Aegon cursed and was about to turn around and leave. Listen to the story first. Tyrion pulled him back. After you hear it, you'll definitely be impatient to find a prostitute and give her your virginity and innocence. Go on, Aegon said stiffly. He changed his mind, a dwarf at 13 years old. He was already 17 this year. He really couldn't be a boy anymore. After that, my brother told me that the hero saving the damsel in distress was a scam. Tessa was only a prostitute that he paid to let me experience the matters between a man and a woman, Tyrion said. Heir. Aegon was stunned, then hesitantly said, The Kingslayer went a bit overboard. Tyrion stopped, turned around, and looked at him with a complicated expression, then said, How I wish that he had the same thoughts as you back then. Aegon didn't reply, so Tyrion continued. I cried, I threw a tantrum. I didn't believe it. I wanted Tessa. I was only 13 at that time. I didn't have any grudges against my country. I was much younger than you are now. And then, to make me see the truth, my father gave Tessa to a battalion of soldiers. 1 silver coin per person, and they could have her. 100 guards, 100 silver coins. Aegon shuddered, then muttered, Your father is a beast. Very good. In this regard, we have reached a consensus. Tyrion nodded with satisfaction, then sighed. A beast's father gave birth to a beast's son. I stood on the side and watched until my dick was about to explode, and then I became the 101st. For this, my father paid Tessa a gold dragon. According to his words, Lannister should always be a cut above others, and the price should be higher than the average person. You really are a beast. Aegon said coldly. Kid, let's play a game later. If you win, I'll shout Tyrion is a beast 3 times to the sky. How about that? Tyrion said with a strange smile. What game? You'll know in a while. Aegon fell silent again. At this time, they had already walked down the pyramid. The unsullied trainees guarding the stairs at the door only glanced at them, then untied the fence. Tyrion found a white-painted carriage with a kerosene lamp in front of the square, handed a few copper coins to the coachman, and pulled little Aegon in. You're so familiar with your movements. It's not your first time, right? Aegon asked suspiciously. I'm a normal man, and I've been in Slave Bay for so long, of course it's not my first time. Although Astapor is not as prosperous as Volantis, it still has a market that's open. You should have come out with me a long time ago, Tyrion said. The female dwarf Fenny likes you. We can all see it, Aegon suddenly said. Fenny. Tyrion was stunned, then sighed. Fenny is a good girl. I don't want to hurt her. Aegon looked at him strangely. Tyrion laughed bitterly, then asked, Do you know the ending of the story? What story? Tessa and Tywin. Where did Tessa go? Aegon asked. I want to know too. I even asked my dad about it. We didn't come to an agreement, so he was killed by me. Tyrion shrugged. You're crazy. Aegon's eyes widened and said in shock. You killed your father for a prostitute from more than a decade ago. After the trial, Jaime forced Jaime to save me. Maybe he thought it was the last time he said goodbye to his deformed and pitiful brother, or maybe Jaime suddenly had a conscience. He told me something. What is it? He lied to me. He and my dad both lied to me. Tessa wasn't a prostitute, at least before she met her family of beasts. She was just a pure and kind peasant girl. Aegon was shocked, and his eyes widened. Could it be Tessa really? She didn't even know my identity as Lannister at that time. Jaime and I wore casual clothes, dressed as third-rate mercenary knights. Maybe she thought I was the pet of the tall and handsome knight Jaime, a deformed little devil monkey at first. But Tessa didn't care about my dwarf size at all. She even thought that I was so small. Such a pitiful dwarf dared to fight against the fierce bandits. I was very brave. Tyrion held up 3 fingers. I've only met such a woman 3 times in my life. The first time was Tessa. The second time was Shwe. It was fake. I thought Shwe was the second Tessa. I also loved her like Tessa. Then she personally proved to me how rare Tessa was. The third one was Jenny. I'm not sure if she would still love me if she wasn't a dwarf. But there's no doubt that her love is as sincere as Tessa's. If that's the case, why didn't you marry her? Aegon was confused. Only a virgin like you can say such words. If you have someone in your heart at all times, you won't provoke another person who deserves the same pity. Creak. The carriage stopped, and the decadent sounds from the temple's passion garden entered their ears. The coachman in the front row knocked on the wooden wall and said softly, Lord Wildfire, we're here. Tyrion jumped down from the carriage, holding a silver coin in his hand, and said to the coachman, Remember, call me Lion King, Angry Lion, but don't call me Lord Wildfire. Okay, Lord Wildfire. The dwarf's body stiffened, and he stuffed the silver coin back into his pocket. Chapter 450. The former Temple of Divine Grace, today's Temple of Light, was a pyramid-themed building complex. The pyramid here was not as tall as Dany's Great Pyramid, but the platform at the top was wider. There was a clear swimming pool, a red rose garden, a lavender vineyard, a green olive forest, a white laurel bush. Women in red tulle were flirting on the stone steps in front of the swimming pool, waiting for customers to choose. There were the sounds of men and women having fun everywhere in the garden. The sound of music, the sound of music, drinking, and even the low moans that made one's imagination run wild. Tyrion stood at the entrance of the garden, as high-spirited as a general returning from the battlefield. He said loudly to Aegon, who was stunned, "Now, do you know why I brought you here?" "I won't thank you," Aegon said stubbornly. "You can't be taught." Tyrion shook his head and sighed. "If you don't experience big and small battles, how can you become a veteran of the battlefield? If you don't see all kinds of women, how can you distinguish true love from false love? If I had the experience I have now, I would at least be able to distinguish Jaime's lies immediately." "How do you distinguish?" Aegon said blankly. Tyrion patted him on the back and said with a complicated tone, "Do you know how to distinguish new shoes from old shoes? Unfortunately, I've been muddle-headed all these years, and only now have I figured out such a simple problem. Now, you can get my advanced experience without going through the vicissitudes of life. Be happy." Then the dwarf strode into the Garden of Desire, opened his arms, and shouted, "Devout nuns, I, Lord Wildfire, am here for evening prayers again." "Ah, Lord Wildfire, choose me, choose me. General Wildfire, use your green flames to burn my passion." The red-clothed nuns on the steps waved and cheered. Who is this dwarf? Why is he so popular? In the garden, a sea merchant was puzzled. "This is General Wildfire, the great hero who made the wildfire specially for the queen," a red-clothed nun beside him said. "Great hero." The sea merchant was even more puzzled. The wildfire was prepared for the Alliance army, and if he was careless and the wildfire failed, he would immediately die. If he wasn't a great hero, then what was he? Before General Wildfire dies, we have to take good care of him. The sea merchant's face contorted. An hour later, in Tyrion's mini-game, Aegon suffered a crushing defeat. Not long after, a nun screamed in horror in the Passion Garden. This nun was a blue nun during the day. At night, she would put on a red veil and enter the Passion Garden. A moment later, Tyrion screamed in terror. Little Aegon screamed in despair. The Passion Garden was shrouded in fear. The nuns and patrons ran around screaming. Dany was woken up from her sleep. After waking up, she ordered the Unsullied to bring everyone to the top of the pyramid. At dawn, standing on the pyramid, one could see the gray sea fog that covered the city like cotton candy, and the golden morning glow splashed vibrantly in the indigo sky in the far east. The slightly cool sea breeze stirred the sea of fog, gently caressing Dany's cheeks, making her feel refreshed. What's going on? Little Aegon and Tyrion were disheveled, slumped on chairs as if they had lost their parents. They were 4 to 5 meters away from everyone, and were still wrapped in blankets. Clinton's expression was solemn, and his eyes flickered. The sorrow on Green Saintess Grazda's face almost melted into water, dripping down her chin. "Your Majesty, there's a gray plague in the city," she wailed. "What gray plague? Are you kidding me?" Before Dany could react, old Diamant jumped up. "Yes, gray plague. Lord Wildfire has been infected. Prince Aegon is probably—" The Green Saintess hesitated, her expression conflicted. "Woo!" Aegon suddenly wailed, miserable and sorrowful. 7 levels of hell. Aegon, you're infected too? Old Diamant's face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. "Woo! I might have been infected by the little devil." Aegon's face was covered in tears as he cried in despair. 7 gods, it's my first time, and I've experienced such a tragedy. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have gone with the little devil. "What first time?" Diamant asked curiously. "Prince Aegon and General Wildfire went to the Passion Garden last night," the old saintess said. Under the reproachful gazes of Clinton and old Diamant, Tyrion sighed. "I did it out of kindness. The little prince is already 17 years old. If he were in the Westeros, you would have already experienced appropriate, aristocratic education. You should know this better than me. You can find a maid. Clinton said, suppressing his anger. In the Queen's palace, find the Queen's maid. Tyrion mocked. It's not a big deal to go to the Passion Garden. Dany waved her hand and asked in confusion, First, explain how the Grey Plague came about. Of course, she knew about the Grey Plague. The Grey Plague had similar symptoms to the Grey-Scale disease, but the degree of harm was different. Strictly speaking, the Grey-Scale disease was not terrible. It was difficult to be infected without touching the lesion on the body. But the Grey-Scale disease could evolve into a Grey Plague with a high transmission rate. A simple analogy could be made. The Grey-Scale disease was the common cold, and the Grey Plague was a virus mutation of the whole rice. Pandemic influenza. But Dany was not too panicked. She did not believe that there was a virus that could infect the immortals. General Wildfire was infected with the Grey Plague, but he did not know it. As a result, when he was performing the fifth move of Spring Cry with Getty noticed the black and gray spots on his inner thigh. Your Majesty, Getty is an outstanding blue nun, the old saintess emphasized. There used to be 7 saintesses in the Temple of Divine Grace. The green saintess was the Pope, the red saintess was a holy prostitute, the white saintess was a noble virgin who went to the temple as an intern, and the blue saintess was a healer. There were also the pink saintess, the gold saintess, and the purple saintess, the saintess who served the Dragon King of Valeglia, who had lost their practical significance. Dany saw that the 7 of the 7 saintesses matched the 7 gods. So she kept the saintess system. She also redefined the pink saintess as a singing and dancing priestess, the gold saintess as a book secretary, and the purple saintess as the silent sisterhood. This Getty was skilled in medicine and had mastered the 7 spring cry techniques. She was a doctor during the day and went to the Passion Garden at night for legal and reasonable entertainment. What a talent! Are you sure it's the Grey Plague? Dany asked. The Grey Plague had similar symptoms to the Grey-Scale disease. It was difficult to tell if it did not spread on a large scale. I've never been touched by a Grey-Scale patient, so it must be the Grey Plague. Only the Grey Plague can spread through the air and make me infected unknowingly, Tyrion said in despair. No, not necessarily, Clinton suddenly said. Sorry, I shouldn't have hidden it from you. He sighed and took off the deerskin glove on his right hand, revealing the gray and black spots on his palm. The upper half of his middle finger was completely petrified into gray. Ah! Tyrion was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped up, pointed at Clinton, and roared in grief and anger. It's you! You're the one who infected me with the Grey-Scale disease! The last time you tested the wildfire bullets in the brick factory, you used this hand to grab me. Old X, 7 levels of hell! John Clinton, you're too vicious. Didn't I keep asking you if you felt anything? Clinton argued with an awkward expression. Bastard, if you're sick, just say it, Tyrion shouted. Clinton was speechless. Sir, when did you get the Grey-Scale disease? Dany asked. Clinton glanced at the unusually angry Tyrion and sighed. About 4 months ago in Sad Hill. Tyrion was pulled down the river by a stone man, and I jumped down to save him. In the process of fighting with the stone man, it grabbed me in its hand. The angry expression on Tyrion's face froze. Why didn't you say so earlier? He asked softly. Clinton smiled bitterly and shook his head. So what if I did? There's no cure for Grey-Scale disease. It's a terminal illness. The curse has already entered my blood, and it flows through my entire body. Cutting off my right hand only has a small chance of curing the disease, but my right hand is my dominant hand. I still have to help Prince Aegon take down the Iron Throne. At that time, I didn't know about the Queen's vow to end the Long Night as Queen, nor did I know that she had already gone to the Westeros. I thought that the Queen would immediately marry the prince, then ride the dragon to Pentos, join forces with the fleet prepared by the Golden Group and Illyrio, and take back the Iron Throne first. That way, Prince Aegon would become the king of the 7 kingdoms, and even if Her Majesty failed in Slave Bay, she could still return home. As long as you help Targaryen restore their kingdom within 2 years, and let me redeem myself from the failure of the battle of the ringing of the bell. I will return to Vulture's Nest Castle and spend the rest of my life in the mahogany forest where I first met Prince Rieger. Silence. Everyone's emotions were complicated, and their gazes towards Clinton were no longer filled with reproach and resentment. Dany sighed in her heart. This was a true knight, just like Barristan, the White Bull, and Sword of Dawn, an old version of the knights. The Mad King was so crazy, so why were there so many honorable knights under his rule? Old Diamant let out a sigh of relief, and slowly said, "As long as it's not the Grey Plague, it's not a big problem. Immediately isolate anyone who has close contact with Tyrion, and use a knife to stab the places he has touched if— Ugh." The old man's face contorted, and he couldn't continue. 7 gods above, General Wildfire has been going to the Passion Garden almost every night, and most of the ladies are with him. Also, our ladies are receiving guests. The Green Saintess expression was one of despair. "Aegon, you just went there today, right?" Diamant asked expectantly. "Whoa!" After being called out by old Diamant, the young prince, who had been sitting in a daze, came back to his senses and cried. "The little devil invited me to play a game. I couldn't help but join in." "Whoa, what game?" Dany wanted to ask. "Don't worry, the power in our Targaryen bloodline is very strong against curses, and almost no one in history has been infected with the grayscale disease." Old Diamant comforted Aegon. This was true. The genes of Valeglia were all optimized, and almost no one would catch a cold or have a fever. Valeglia were completely immune to most of the diseases that normal people contracted. But there were 2 prerequisites. First, the bloodline must be pure, and second, there must be a dragon. Stannis' daughter also has Targaryen bloodline, but she still contracted the grayscale disease. Dany said, "Whoa." Aegon heard this and cried even harder. "Shireen and Aegon are different. Shireen and Princess Lele are 3 generations apart, and Aegon is your nephew and has the purest bloodline." Aegon stopped crying and looked at Aunt Dany eagerly. "Lady Green Saintess, close the Passion Garden immediately and conduct a thorough investigation. Grey Worm, stop the journey to Meereen. 8,000 unsullied and 5,000 trainees will be mobilized and lock down the entire city. Go door to door according to the household register, strip naked and check one by one. Remember, all unsullied must wear leather armor, gloves, and masks." At this point, Dany turned around and asked Diamant, "How do we kill the virus? The curse?" Chapter 451. "Old man, do you know how to kill the grayscale disease virus?" Dany stopped Grey Worm, intending to ask about the disinfection precautions. "Virus? That's a novel idea." Old Diamant nodded thoughtfully. "Usually the patient and the things they come in contact with are burned." "Burned?" Tyrion's voice was sharp. "Is there no other way? The medical profession of the City of Knowledge has been around for thousands of years, but no one has developed a cure for the grayscale disease. First, use boiling water to wash the area infected by the curse, then apply a plaster made of lime and mustard," Diamant said uncertainly. "What's the success rate of this method?" Dany asked. The old scholar's eyes drifted, his voice so low it was almost inaudible, very low. "There should be a 50%, at least a 30% chance, right?" Tyrion said expectantly. "There's no clear evidence that this method has saved patients," Diamant said awkwardly. "Success rate 0. Dany was stupefied. "In other words, this method is completely useless." "Not necessarily," Diamant quickly explained. "About 50 years ago, the grayscale disease appeared in the old town, and the scholars promoted this method. Half of the city's population died, and 3/4 of the people in the City of Knowledge died." "Wait." Dany raised her hand to interrupt him, her expression strange. "The scholars of the City of Knowledge used lime and mustard ointment, and 3/4 died? And the civilians were useless, and only half died. Old man, even a fool knows that 3/4 is more than half." "Dany, you can't say that." Diamant said seriously, "Scholars of my generation study hard all their lives. Isn't it to stand up in times of crisis? Of the 3/4 of the people who died in the City of Knowledge, 99% were infected while trying to save the civilians in the city. The oath of an apprentice to become a scholar is to serve the 7 kingdoms. And every qualified scholar has a silver chain, symbolizing medicine. They're all frontline doctors. But Danny was only touched for a moment before she realized another problem. Xueqing sacrificed so much. He obviously did his best and risked his life, right? Of course. Don't think that the City of Knowledge is violating the rights of the guests and exterminating the megalosaurus. They are not afraid of sacrificing themselves for the sake of their ideals, old Yimont said with a complicated expression. I knew those guys weren't afraid of death. Otherwise, he would have killed them long ago. If the people do not fear death, why should they fear death? Danny nodded and said strangely, but there doesn't seem to be any effect even if you try so hard. Half of the city's population died, and it's not much better than the other cities infected by the Grey Plague. Yura Mormont nodded and said, a few years ago I experienced it myself. A Bravosi merchant ship infected by the Grey Plague docked at Pento's Wharf. The infected sailors were killed or burned to death, but the rats on the ship could not stop them. They brought the disease to the nobles and commoners of the city, causing a super pandemic. But only 2,000 people died, let alone half. It's not even 1% of the mortality rate. Look, Danny spread her hands and looked at old Yimont with her big eyes. That's why I said that the mustard lime cream's effect is not that significant, the old scholar said hesitantly. Soon, he added, Stannis's daughter, Shireen's grayscale disease, was suppressed by Scholar Clarkson with this method. The City of Knowledge is useless. They have a medical school that has systematically researched medicine for thousands of years, but they still shamelessly steal from everywhere. Now, they still only know how to use leeches for blood-sucking treatment. They haven't even come up with a systematic theory of medicine, Danny said with disdain. Compared to the incompetent scholars of the City of Knowledge, the Chinese medicine of the Celestial Empire was as awesome as magic. You think the City of Knowledge didn't work hard? Old Yimont could not help but defend the honor of the scholars. He said, after that epidemic, the City of Knowledge immediately launched the Witchcraft Lens Research Project and spent millions of gold royals. In order to get sponsorship from your father, they even sent a request for help to me on the Great Wall. Witchcraft Lens? Danny perked up. She finally remembered that she still had such a thing in her treasury. She would find it and test it later. They even made the dragons extinct. Isn't researching the Witchcraft Lens research a waste of time? She mocked. Sigh. Yimont sighed helplessly. Danny turned her head and looked at Tyrion and Aegon. She smiled maliciously and asked, Can cutting off the infected organs stop the spread of the disease? Cut off? The 2 prostitutes shivered and wailed with pale faces. No, you can't cut it off. If you don't cut it off, then burn it. Choose one, Danny said with a straight face. Isn't that Shireen cured? Let Scholar Yimont try the lime mustard cream, Aegon said in a panic. Don't be afraid, child. Clinton's firm blue eyes flashed with heartache. She comforted him gently. Only the little devil's thigh is infected. That area is not petrified and stiff. Perhaps you are not infected. Aegon stood up suddenly and roared with his eyes wide open. Perhaps? You're telling me perhaps? If you didn't hide it, bastard. Dragon Queen's expression changed abruptly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless majesty. It gave everyone present the illusion that their bodies were being suppressed. Tyrion and Clinton were shocked. Aegon's face was pale. Who are you talking to? He's your foster father. Danny scolded sternly. Aegon was furious, but when he met Aunt Queen's eyes, he could not help but tilt his head. His mouth opened unconsciously, and he could not say a word. Your emotions are not stable now. Danny softened her tone. Go downstairs to take a shower and sleep. Don't go out today. Wait a day and see if your body can still feel it. Listen to your aunt. Go. Yaman looked at Aegon with a complicated expression. He comforted him and called 2 Unsullied over to take the dejected Aegon away. What's wrong with you? Dany turned her gaze to Tyrion and asked with a frown. It's been a week since the wildfire experiment. Why haven't you noticed anything strange? If he had not met Sister Lon, who knew how long Tyrion would have been fooling around. It's on the inner thigh. It can't be seen and rarely touched. If there was pain or itch, I might have noticed it long ago. But the grayscale disease doesn't feel it, the little devil said bitterly. Have you stabbed it with a knife? Dany asked again. Yes, it's like wood. It doesn't hurt. His eyes were red and he was about to cry. You haven't slept all night. Go down first. After Tyrion left dejectedly, Dany turned her gaze to the sorrowful Clinton. She glanced at the big bear who was sitting upright and sighed. Sir Clinton, don't blame yourself. It's all fate. It's all the scriptwriter's fault. In Game of Thrones, it was Mormont who contracted the grayscale disease, but now it was Clinton. Her foresight was completely useless. Well, she shouldn't complain. Clinton and his group weren't in Game of Thrones. Queen, should I go down and seal the city? Grey Worm asked. Dany nodded and said, Remember, you must wear gloves and a mask. I'll let Scholar Yaman accompany you and guide you on the protective measures. Is there a problem? She turned to the old scholar. Yaman stood up and nodded. Don't worry. Although the City of Knowledge doesn't have the technology to treat the grayscale disease, it has summarized a set of relatively perfect protective techniques. Isn't sealing the entire city a bit too big of a move? It might cause panic among the citizens. Green Saintess said worriedly. Post a notice and let the people know the truth. The grayscale disease isn't a big problem, but it will be troublesome if it develops into a gray plague, Dany said seriously. Right, let the older women in the neighborhood check each other's bodies, she added, remembering that the Unsullied were always dressed as men. When the city was sealed, it was still dawn. The residents had just woken up and didn't have time to go out. They were very surprised to see the Unsullied blocking the streets. When hundreds of Unsullied held metal horns and loudly read the Queen's notice along the streets, it did cause quite a stir. But the city didn't fall into chaos. Everyone stayed in their houses obediently, anxiously waiting for the final result. Not long after, Dragon Queen rode the green dragon and patrolled the city with Xiao Jin a few times. The dragon's roar was loud and clear, and the panic in everyone's hearts was also calmed. The Queen is with us. Looking at the Megalosaurus passing by the rooftops, they all thought so. But when sealing the docks, the Unsullied encountered some trouble. Many foreign merchants refused to accept a physical examination and didn't want to be quarantined in the inn. Their guards and sailors even clashed with the Unsullied who were on duty. Someone shouted, We are foreigners. We risk defending the Alliance to do business in Slaver's Bay. We shouldn't be treated so rudely. Otherwise, we won't come again and let the bustling Astapor become desolate again. Then the Megalosaurus descended, flapping its wings, blowing up the sand and stones on the streets. The arrogant foreigners all covered their eyes and shut their mouths. Dragon Queen sat high on the dragon's back, looking down at the merchants who were blocked by the Unsullied, and coldly said, Those who don't cooperate with the inspection can scram right now, Dragon Queen. You're destroying Astapor's market. No one will do business with you from now on, a merchant shouted. This Empress will take zingies and queers sooner or later. The entire summer sea will be my pond. You won't do business with me? Fine, go home and farm. Dany coldly laughed. The foreign merchant was indignant and shouted. The Alliance has an army of several 100,000. Dany raised her hand and cut him off. No need to say more. Cooperate with the inspection, and you'll still be Astapor's VIPs. It's useless if you don't cooperate. We'll forcefully strip you naked. Dany waved her hand. 3,000 Unsullied entered the dock and sealed off all the shops. Docks, shops, and warehouses. Dany, what are you doing? Old Yamant anxiously approached Xiao Lu and warned her in a low voice. Just a physical examination is enough. Why do you have to search the goods and warehouses? Being so strict will cause the subjects to resist. My subjects are in Astapor. They all support me. These foreign merchants are after profits. They'll come back. Danny didn't care. Seeing the Unsullied pushing away the sailors and mercenaries, barging into the ships and opening the warehouses, the old scholar worriedly said. Back then, in order to deal with the epidemic, Count Quintin Hyder burned all the ships in the harbor, closed the city gates, and strictly ordered his soldiers to kill anyone who tried to escape, men, women, old and young. But when the epidemic finally subsided and the harbor reopened, not only did the survivors not thank him, they even dragged him and his son off their horses and slit their throats. Do you think anyone can drag me off the dragon's back? Danny giggled. SSSS Xiao Lu's cold emerald eyes scanned the crowd, white smoke with sparks coming out of her nostrils. All right, I'll stop joking, Danny said seriously. I've been neglecting something, now Tyrion reminded me. Chapter 452. Danny's beautiful violet eyes were covered in a layer of obscure light as she said in a low voice, Did the old man notice? The plague in the old town. Pentos a few years ago, it was all prosperous docks. Patient zero all came from foreign merchant ships. Yumont stared blankly for a good while before saying in shock, You're saying that the Alliance might have purposely sent ships to Slave Bay to send patients with the Grey Plague? Danny nodded with a serious expression and said, Maybe it's not the Grey Plague. The Grey Plague is too terrifying, and the Alliance can't control it. This kind of speculation was terrifying, but what was even more terrifying was that the speculation had become reality. The two had only spoken a few words at the docks when a 600-ton ship called Orsha Blacksmith broke out in a riot. Facing the Unsullied who had boarded the ship to search, the sailors actually pulled out their blades and fought with them. A short and strong first mate with a blue beard suddenly attacked, pulling out his blade and chopping down an Unsullied in charge of inspection. After chopping down the Unsullied, he raised his blade and shouted at the surrounding ships. The eunuchs have ulterior motives, destroying our goods for no reason. Everyone fight them to the death. Woo, woo! The next moment, the centurion below the ship blew a horn. Over 100 Unsullied, lined up neatly at the docks, rushed up the gangplank. Is this a guilty conscience? Damn it, I guessed it right. Danny was shocked and angry. She slapped Little Green's neck and sent it flying over. Leave them alive. In a short few dozen seconds, the Unsullied had already formed a formation and boarded the ship. With shields in front and crossbows in the back, they were like killing machines that crazily slaughtered the sailors in cotton clothes. The screams of the dead spread through the docks. Boiling blood dyed the deck red, and the faint smell of blood was carried to the docks by the sea breeze. Little Green landed on the stone pier below the ship. Danny jumped down and ran up the gangplank to the deck. At this time, the battle had already reached its end. 3 of the 10 Unsullied in the inspection team died due to the enemy's sudden ambush, while the rest were injured. The fully armed 100 men that came later didn't have a single death. Not even a single one was injured. The other side had more than 80 sailors. Half of them were lying in pools of blood, more than 20 were injured and captured, and the rest were hiding in a corner and crying, not participating in the battle. Yes, the efficiency was that high. The Unsullied had crossbows hanging from their waists. 2 rounds of crossbow bolts were fired, and half of the crew members who weren't even wearing leather armor fell. That first mate, Bluebeard, who had suddenly launched an attack, was currently paralyzed on the ground. His left hand was covering his right arm that had been severed from the elbow. His round, potato-like face was deathly pale. His mouth was hoarsely shouting, "Everyone come and see! Dragon Queen has gone crazy. Dragon Queen is killing people. Dragon Queen wants to rob us of our wealth." The iron boots left a string of messy footprints on the bloody deck. Danny walked closer, only indifferently glancing at the howling first mate. Then she ordered Unsullied, "Go check the cabin. Don't let go of every sack, every chest." We are honest merchants. We don't have any contraband." The chief mate's face was ferocious as he growled, "Would a legitimate businessman take the initiative to kill my man? Tell me, what did you bring over for the Alliance?" Blackie was in the middle of flying, so the dragon's soul couldn't enter his body and let him free fall. Danny pulled Little White, who was lying on Dragonstone Island's flying dragon pagoda, into her spirit sea. Her violet eyes were suffused with bits of silver light. Her might was like the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven, overturning the potato-faced first mate's soul. Aye, his face was getting paler and paler, and large beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. "I'm not afraid of you. You won't find anything. You won't find anything." The substantial dragon might made him unable to breathe, but the first mate still clenched his teeth and kept his secret. Danny frowned slightly. This guy had a strong will. The dragon might was real. It was also real that the dragon might could oppress people's minds and make some criminals confess honestly. But the dragon might was only a mental pressure in the end. It couldn't even be considered a soul attack. As long as the person was tenacious enough and had a strong enough will, they could still withstand it. You've already been exposed, do you know that? Ordinary people couldn't withstand the dragon might. Danny sneered and said to the Unsullied beside her, "Take him to the pyramid and let the doctors help him stop the bleeding. Then send him to the Black Prison. Tell Hattar that I want to know all the secrets of this first mate." Immediately, 2 Unsullied picked up the potato-faced first mate and dragged him away. "You won't find anything." The first mate looked at the Dragon Queen with a sly smile and then shouted to the sea merchants and crew members who were watching from both sides, "Do you see? This is the descendant of the Mad King, the demon mother of dragons. This vicious woman brutally slaughtered us, kind crew members. Pick up your weapons and resist. Raise your sails and leave this sinful land." Hiss! Little Green suddenly stood up, and the ferocious dragon head shot out like lightning. Its mouth almost bit the first mate's bulging potato-like face. Ong! The dragon's cry was as loud as a train whistle, but it carried the endless pressure and the smell of burnt sulfur that a train whistle didn't have. Ah! The potato-faced first mate's body stiffened, and his spine was as stiff as a bow. His mouth made a sound, but he couldn't speak a complete sentence. His lower body was drizzling with yellow rain. Plop! The Unsullied couldn't help but let go of his hands and covered his ears. The first mate's stiff body fell to the ground like a wooden stake. "Little Green!" Danny hurriedly ran to the side of the ship and exclaimed, "Don't scare him to death!" Hiss! Little Green responded and raised its head to look around. The surrounding crew members and merchants who looked at it strangely all turned their heads to avoid the megalosaurus gaze. Half an hour later, the Unsullied came back and reported, "Your Majesty, there are only 300 barrels of paint, 500 bundles of wool, 1,000 pieces of cooked cowhide linen, and 300 tons of refined iron ingots at the bottom of the ship's hold. No contraband was found." When the ship approached the dock, there were also customs officers on board to check the cargo hold. But at that time, the search was not strict. The main purpose of customs was to count the types and quantities of goods, and not to search every box and every sack in detail. That was unrealistic and a waste of time. As a matter of fact, dozens of people entered the ship's hold and took more than half an hour to complete the search. Danny frowned and said, "Are you sure every corner has been checked? Are there any caged rats or boxes, or any patients in solitary confinement?" "No, we know what you are looking for. We even specially interrogated the sailors who did not participate in the battle very quickly. They all said that they did not see any special boxes," the Unsullied said. "That doesn't make sense." Danny was puzzled. "Calixi, use the dragon." A general with 3 dragons imprinted on his chest walked over and reminded her. Yes, it was Danny's old subordinate, a second-rank Navy admiral, Blackbeard Grohl. This former captain of Illyrio had rich sailing experience, but his military accomplishments were slightly lacking. Although he helped Danny build a fleet of 100 longships, he could not control the Sea of Grief. He could only be a local tyrant in Slave Bay with the help of the Megalosaurus. Have you forgotten? The dragon can drive the rats away. Let the green dragon drive the rats into the sea. Just now I saw a few rats running out. Seeing Danny's confusion, Blackbeard explained. Oh, Danny was enlightened. She immediately waved to the sky and called Xiao Jin down. Xiao Jin was small. After retracting its wings, it could enter the hold. Soon, under the protection of the Unsullied, Xiao Jin entered the hold. Squeak, the dragon's might and dragon's roar filled the hold without restraint. Squeak, 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 squeak. Hundreds of rats ran out from the hold and surged onto the deck like a tide. Even the sailors on the ship felt their scalps tingle. Gods, have we been living with so many rats all this time? Someone cried out in alarm. The rats were of different sizes. There were thumb-sized rats and black-furred, rats the size of kittens. At first, they ran around the deck like headless flies. After a while, they all came to the side of the gangplank and prepared to escape to the dock. Squeak! Xiao Lu immediately poked its head out and roared at the group of rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak! As if they were suddenly hit by soft muscle powder. Almost all the rats were paralyzed on the wooden plank. Their limbs twitched a few times and they all died. No wonder everyone uses rat guts to describe cowards and cowards. That's not wrong, Blackbeard Grohl said in surprise. 2 years ago, Blackbeard and the rest were still young and could only scare the rats. Now that the Megalosaurus had just grown up, it scared the rats to death. A group of Unsullied squatted on the deck and used chopsticks to pick up every rat. They checked it carefully before throwing it into the woven bag. Finally, the Centurion reported to the Dragon Queen. There's no gray-scale disease. All the rats are normal. That's strange. Danny touched her chin and muttered in confusion. They didn't bring any biochemical bombs. Why are they rebelling? Suddenly, her expression changed. Her sharp eyes scanned the ships around her. At this moment, even she was on the Orsha blacksmith. This ship was the focus of everyone's attention. Then, was it possible that the real source of the poison was on another ship? Was that Potato Face covering for his accomplices? Seal off this dock immediately. I want to check every ship myself, Dragon Queen ordered loudly. This time, the Unsullied were more familiar with their methods. They first gathered all the crew members in the corner of the deck before arranging for the quarantine officers to go on board to check the goods. Then it was time for the Megalosaurus to appear. Little Gold went to the bottom of the ship, and Little Green stood by the side of the ship, scaring the rats to death. Hee, it's not bad that the Dragon Queen helped us clean up the rat problem. A certain sailor, who had been stripped naked and accepted the Unsullied's body inspection without any blind spots, shivered and groaned. What made Danny depressed was that she had been busy for the entire morning, but she had only managed to clean up the hundreds of ships at the docks once. She didn't even find a sick rat. Danny, this is good news. On the way back to the Great Pyramid, old Yamant said happily, there is no plague at the dock, which means that you guessed wrong. The Allies are not as crazy as you think. After all, no one has ever used the plague to deal with the enemy. If I were the Allies facing the invincible Dragon King, I would also consider sending a few bodies with the plague to the other side city, Danny said. The old man sighed and said earnestly, Danny, you are very smart. You are a natural talent, and your tactical ideas are bold and unconventional. This is very good. But you can't think of everyone as bad as you. I'm not saying that you're not good, but your strategy is specifically targeted at the weakness of human nature. It's a little not so upright. Not long after returning to the Great Pyramid, Grey Worm came over with a happy face and reported, Your Majesty, there are 65,000 households in the city, nearly 150,000 people. All of them have been checked and no patients have been found. This means that Tyrion's grayscale disease has not spread, and Aegon may not be infected. Ymont smiled happily. Just as Dany was breathing a sigh of relief, Hattar ran in with a bloody smell and a panicked expression. "Your Majesty, something bad has happened. The slave owners are treacherous." Chapter 453. Devil's Tale. Hattar had been unhappy for the past 2 years. It was not that the Dragon Queen had mistreated him. In fact, compared to the previous great, benevolent Lord Grazdan, he liked his current master more. He was a cruel interrogator, but he also had a heart that longed for freedom and hated the slave owners. He was the same as Lord Bao of Meereen. The reason why Hattar was unhappy was that his former friends were doing too well while he was still in the same spot. Devil's Tale, Hattar, and Butcher Clyne were both the heroes of Astapor during the Benevolent Lord period. One was the best at butchering pigs in the city, the prettiest pork man. The other was the most vicious interrogator in Slave Bay, the most vicious of all. With their amazing skills, the two of them became famous and could be said to be brilliant. But after Astapor was liberated by the Dragon Queen, the two of them developed very differently. Hattar only showed off once when the Dragon Queen was trying to win people's hearts, but he did not have any chance to show off after that. On the other hand, Clyne rose step by step. His status became higher, his wealth became richer, and his reputation became louder. The first count under the Dragon Queen. One of the 8 heroes of the Northern Expedition, other than the Dragon Queen, the most hated enemy of the slave owners in the world. Meereen has a Clyne impartial and impartial. 7 gods above listened to these awe-inspiring titles. Hattar's heart was filled with envy and jealousy. If his friends were doing well, he was not. The last time Clyne came to Astapor for trial, he hoped that the Queen would hand the butcher over to him, so that his former friends could feel his wrath, jealousy, and hatred, especially when the trial of the son of the Harpy ended. The Count of Shattered Shackles looked for him to drink and eat lobsters. During the meal, he complained to him in a boastful tone. Green Saintess Grazdan was too hateful. She suddenly confessed her crimes in court, causing the climax of the trial the defendant, Clyne, in front of countless people, to express his thoughts to come to an abrupt end before it even arrived. The speech that Clyne prepared for a long time, and even secretly asked the Dragon Queen to moisten her pen, also became a waste of paper. This reduced his chances of showcasing his talent as a great songstress by 99%. Moreover, everyone was discussing the answer between the Dragon Queen and the Green Saintess. Very few people were talking about Lord Bao of Meereen. Well, with a sense of superiority, the butcher introduced the story of Scholar Bao of the Sea of Sunset to the interrogator. Most of it was made up by the butcher himself, because the Dragon Queen never told him the story of Lord Bao in detail. Hattar wanted the same fame and fortune as Butcher. Once, there was an opportunity in front of him, but the interrogator was powerless and was defeated. Yes, the female faceless who tried to assassinate the Queen. The Devil's Tale used all its means to torment the other party for a few months. In the end, he gave in shamefully and didn't even get a useful word out of the other party. What a disgrace! For several days, he didn't dare to go out, afraid of meeting people. At that time, Butcher was helping Dragon Queen attack the pyramid in Kaiyuan. He was victorious in every battle, and reports of victory kept coming in. Finally, the straw that broke the camel's back came. Butcher became the lord of Meereen City, and Butcher became the only count under the Queen. Hattar woke up from his depression. He couldn't continue to be muddle-headed like this. He had to pull himself together. He had to strengthen his business ability. He began to train his whip technique like crazy. Why did Faceless, a mere woman, keep her mouth shut under his peerless whip technique? Is Faceless powerful? Then he should be stronger than her. He had to improve his cultivation. Finally, after a few months of hard training, his whip technique entered a new realm. Even more fortunately, he got another chance to show off his achievements to the Dragon Queen. 100 days to weave a whip. Today I whip it. Hattar, with a bloody smile, quickly walked to the front of the Dragon Queen, respectfully saluted, and said, "Your Majesty, fortunately I didn't disappoint you. I have pried open the spy's mouth." Hattar was a fierce-looking man. He was 2 meters tall and had muscles all over his body, especially his 2 arms. They looked like they were made of black iron. When he bulged his biceps, it looked like 2 basketballs were strung on his arms. In terms of appearance, he was definitely the most muscular man under the Dragon Queen's command. So fast! Danny was surprised. The Dragon Queen's expression made the devil's tail very happy. He opened his mouth full of yellow teeth and smirked. "Your Majesty, after failing to interrogate Faceless last time, I trained hard and finally broke through to the realm of divine transcendence. So my efficiency has increased a lot." Divine transcendence? Danny was a bit confused. Just like what Sir Barristan told us about the realm of swordsmanship, moving the finger like an arm, lifting the heavy as if it was light, lifting the light as if it was heavy, divine transcendence. You should know that I have already reached the peak of lifting the light as if it was heavy. Saying that, the devil's tail couldn't help but sigh. If I didn't reach the realm of lifting the light as if it was heavy, I would have already been eaten by the Dragon Queen's demon dragon after injuring her. Danny thought for a bit and nodded. If there was a realm of whip technique, then Hattar really wasn't lying. That first mate, Bluebeard, seemed to have a very firm will. She hesitated. A guy who could even resist the dragon's might. How could he be afraid of a whip? Hattar sighed. That guy is indeed a ruthless character. A month ago, I absolutely couldn't do anything to him. But now, I have comprehended the ultimate meaning of whip technique and reached the realm of divine transcendence. At first, he still clenched his teeth and persevered, not saying a word. But under my extraordinary means, he only lasted for a quarter of an hour before he groaned. Another half an hour, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Another hour, he begged me for mercy. 3 hours, he said whatever I asked him. Dragon Queen was interested and asked, "That ultimate meaning, what kind of realm is it? Can you give an example to explain?" Of course, Hattar stuck out his chest, his proud expression somewhat sighing. "Once I could whip a fly to death on tofu without leaving a trace of whip mark on the surface of the tofu below. Now, when I put the tofu into a big porcelain bowl and cover it with a plate, with a whip, I want to break the plate, but the tofu and bowl won't be harmed. When I want to break the tofu, the plate won't even fall from the bowl, let alone break. When I want to break the bowl, the tofu will fall neatly on the dregs of the bowl, and the plate will cover the tofu. This is really divine transcendence." "But I don't know what effect it has on prisoners," Dragon Queen exclaimed. Hattar sighed and said, "When used on prisoners, their skin won't break, their flesh won't rot, but their bones will break. I want them to feel pain wherever I want, as much pain as I want. If there's a chance, you can perform it for me," Danny said with interest. Then she saw Yimant's reproachful gaze and immediately added, "I mean the show of whipping tofu and plate. Your Majesty, I can perform for you at any time, any kind is fine. Actually, there should be another realm above divine transcendence." Danny was very touched by Hattar's behavior of using off-duty time to train his business ability. It was like a certain programmer who had signed a contract to sell himself. He was already working at 996, but he was still working hard on coding at home on the 7th day. How could the boss not be touched? She should encourage and provide some help to such a motivated employee. Once, in whist, Dragon Queen was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly noticed the old scholar Yimant beside her. He was an old Westeros and a scholar. What Westeros story could deceive him? Ahem, when I was in Westeros, I heard a story about an ancient sword saint. His name was Invincible Loneliness. He often said to people, "I, who stand at the peak of swordsmanship, am too lonely. My greatest wish in life is to be defeated by a strong person. Isn't this too strong?" Hattar was fascinated. Even old Yimant temporarily suppressed his doubts of, "Why have I never heard of this invincible loneliness swordsman?" and muttered, "To be able to say such words and not be beaten to death, he must be a peerless, strong person." "Hattar, do you know what level invincible loneliness swordsmanship has reached? Above divine transcendence. The first stage, there is no sword in the hand, but there is a sword in the heart. The second stage, there is no sword in the hand, and there is no sword in the heart. Everything can be a sword." The Dragon Queen sighed and encouraged the burly executioner. "Hattar, you are very talented. Continue to work hard, and one day you will also become Hattar's Whip of Solitude." "Solitary whip?" The executioner muttered with a dazed look in his eyes, as if he was in a daze. Yimant did not care about the level of the burly executioner in front of him. He directly asked, "Hattar, I saw that you looked panicked when you first came in. What did that spy say?" Hearing this, Hattar snapped out of his reverie and said anxiously, "Your Majesty, please send someone to seize the ship Erudite immediately. That is also a spy ship. They transported 10 stone men and threw them into the sea beside the dock." "Stone men? Are they patients with the grayscale disease who are completely petrified?" Danny asked. "Yes, they are the stone men found from the Sorrowful Hill." The demon's tail's face was filled with anger. The spy wrapped them in oilcloth and pressed the cloth bag to the bottom of the ship. This way, they could avoid our customs inspection. When the ship docked at the docks of Astapor, Kayuan, and Mirin, they took the opportunity to transport the goods into the city and threw the stone men into the wells of the residents. 7 gods above, the Alliance army is really so vicious. Old Yimant stared with his eyes wide open. His face was pale and his body was swaying. Danny hurriedly supported him and turned around to ask, "Hattar, did you record Bluebeard's statement?" "Yes." Hattar hurriedly handed over a roll of blood-stained dragon's paper. Danny's craftsmen spent 2 years and finally invented the technique of making paper. They named the paper Danny's paper. Dragon Queen felt that it was a little low class, so she changed it to Dragon's paper. The interrogation statement was very standard, including name, place of birth, age, department, immediate superior, contact person. Danny hurriedly skipped over the above content. She focused on the Alliance Army's sinister plan to throw the stone men into the public well in the busiest area of Slave Bay. The grayscale disease could not be explained by the medical science of her previous life. This disease would cause the patient to slowly turn into a stone man. It was too magical, real stone man. Stone men were naturally denser than water, so they could sink into the well without being discovered. The stone men at the bottom of the well were not completely dead. No one knew how long they could live, so they were a long-term source of infection. However, the outbreak of Tyrion's infection was so sudden that it interrupted the Alliance army's plan. In order to avoid being caught red-handed, Bluebeard decided to abandon the Rook to save the king. He crazily courted death and attracted the attention of Dragon Queen and the Unsullied, giving Erudite a chance to destroy the corpse. Oh, the corpse was not destroyed. Those bastards threw it into the sea. Chapter 454. If they ignored the grayscale disease stone men that sank into the bay, they might really sink into the sea. But they could also become the source of the plague, infecting the sailors and citizens on the docks, or even causing the even more terrifying grayscale disease. Therefore, it was best to deal with the corpses that sank into the sea immediately. Yes, pick them up and burn them. Thinking of this, Danny handed the document to Yimant and ordered Grey Worm. Immediately detain all the sailors on Erudite. Also, seal off the sea near Erudite's berth. Old Yimant put down the document and sighed. Danny, we're in big trouble. Kayuan and Mirin also have grayscale disease, stone men that were infected. Someone might have already been infected. They're courting death. A cold light flashed in Danny's eyes as she said, "Coldly, I've changed my plan. I'm not going to wait for the night to pass. When the plague ends, Slave Bay will enter a state of war. I want to destroy new guys first, then take down Quills. I want to seal off Quill Strait, which is also the summer seas route, and completely end sea trade. Old Yamant hurriedly advised, Danny, don't be rash. The key now was to stop the outbreak of the plague before it broke out. Then, store more food and weapons to deal with the night. Danny shook her head and said firmly, I didn't take the initiative to attack, not because I don't have the ability to farm and start a war at the same time. With 5 dragons, I was able to fight in a low-cost and highly efficient special battle. But considering that the night is coming, human infighting is too stupid, so I've been holding back. But now I'm being bullied. Wouldn't it be even more stupid if I don't fight back? The big picture is more important. Yamant sighed. You did very well before, trying to stall for time to develop your own strength. When the night comes, the Alliance army will naturally retreat without a fight. Now that you're angry, wouldn't it be too much of a loss if something goes wrong? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't act rashly. Danny turned her gaze to Whip of Dugu, who was standing quietly at the side with his head held high. Noticing the Dragon Queen's gaze, the interrogator took a deep breath and puffed out his chest even more. Hattar, you are very ambitious and talented. Dragon Queen praised. Hattar heard something from the Queen's words and shouted excitedly, It's my honor to serve the Queen. I will keep your Majesty's encouragement in mind. In the future, I will definitely rely on my ability to obtain the surname Solitary Tail. Just like Count Butcher, Hattar was born a slave and had a first name, but no surname. In fact, ordinary Westeros did not have surnames either. If he became a noble, Hattar would be able to design his own family emblem and surname. Of course, in Slave Bay under Dragon Queen's rule, the commoners had long been qualified to give themselves a surname. However, most of the commoners were illiterate and did not know which surname to choose. Many people simply did not want a surname. There were also some who planned to join the Dragon Queen's Mother of Dragons Guard and have the Queen bestow upon them a surname. Very good. Dragon Queen nodded and said, I have decided to launch the Southern Expedition at the last minute, but the original plan cannot be changed. Defending against the Alliance army coming from Materis is my strategic focus. Therefore, the position of the Southern Expedition General is lacking. Are you interested? Southern Expedition General? 7 gods above. This was reaching the heavens in a single step. He would immediately be on the same level as Clayton's Western Expedition General. Thinking of this, Hatter's face turned red like a tomato. His voice trembled as he swore, Your Majesty, I will work harder than Clayton and be more outstanding than him. Clayton? Danny was stunned. Clayton had the bones of Scholar Lai and the skin of Lord Bow. If you are more outstanding than Clayton, then you should show off. She did not know that Hattar and Clayton were competing with each other. She also did not know that Hattar was jealous of Clayton while setting his own life goals based on Clayton's achievements. Very good, this goal is not bad. Dragon Queen did not ask much and only nodded before the Southern Expedition. You have to help me get rid of those spies. I want you to find out the color of their mother's clothes. After a quick lunch, Danny brought the Unsullied to the pier. Tyrion and Clinton followed along. The 2 of them had been to the Sad Territory and had seen many gray-scale diseased stone men. More importantly, the 2 of them were already infected. Even if they touched the stone men, their condition would not worsen. At this time, other than the pier, the city of Astapor had been unsealed. The residents had resumed their daily lives and production. However, the number of people on the streets was much less than before. Yes, Danny did not do a 14-day quarantine. She only put up a notice telling the people not to hold hands and not to touch each other for 7 days. The grayscale disease was indeed not as harmful as the Gray Plague. If one did not come into contact with the infected area, they would not be infected. This morning, she checked the citizens of Astapor, the nuns of the Passion Garden, the pier merchants, more than 100,000 people. Currently, only the 2 red nuns were found to be infected. There were grain-sized gray spots on their necks. If one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it. Of course, the quarantine for the grayscale disease was never done with the eyes. As long as the skin was found to be of an abnormal color, one had to poke it with the tip of a knife. If one cried out in pain, it meant that they were not infected. If there was little bleeding after the skin was poked and the color was dark, the person involved would not feel any pain. Then there was a 99% chance that they were infected, other than the 2 red nuns. More than 20 dock merchants were infected. This was only the first census. In the following week, every day, the people would have to check themselves. Then, on the last day, the Unsullied would seal the city again and conduct a thorough check on everyone. In the hot afternoon at the pier, the seawater was blue and the sun was glaring. The surrounding ships had all been moved away. A middle-aged fisherman wearing a straw hat threw out his fishing net with all his might. The bundle of silk net suddenly unfolded in midair like a huge lotus flower. The silk threads reflected bits of silver brilliance under the golden sunlight. Whoosh! The fishing net that bloomed like a flower landed in the splashing seawater, covering the spot where the erudite was originally. The experienced fisherman knew what he was trying to net. He felt a little uneasy as he spat on his palm, held the rope tightly, and began to slowly pull up the net. The wet net floated to the surface of the sea, sparkling under the sunlight. Gulp! The nearby sea merchants, shop workers, and sailors all swallowed nervously. The fisherman felt his hand sink as he exclaimed, "There's something!" Ah! The onlookers took a step back and craned their necks. The 2 emotions of horror and curiosity made them feel conflicted. Ah! Stone men! Suddenly, horrified screams sounded like a tsunami from the pier and nearby streets. The fishing net was gradually pulled ashore. Inside were 3 grayish-blue figures that were entangled like lobsters. They struggled slowly. Stone men! Tyrion was standing by the pier. When he saw this scene, his heart turned cold. He bared his teeth and said, "Is this a world war? Everyone is willing to go to any lengths. But my sister will probably like this style. It's simple, practical, and economical." Dany lowered her head and glanced at him. She said calmly, "The dozens of men that were infected by you kept asking me to skin you alive." Dozens of men. Tyrion's ugly face contorted. After a while, he let out a long sigh of relief. He pointed at the 3 stone men that were pulled ashore and said, "Does this count as a reward for my crimes?" Dany nodded and said, "I will announce to the public that General Wildfire saw through the Alliance's plan due to his own experience of being infected with the grayscale disease and saved the millions of people in Slave Bay. He will be rewarded with a yellow mandarin jacket and the title of Wildfire Knight." This. Tyrion didn't show any joy. Instead, he said worriedly, "If I say this, will the Alliance hate me? When I was in Volantis, I heard about the Butcher Count Klein's deeds. He was cursed and scolded by the Alliance just because he drove the Gith captives to break the pyramid. If it was me, when the whole city was closed for quarantine this morning, I had already told everyone the cause and effect. It was you, General Wildfire, who brought the grayscale disease to Astapor and spread the virus because of your improper behavior." Dany lowered her head and looked at his deformed head. She sneered and said, "More than 100,000 people in the city can't wait to eat your flesh and skin you. I gave you the yellow mandarin jacket to save you. Do you understand? So, I can only choose between Slave Bay and the Alliance, but I don't want to pick a side. I don't care about the slavery system. I'm a Westeros." The little devil said with a wooden face, "What's wrong with Westeros? I'm also a Westeros. Barristan, Cora, Clinton, Ymont, John Bolton, and so on are not Westeros. Also, you're already a General Wildfire. You don't think that slave owners like to bathe in the wild, do you?" Dany said with a faint smile. The little devil held his forehead and groaned. "So, I've already boarded the pirate ship." "No, you've already embarked on the path of glory. Look, you've also become a knight, an honorary knight, personally conferred by the Archbishop. If your old man in the seven hells knew about this, he would definitely laugh in relief. Ah. Tyrion's face twisted. What's the yellow mandarin jacket? He changed the topic. A jacket woven with golden threads. It's an honor that was specially made for you. If it's paired with a special hairstyle, it'll be even more glorious. Dragon Queen said seriously, am I the only one who has it? Tyrion was a little excited. Not really. Dragon Queen thought for a while and said, once I even gave one to Zero. Oh, Quills, the great merchant Zero who received me. In the future, I'll also give one to Illyrio. He's helped me a lot. There's also the 8-clawed Spider Varys. He should also have one. It's just that he doesn't have hair and can't have the glorious hairstyle that goes with the yellow mandarin jacket. I won't hide it from you. I really don't like that eunuch. But he really did save my eldest nephew. This is a great favor. I'm a person. Not only do I keep my word, I also know how to repay kindness. If I don't repay it, I won't be at ease. She looked up at the sky and sighed. Woo-woo, no. Pity, mercy, queen, have mercy. A wave of ghostly wails and howls came from afar, from the street all the way to the pier. Nearly 100 sailors had their hands and legs chained. Under the Unsullied's crossbow-wielding Unsullied, they staggered towards the fishing net on the shore. They were all sailors from the Erudite and the Orsha blacksmith. With the help of 2 of his companions, the fishermen finally dragged the fishing net that trapped the 3 stone men ashore. Grey Worm threw down a bundle of oilcloth and said to the captured sailors, 10 people go over and wrap up the stone men in the net and carry them to the deck. Moving the stone men was such a dangerous job. Dany obviously wouldn't let her own people do it. Chapter 455. The stone men were not transported into the city. The prisoners wrapped them in oiled paper and transported them to the ships. The ships immediately left the port and traveled 50 kilometers west, sending the stone men to a desolate rocky beach on the Astapor Peninsula. The Unsullied would quickly build a completely enclosed courtyard with bricks and wood. The grayscale disease quarantine area. After that, she also built a virus research center in the pyramid, and Dany herself was the researcher. But before she began her research, she had to observe the virus habits and make sure that it could be killed by high temperatures. More accurately, she had to make sure that she was not afraid of being infected. After handing the docks over to Grey Worm, Dany immediately rode Greenie to Cayuan and Meereen, and personally ordered the docks to be sealed. Cayuan had close to 20,000 Wings of Liberty, and Meereen had 15,000 guards. They were fully capable of quickly carrying out Dragon Queen's orders. Under her orders, the soldiers put on leather gloves, helmets, and masks, and strictly searched every ship. She also announced that Slavers Bay was closed, and that sea trade would be suspended from today. Slavers Bay's industrial and craft production do not have to stop. I will buy all the goods. Dany announced to the citizens of the 2 cities. Even if the gold was used to buy food, she was not short of money. Not to mention the millions of gold royals that the Count of Shattered Shackles had confiscated during the trial of the Son of the Harpy. There were still mountains of silver and jewelry in Dany's Great Pyramid. As for the copper coins, Dragon Queen had the right to issue currency, and Slavers Bay had the world's largest copper mine, so she had as many copper coins as she wanted. Meereen and Cayuan's trade was not as prosperous as Astapor's, and all the quarantine work was completed by evening. After the surprise search, no stone men were found on the docks and merchant ships. But this did not mean that Cayuan and Meereen were safe, because according to Hatter's interrogation, the spies arranged by the Alliance did not set off at the same time. The heartache of the Rhone River was the home of the stone men. It was said that the world did not have the grayscale disease. 2,000 years ago, after the battle between Valeglia's 300 Megalosaurus and Loiner's army of 150,000, Mother Loin unleashed a great flood. drowning the Loiner's most luxurious and prosperous city, and drowning all Valeglia in the city. It was not certain whether the Megalosaurus had drowned or not, but Valeglia also had a large number of cavalry units, and all of them were wiped out. Since then, the city of festivals had become a sorrowful place, shrouded in a layer of gray fog all day long. The forbidden magic of the mother stream had brought the water curse to the world. Grayscale disease. Grayscale disease is relatively infective. Every year, every month, or even every day, patients with the grayscale disease were discovered in the villages on the plains of the Rhone River. It was just like the deformed demons born in the land of long summer after the cataclysm. Those patients were either burned to death, or their loved ones couldn't bear it and sent the patients to the sad area. Every year, the people of Valeglia would arrange a fleet to transport large amounts of food to the sorrowful territory upstream. Well, before being completely petrified, the patient also needed to eat. For example, Tyrion and Clinton ate a lot of food every day. Because of that, it was easy for the people of Valeglia to search for 30 stone men in the sad area. If there was a need, they could find more stone men, hundreds and thousands. The captured stone men were loaded onto the ships and secretly transported to Volantis along the river. They did not dock, but took advantage of the night to divide the stone men into 3, stuffed them into the ships full of goods, and then went to Slaver's Bay separately. The ships were divided into 3, and the spies who accepted the mission did not even know who their companions were or which ship the stone men were on. They only knew their mission, to bring the stone men to Myrine, Cayuan, and Astapor. In other words, the Dragon Queen could not confirm whether the spies of Myrine and Cayuan had completed their mission. Perhaps the stone men had been thrown into the city's public well, and the spies had fled long ago. Perhaps the spies' ships were still floating on the sea, on their way to Myrine and Cayuan. Of course, Danny hoped that it was the latter, but after checking the docks, it was already evening. But Danny did not rest, and continued to work through the night. She arranged for the soldiers to search the city. Fortunately, Cayuan did not find a single person with the grayscale disease. In Myrine's commercial street, 87 infected people were found. According to the census, the infection rate was close to 3%. Some of the patients had even found out about their symptoms 3 days ago, but they all hid it, afraid of being burned to death. And this was not the final data. It could be foreseen that in the next few days, more residents would show symptoms of the grayscale disease, and the infection rate would increase further. Without a doubt, Myrine had been infected. The funny thing was, because the count of shattered shackles caught 80,000 people and threw them into the labor camp outside the city, it caused the people in Myrine to panic and the businesses to wither. Although the number of patients was high, not many people were infected. Well, most of the infected were the Gith people, small merchants who migrated from Cayuan to Myrine. The rich and famous Gith people in the commercial street had long been arrested and sent to prison. The busiest streets were empty, without any merchants or customers, and the stone men were thrown into the busiest street's public well. The next morning, outside Myrine City, in a remote manor, Dragon Queen rode on her dragon's back and said to the 87 desperate patients in the courtyard, "Do not be afraid, do not panic, I swear in the name of the Queen. You are my people. I will not abandon, not give up on any of you." Seeing that their faces were still ashen and their eyes dim, not livened up by her comforting words, Danny sighed and added, "Cayuan's spy has not been caught, and I still have to research a cure for the disease, so I don't have much time to come to Myrine. But from today onwards, every 3 days, I will be here to have lunch with you." Danny did as she said. At noon that day, a long wooden table was set up in the hall, and she shared the same pot of food with the grayscale disease patients. The food was not too sumptuous. Brown baguettes, beef and potato soup, vegetable salad, boiled eggs, milk. Seeing the Dragon Queen slurping down a pot of meat soup, 2 pieces of bread the length of an arm, 3 boiled eggs, a large glass of milk. For some reason, the Gith people suddenly felt a sense of security and warmth in their hearts. Becoming the Dragon Queens, people, seemed to be a good thing. They thought so. After lunch, Dany did not return to Astapor immediately. Cayuan and Astapor were not infected, so her focus should be on Meereen. But Meereen's mayor, Clyde, had just been removed by her and was still recuperating in Astapor whipping. The commander of the guards, John Bolton, had gone to Astapor for a meeting and was on his way home. Meereen was a little empty. The top garden of the Great Pyramid, the pool, under the light blue water of the pool. 2 pairs of similarly slender and beautiful jade legs were kicking the water, creating splashes of water. It was Dany and the red-haired female knight, Lila Amber. There were only the 2 of them in the garden, and they had been busy all night, neither sleeping nor bathing. They were now naked, lying by the pool and chatting leisurely. "Your Majesty, the best way to prevent grayscale disease is to get rid of the patients immediately. Anyway, they are all Gith, so it is better to kill them and burn them as usual," Lila said seriously. At lunch, she did not accompany the Queen to the manor where the patients were quarantined. Now that she knew that the Dragon Queen was eating with the patients, she was shocked and anxious. "There's no need to be so extreme. Just strictly quarantine them. If we really kill them, there will be patients who will deliberately hide their illness in the future and even have thoughts of revenge on society. You don't want to be one day walking on the street and be pounced on by a grayscale disease patient and bite your ankle, right?" Lila lifted her well-proportioned, slender legs out of the water, and her feet twisted a few times mischievously, saying, "I have been wearing iron armor and iron boots. Recently, he can't bite me." Dany covered her face with a wet silk handkerchief and said lazily, "There are always people who don't wear armor, and grayscale disease is not incurable. I have the witchcraft lens, and I know that Stannis' daughter has antibodies in her body. Scholar Yimont's medical skills are also. At least he is qualified. In short, as long as they are my people, no matter what race they are, I will do my best to save them. Isn't this what a queen should do?" Splash! Lila put her feet back into the water, and the surging waves gently caressed Dany's silver hair that was suspended in the water like seaweed. "But you can't take the risk," the red-haired female knight sighed. "It's not considered a risk. Grayscale disease is not a gray plague. It won't be contagious without contact. And as soon as I came back, I roasted my whole body with fire, killing all the viruses." Thinking of the scene where the Dragon Queen roasted herself with fire, Lila was silent. Even she did not think that the curse of grayscale disease could withstand the burning of the fire. After a moment of silence, Dany said, "I originally intended to let you be the Lord of Meereen, but now the situation has changed. My elder brother's son, Aegon, is here, do you know? Little Prince Aegon. I have seen the letter you sent to Jon." Lila nodded and asked, "What's wrong? Are you sure he's real?" "Jon and I both feel that the baby swap is too legendary it sounds fake. All the evidence proves that his identity is real." Dany's heart skipped a beat. Maybe I can use the witch lens to do a blood test for him." Lila understood the meaning behind the Dragon Queen's words and said in surprise, "You intend to let the little prince be the Lord of Meereen? We haven't found all the grayscale disease patients in the city, and the 10 stone men have not been found, and Meereen will be a battlefield in the future. Won't it be too dangerous?" "It depends on whether he has the courage. I won't force him. He still wants to fight for the Iron Throne. Meereen is safer than the Westeros, isn't it?" Dany said indifferently, "You really intend to give up the throne? The little prince's identity is unknown. Even if we take a step back, he is only your nephew, not your son." Lila frowned. "Ending the long night as king. This will not change, so the Iron Throne may not be mine. If Aegon was really brave and dared to go to the Great Wall to fight the other ghosts, so what if Aunt Dany gave him the priority to fight the other Ghost King? As long as Aegon defeated the Night King, she would really help him ascend the Iron Throne. The Iron Throne was devalued to a pile of dung. She was not willing to fight for it. To be honest, the most valuable thing in the Westeros now was the Church of the Seven Gods. Danny had a vague idea a long time ago. The seven gods were fake, but the faith of the seven gods was real, and the demigods could use the power of faith. Dehei could definitely become a demigod dragon. In fact, he already was. So could Dehei take over the magpie's nest? If this plan worked, she would benefit greatly. If her guess failed, the Great Sparrow was over 60 years old now. Could he survive her? Even if he escaped the evil hands of the Sex Queen and died a normal death, at most 20 years, wouldn't the Church of the Seven Gods be hers? Danny stood up, water droplets rolling down her white, curvy body. As she dried her hair, she said, "Lila, close all the public wells in the city. If the residents need to fetch water, they can go to the nearby pyramids. I have to go back to Astapor and see if my nephew can escape." There were exclusive wells in the pyramids, and there were guards outside the pyramids, so spies could not sneak into poison. Chapter 456. It was a pity. Little Aegon had fallen into a trap. Sob, sob, sob. I don't feel anything anymore. Why am I so unlucky? So many people and little demons. They're all fine. I just sob, sob, sob. I don't want to live anymore. Instead of waiting for death in humiliation, I might as well end it now. Dragon Queen rode on green and descended from the sky in the golden sunset. As soon as she jumped off the back of the Megalosaurus, she saw nephew go crying and rushing to the wall, wanting to commit suicide. Old Aemon pulled at his sleeve, but was dragged forward unsteadily. The old man hurriedly persuaded, "Child, don't be rash. Your Anne is back. She knows magic, maybe. Let him jump." Danny took the towel from Ji-Chi and wiped her face while sneering. "He won't die from jumping the pyramid. At most, he'll be crippled. If he wants to jump, let him jump. If he breaks his leg, he'll naturally be obedient." Old Yamont's face darkened. But after thinking about it, Danny was right. The pyramid had a total of 33 steps and a total height of 105 meters. Each step was only 3 meters high. He wouldn't die even if he fell head first. Seven gods above, why am I so miserable? Little Aegon didn't jump anymore. He squatted on the ground and cried while covering his face. "Look at you. Where's the demeanor of the child of prophecy?" Danny's aunt mocked, without sympathy. Yasuo Yahai wouldn't be able to accept this. General Wildfire, who was drinking by the side, said helplessly, "The knife is bleeding, but he doesn't feel anything. Any man would be unable to accept this." The female dwarf, who was pouring wine for the little demon, looked up and carefully glanced at Dragon Queen. She comforted her gently. "Don't be discouraged. The Queen is omnipotent. She'll definitely be able to cure you." The female dwarf wasn't flattering. After coming to Slave Bay and seeing the noble, beautiful, amiable, and domineering Dragon Queen, she became her little fangirl. "Fenny, how have you been in the literary troupe?" Danny asked casually. Fenanai was a comic performer. She rode a pig and a dog with her dwarf brother. They pretended to be knights and competed with each other. They used funny actions and parody lines to win the audience's laughter. Because Cersei had placed a high bounty on Tyrion, Fenny's gnome brother was implicated. The mercenaries had taken the gnome brother's head as Tyrion's and went to the King's Landing in exchange for the bounty from Cersei. According to the original fate, Tyrion was supposed to replace the dwarf brother and form a comical pair with Fenanai. But although Dragon Queen didn't like Tyrion, she didn't like the ending of Game of Thrones. She didn't want to humiliate him and make him a clown. Tyrion would most likely be more willing to be the Queen's jester and perform comical acts with Fenny than become the Wildfire General. There was also a suitable place for Fenny in Slave Bay, the militia literary and arts troupe. She had been adapting to her new life in the literary and arts troupe. "Everyone is very kind and nice to me. I played the role of young Lady Hill in Shrike, Hill and the Bug this afternoon. After the performance, many people applauded me." Fenny's cheeks were as red as an apple. She was very cute. "Keep working hard. You will become a real heroine in the future," Danny encouraged her. Yes, I will do my best. The little dwarf raised her small white fist and said excitedly, Sigh, I'm going to die. Tyrion saw that the female dwarf was happy from the bottom of her heart. He had mixed feelings. He was gratified, sad, and a little jealous. He was jealous of the man Fenny would marry in the future after he died. How is the situation in Meereen and Cayuan? Yimont asked. Dany shook her head and sighed. It's bad. The public well in Meereen has been poisoned by stone men. Nearly 100 people have been infected with the grayscale disease. Cayuan, on the other hand, hasn't found any patients yet. Hiss, a dragon's roar came from the west. Everyone turned their heads and saw a black shadow flying out of the red sun. The black shadow flew towards the Great Pyramid, getting bigger and bigger. Gradually, everyone could see that it was a ferocious black dragon with an imposing aura. Big Black is back from Dragonstone Island. That was fast, Yimon exclaimed. Seeing Big Black, Tyrion's depression disappeared. He stood up and said excitedly, 7 gods above. In only 2 days I ran back and forth between Dragonstone Island and Astapor. The Megalosaurus is too fast. If I had a dragon, I wouldn't exchange it for the Iron Throne. I would ride a dragon and explore the world every day. Wake up. You don't have a dragon, and you don't have an Iron Throne. Dany glanced at him and said coldly, Your Majesty, you can control the world, but can you control my bragging? Since he was terminally ill, Tyrion did not plan to be cautious in front of the Dragon Queen. He directly retorted. Plop! When Big Black flew past the pool, he threw a bundle of sheepskin that was as thick as a tree trunk into the water. What's that? Tyrion walked to the pool and looked curiously. Get Master Tobmod out. Dany turned and said to the Unsullied. Big Black flapped his wings, and the leaves of the persimmon trees nearby rustled. He landed on the wall and stretched his long neck in front of Dany. He shouted, Mother, I'm back. Very good. At least he didn't call my name this time. Dany patted his nose and praised him with a smile. He's talking? Tyrion opened his mouth and stammered. Aegon stopped crying. He got up in surprise and approached Big Black. He asked, Big Black, you can understand human language? What are you talking about? This is Draconic. Big Black is calling Mother. I understand. Centaur Maid Chi said proudly. You actually understand Draconic. Tyrion, Clinton, Aegon, and the rest were in awe. They immediately looked at Chi in a new light. Chi, what else did Big Black say? Dany said, lightly, Hello, how is everyone? Chi frowned. Guess again. I'm back? Chi probed. Yes, you guessed right. Chi laughed foolishly. The little demon had a strange expression. In Draconic, you only know one word, Mother. No, I also know Might Force, Morning Sun Palace, and Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful. The Centaur Maid said seriously. The little demon was stupefied. Your Majesty, this person has been unconscious for a long time. The situation is not good. At this time, the Unsullied had already dragged the sheepskin scroll from the pool ashore. After opening it, a thin old man with a long face was revealed. Bald head, short white beard around his lips, medium stature. What made Dany feel strange was that this little old man was not burly. He did not even have the strong biceps that blacksmiths must have. At this time, the blacksmith master's eyes were closed. His thin face was green. His lips and collar were sour with vomit. His chest that was wearing a gorgeous, checkered, brocade robe was barely moving. It seemed like he was about to die. Let me see. Yimont quickly walked over and squatted down to check. 7 gods above, this is really Master Tobu of King's Landing Steel Street. Tyrion shouted and turned to look at Dragon Queen in shock. Why did you kidnap Master Tobu here? Dragon Queen crossed her arms and looked at Yimont squeezing the blacksmith's chest and abdomen. She casually said, "In addition to his forging skills, what else is worthy of my attention?" Forging. Suddenly, Tyrion remembered two things. Tobu had recast the tile steel sword for his dead father, and Dragon Queen had snatched dozens of tile steel swords in Volantis. You want to recast the tile steel sword? Is it necessary to tie people here for a sword? The little demon found it hard to understand. Cough, cough, cough. Under Yimont's rhythmic squeezing, the blacksmith master's thin face gradually faded, and his breathing slowly became heavier. Finally, he coughed out a lump of filth and opened his eyes blankly. "Where is this?" Blacksmith Tobu murmured in a trance. "Master Tobu, do you remember me?" Tyrion moved his face closer and asked with concern. Tyrion's noseless, deformed face scared Tobu to scream, and his body struggled to retreat. Master Tobu, it's me, Tyrion Lannister." The little demon awkwardly said, "Hoo-hoo." Blacksmith Tobu took a few breaths and looked around. He saw several megalosaurus and saw the extraordinary temperament of a silver-haired, purple-eyed girl. He looked up to the sky and sighed. "I'm really at Slave Bay. Finally, you still have me as an old acquaintance." Tyrion softly comforted. Blacksmith Tobu's status was very high. He was the blacksmith guild president of King's Landing Steel Street. Tyrion had seen him a few times. During the rebellion of the Four Kings, Tyrion had cooperated with him for a period of time in order to build the iron chain that blocked the river. The two of them had a little friendship. "Oh, you suddenly came over. I thought I fell into the 7 layers of hell and saw the devil devouring the living. I'm sorry," Tobu explained with a bitter face. "Am I that ugly?" Tyrion was a little unhappy. People's natural reaction is the most realistic. Dany laughed, then put on a straight face and said to the blacksmith, "You know who I am, and why I brought you here, don't you?" Tobu sat on the ground and did not move. He only tilted his head slightly and looked at Dragon Queen from the corner of his eyes. His thin face showed a cold arrogance. "If you let me ride a dragon, instead of grabbing me like a bundle of straw, maybe we can talk." "Very good." Dany slightly nodded and turned to the Unsullied. "Send him to Hattar." "Yes." Immediately 2 Unsullied walked over, one on the left and one on the right of the sneering blacksmith grandmaster, and walked towards the stairs. "Humph, you want me to surrender?" "Impossible." Tobu turned to look at Dragon Queen and said with a firm face, Master Tobu, don't be stubborn. That Hattar is known as the Devil's Tail. He is very scary." Tyrion looked anxious. He looked at his old friend and then looked at Dragon Queen. "Your Majesty, if you have something to say, we can talk. The Grand Master has just been kidnapped, so it is reasonable for him to have some resentment in his heart. You give him to me. I will slowly persuade him, and he will naturally be willing to join us. I am now busy dealing with the epidemic. I don't have the mood to accompany you and him." Dany waved her hand and let the Unsullied take the blacksmith away quickly. "Isn't that steel sword of yours called Clear Sky very useful? Why do you have to go through so much trouble?" Tyrion sighed. "I want steel armor. After the steel sword in my hand is distributed to my generals, it is not enough to smelt into armor. So, I need Tobu's secret technique." Dany said, "Tobu can only recast steel, he can't forge steel." Tyrion said, "I know, but if I know the incantation, maybe I can derive the secret technique to forge steel." Tyrion suddenly remembered something and said with a strange expression, "You want steel? I know a place with dozens or hundreds of tons of steel. It is enough for you to forge 5,000 sets of steel armor." Chapter 457. 100 tons of tile steel? Where? Dany looked at the little devil suspiciously. "What, you don't believe me?" Tyrion looked smug as he raised his eyebrows and asked, There are only 3,000 tile steel weapons in the entire world, which adds up to less than 30 tons. Now you're telling me that there's 100 tons of tile steel hidden somewhere. Can I believe it? Danny said calmly. No, no, no. Tyrion waved his finger and smiled. It's not hidden. It's on both sides of the road. Hundreds of people pass by it every day. At least 1 million people know of its existence. This time Danny was a little shocked. The little devil didn't seem to be lying. Then I know. Clinton and Aegon exclaimed at the same time. There are indeed hundreds of tons. That Valeglia statue is huge. Statue? Where is it? Danny asked quickly. In Ghetto Do, Clinton said. After leaving Pentos, they walked along Valeglia Avenue towards the east for about 500 kilometers to the banks of the Little Lorne River. There were the ruins of an ancient city of Loina, the ruins of the former Ghetto Do. Have you all seen the tile steel statue? Danny asked again. We've been living in seclusion upstream of the Little Lorne River for 10 years. Every time we passed by Ghetto Do, we saw the Sphinx statue by Valeglia Avenue. Ah, I remember now. Cora clapped his hands and said, When I was a mercenary for Mir and Braavosi, I passed by that statue a few times. The body of a dragon, the head of a woman. The Sphinx statue was lying on the ground. Its base was half the width of a double bed and 3 to 4 meters tall. It was at least 70 tons, if not 100 tons. At that time, I was wondering why there was only one statue. It was very out of place. Then my mercenary friend told me that 200 years ago, the Commissar of the Centaurs came and took the king's statue away. At this point, de Shiong was completely excited. His cheeks were red as he said, Your Majesty, in the Avenue of the Gods in Horse King City, you will definitely find the Sphinx statue with the dragon's body and the human head. Oh, 7 gods above, these 2 tile steel statues definitely weigh more than 100 tons. If they are all forged into tile steel swords and tile steel armor, why would we be afraid of deviant ghosts? Yes, there was originally a pair of Sphinx statues standing on both sides of the road. One of them was installed on a huge wooden wheel by the centaurs and was dragged all the way back to Horse King City. Clinton nodded. Hearing what they said, Danny became a little suspicious. Are you sure that's steel and not ordinary steel? Tyrion said with absolute certainty. Thousands of years of wind and rain, yet there's not a trace of rust. What else could it be other than steel? Moreover, with Valeglia's extravagance, would they use steel to forge a triumphal arch? Arc de Triomphe? Is that the Arc de Triomphe? Aegon asked doubtfully. Tyrion nodded slowly. Look at the map of the western continent of Ursus. Godo is the last city in the north, Loiner. 2,000 years ago, the Loinans and Valeglia fought from Valeglia all the way to the capital of the festival, which is today's Sorrowful Hill. In the capital of the festival, the Rhone River suddenly flooded at night, drowning all of Valeglia's cavalry and infantry, more than 100,000 people. Yes, Valeglia also has cavalry, heavy cavalry. They are responsible for clearing the crossbow formations on the battlefield, and then the dragon swooped down and set the prairie ablaze. Danny rubbed her chin in thought and said casually, I didn't expect you to even know Valeglia's tactics. These words seemed to tickle the little demon's itch. He said proudly, I've said it before, I'm an expert on the Megalosaurus. Dragons aren't invincible. Do you know why Valeglia likes to attack with a group of dragons? In every battle, there are 300 dragons, 100 dragons. It's scary. It's to scare people. Tyrion said proudly, this is Valeglia's tactic. Hundreds of dragons cover the sky, and the soldiers below are terrified. The crossbowmen are not in the mood to control the crossbows. In the era before the dragon-slaying crossbow was invented by the scholars, the crossbow could also kill the Megalosaurus. The Dornishmen killed the 100-year-old dragon Miracis, is an example. That's because the Dornishmen were lucky and shot the Megalosaurus in the eye. After the Megalosaurus reached adulthood, ordinary arrows, and even crossbows couldn't break its scales. Do you think your ancestors didn't prepare crossbows in the Battle of Blazing Fury? Unfortunately, they couldn't even break the scales. Old Yemont frowned. Yep, the Battle of Blazing Fury was between Targaryen and Lannister of the West plus Highgarden Gardener. It was also after that battle that Lannister submitted to Targaryen and dutifully served as a good subject for 300 years. Tyrion sighed and said, "Look at Blackie, his eyes are now the size of bowls." In the future, as his body grows larger, his eyes will inevitably grow larger as well. An eyeball that was bigger than a window, wasn't that a fatal flaw? Any qualified archer could hit a window 200 meters away with a ballista, right? When the Megalosaurus spits fire, its mouth is down, its head is down, and its eyes are also staring down at the target, right? If it can stare at you, it means that its eyes are already exposed to you. As long as you're not afraid of death and have a strong will, you'll definitely be able to shoot it. After all, the attack range of a dragon's flame will never be as far as an arrow. Before the fire reaches you, you'll definitely be able to shoot the last arrow. Old Yemont was speechless. Dany turned back to look at Blackie and Greenie's large, shining eyes. She also seemed to be deep in thought. Tyrion continued, "Dragons are very powerful, but they're not invincible. The people of Valeglia know this, so they formed a heavy cavalry that was second only to the Loinars. The Megalosaurus dragon might helped our heavy cavalry suppress the enemy's heavy cavalry, and our heavy cavalry helped the Megalosaurus clear the archers and crossbow arrays. This cooperation is the true reason why Valeglia is invincible." "How do you know all this?" Aegon was shocked. "Books, Silvas," Tyrion said. "Ah, Silvas." Aegon had a strange expression. "Haha." Tyrion's black and blue eyes flashed with a bright light. He chuckled and said, "Do you know who invented Silvis?" "The Volantis," Aegon said. "No, they were still Valeglia back then." Tyrion emphasized, "The Valyrians set their own rules. The dragon eats the elephant eats the heavy cavalry eats the catapults, the archers, and the siege scales. Then the catapults eat the dragon, and the siege scales eat the dragon. The fact that the people of Valeglia set such a rule means that in their countless wars of conquering the world, they must have encountered situations where the catapults threw stones to shatter the Megalosaurus's skull, and steel crossbow arrows pierced through the Megalosaurus's vitals." Seeing that silence was listening to everyone, Tyrion smiled proudly. He turned to Aegon and said, "So, do you know why I can easily beat you every time I play chess? It's because I know the rules. Dragons can never be too far away from heavy cavalry. Knowing this, you'll definitely win more than you lose when you play Silvas. The reason why you lose is because your opponent also knows this rule and does it better than you." This time, even Dany could not help but look at the dwarf in a new light. This guy is really smart. He can easily see the core truth behind the problem. Tyrion understood the look in the Dragon Queen's eyes, which made him very happy. Involuntarily, he winked and smiled at the queen. Dany's face was wooden, and a basin of cold water was poured on him. "So, you're about to die. Why are you showing off?" Sigh. The smug look on Tyrion's face froze, cracked, and peeled away, revealing the bitterness of despair beneath. He sighed and said, "I know it's too late to say anything now. I just want to complain. Queen, you shouldn't have made me the wildfire general. The Megalosaurus general is more suitable for me." "All right, stop talking nonsense. Explain to me about the Arc of Triumph." Dany waved her hand and said in a bad mood. Tyrion said weakly, "The flood that drowned 100,000 Valeglia in the city of the festival came from Mother Lone's revenge. Then Valeglia also began to take revenge on Loina. Hundreds of Dragon King rode the magic dragons up the river, from south to north, burning every village and city on the way, and Dorf was the last castle on the Little Lone. Burning Dorf to ruins meant that the war between Valeglia and Loina officially ended, and Valeglia won. That's why they built the Sphinx statue outside of Dorf. That's Valeglia's Arc of Triumph, a monument to the destruction of a great people. That makes sense. Dragon Queen's beautiful eyes sparkled. The statue might really be made of steel, 200 tons. Valeglia is too extravagant, old Yimont exclaimed. I don't think they're extravagant enough, Danny said excitedly. Tyrion laughed in a low voice. Your Majesty, have you thought about it? If the statue could be melted, why would Khal let it go? Even the centaurs could use huge wooden wheels to transport the statue to Horse King City. Why couldn't Khal of Blacksmith City do it? Why? Do you know the reason? Danny calmed down and asked. I don't know the exact reason, but I'm sure that all the blacksmiths in Khal couldn't melt it, Tyrion said with certainty. Tap, tap, tap. While they were talking, Hattar walked up the stairs with heavy steps. He bowed respectfully and said, Your Majesty, I didn't disappoint you, the old man confessed. So fast? Tyrion was surprised. Sigh, he only took a dragonfly skimming the water for me, and he was scared. Hatter's melon-like face showed some loneliness. He sighed and said, At this time, I'm actually looking forward to meeting another faceless one. I have dragon-slaying skills, but in front of me is only a group of snakes, insects, rats, and ants. It's too lonely. Tyrion shuddered, and his vision blurred. The tall, burly man seemed to have transformed into a tall hat and a wide belt, with long hair and a long beard, a lonely, peerless swordsman. Under the full moon, he stood proudly on the peak of a lonely mountain, his long hair and robe swaying in the wind. He held his sword and looked down at the mountains alone. All right, bring the blacksmith here. I have something to ask him. Dragon Queen's impatient scolding pulled Tyrion back to reality. He looked again. The boar was still the boar, vulgar and ugly, together with the butcher count. They were called the Slave Bay's twin devils. 10 minutes later, 2 unsullied came back with the blacksmith, Tobu. The old blacksmith's face was pale, and his eyes were a little absent-minded, but there was not much change. His checkered robe was not stained with blood, and there were no traces of being whipped. Dragon Queen greeted him with a smile and said politely, Bring a chair for Master Tobu. The master is an important guest. How can we let him stand? Jichi, make a pot of black tea for the master. Seeing the Dragon Queen's sweet smile, the muscles on the blacksmith master's thin face twitched a few times. He forced out a humble maid-like smile and said, Your Majesty, what do you want to know? I will tell you everything I know. Chapter 458. Master Tobu's behavior surprised Tyrion and the others. Just an hour ago, the man was acting like a brave martyr. But in just an hour, after taking a stroll around the dungeon below, he was behaving like a pug? Dragon Queen deliberately put the blacksmith's chair next to her and whispered, Master, the night is coming. In order to save the world, my means are a bit fierce and a bit rough. I hope you can understand. The blacksmith master nodded again and again. I understand, I completely understand. I am willing to contribute to the fight against the demons. I am willing to tell you all the spells to recast the steel weapons. Don't worry. Danny waved her hand and asked with a soft smile, Master, do you know Ghetto, which is 500 miles east of Pentos? I know, my ancestral home is Coor. In recent decades, I have settled in King's Landing. I often take the road Pentos, Novos, Coor, and Valeglia. Tobu said, Ghetto has 2 Sphinx statues made by the people of Valeglia. Are they made of steel? Danny asked again. Tobu's thin face gradually showed a look of understanding. He sighed. I understand what you mean. The statues are indeed made of steel. In fact, we Coher people had the idea of making them, but the size of the statues is too big to be put into the furnace. Can't you make a bigger furnace? Tyrion curiously asked. After a few words, Tobu gradually recovered from the fear of the demon's tail. His look and bearing revealed a bit of master style. He said in a deep voice, It is not an ordinary furnace. Recasting steel requires magic spells and blood sacrifice. Is the legend true? Yamant was shocked and murmured. What legend? Tobu asked. There was a scholar from the City of Knowledge who disguised himself and went to Ko'ur to explore the secrets of steel. When he came back, he left a record. Ko'ur blacksmiths sacrificed slaves on a large scale to forge steel through blood magic. Yamant said, Well, scholar. Tobu coldly snorted and did not hide the disdain on his face. That's right, we need a living person as a blood sacrifice, because we don't have enough magic power. He told the Dragon Queen honestly. Tyrion's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, How many people did you kill when you helped my father reforge the ice in the House of Stark? Tobu noticed that Dragon Queen's flower-like smile had been replaced by an unapproachable flower. His heart jumped as he whispered, Less than 100 people. Less than 100 people? Tyrion grinned. Looks like we'll have a chance to reunite as father and son in the 7th level of hell. Master, I don't think you're as tall and sturdy as a blacksmith, Dany said. Tobu looked at his bamboo-like arm and sighed. If a blacksmith master is 60 years old and still needs to lift the hammer to forge iron, then he must not have accepted apprentices. In other words, if I learn your spell, I can also become a grandmaster blacksmith? Dany smiled. Tobu wryly smiled. Your Majesty, you can look down on me, but please respect the profession of blacksmith. Smelting is a profound knowledge. The spell to reforge iron is just one of the most dazzling pearls on the crown. Dany was startled. After a while, she solemnly said, You're right, I'm too arrogant. Tobu looked at the Dragon Queen in surprise. Seeing her serious look, he couldn't help but feel a little bit of resentment towards the Dragon Queen. His heart was filled with resentment towards the Dragon Queen. He reminded her, Your Majesty, if you need to reforge iron weapons, you can let me do it. The spell is not of much use to you, but it's the reverse scale of the Khal Blacksmith Guild. If they know that I told you the spell, of course I'll die. Speaking of this, he looked around and seemed to feel that there were too many eyes around. He raised his eyebrows, moved his chair closer to Dragon Queen, and said in a very low voice, Your Majesty, the Blacksmith Guild and the Black Goat religion are two sides of the same coin. The Black Goat priests are proficient in the blood curse technique. I'm not sure how strong the Black Goat god is, but you should know how overbearing the Red God Church is, right? Just a year ago, because your dragon brought magic to the world, the Red God priests recovered their extraordinary power, and the believers of Khal Lalo were not willing to be oppressed. Under the leadership of dozens of Red God priests, they attacked the Black Goat Temple and tried to burn the statue of the Black Goat God. In the end, Tobu Mott stopped here, tilting his head to look at the group of people who had almost put their heads in front of him, his expression stupefied. When he whispered to Dragon Queen, Tyrion, Clinton, Old Yamant, and others unconsciously leaned over. It's okay. I'm not afraid of the Black Goat. Dany waved her hand and said confidently, I'm afraid. Tobu cried. Dany gave Hattar a look. Hattar received the signal, cracked his knuckles, and gave Tobu a ferocious smile. The blacksmith master shuddered and said mournfully, More than 20 Red God priests who can control fire, thousands of holy fire hands, the Red God Church's armed forces, thousands of Red God believers. Before they could even get close to the Black Goat Temple, they were all slaughtered. Now everyone has seen that Khal continues to live the same life as before. Lalo and the Red God Church did not take revenge, so the matter was left unsettled. This shows how terrifying the Black Goat is. I know about this too. To be fair, you can't blame the Black Goat Church for being cruel. In the past 2 years, the Red God believers have been developing wildly. Their demands have become more and more excessive, and their actions have become more and more overbearing. The Black Goat belongs to the primitive religion of Khal. Even Valeglia did not ban it. But an outsider wants to destroy the local church and preach that the Red God is the only one. Clinton frowned. Yeah, I heard about the chaos at Slaver's Bay. Dany nodded. Why did Dany support the Seven Gods Church? Or rather, Why did they have to develop a religion? Because the people of this world needed faith. As long as people experience hardships, they would have hope. They would hope for the hardships to pass and hope for salvation to come. Hope was to step onto the steps of faith. If she didn't promote her religion, another religious force would immediately fill the void. And the Red God Church was the largest, most overbearing, and the hardest to control. The King of Light Lalo was real. He was a true God with power and will. On the contrary, the 7 gods were just 7 pieces of wood. The 7 gods church represented the 7 spirits. It was more like a philosophical thought on what is a person and how a person should be. What really made the 7 gods church powerful was a person. It was a wise and powerful chief bishop of a certain generation. It was not a god that was above humans. The 7 gods church could be controlled. Danny's lips curled into a smile that made the blacksmith's hair stand on end. She asked, "Do you think the black goat really exists?" "What do you want to do?" The blacksmith asked with a trembling voice. "I heard that the Black Goat Church's fanaticism for blood sacrifice even surpassed the Red God priest?" Danny's smile widened. "This is true." Budo Mott swallowed his saliva and said, "The black goat is a god of darkness. It needs living things to worship it every day. On ordinary days, the priest will offer calves, bulls, and horses. On holy days, convicted criminals and slaves who do not please their masters will have their throats slit by the priest. If necessary, the nobles in the city will offer their children to the black goat as a show of comfort. They hope that it can protect the city." "Ha ha ha, good, good, good." Danny laughed out loud and said good 3 times. "What's good?" Tyrion asked curiously. "My son is growing and lacks God to eat." "What?" Tyrion opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Eat God? Are you crazy?" Danny waved her hand and said loudly, "Master Tobu, tell me the incantation to melt steel. I want to melt the Sphinx statue. I want to choose one out of 100,000 soldiers, 1,000 battle wolves. Oh, dragon warriors. If the dragon warriors could wear steel armor and hold steel swords, even without the help of the Megalosaurus, they would be able to kill the demon god Black Goat." As soon as the Dragon Queen had this idea, a demigod of darkness in Kohor thousands of miles away felt a sense of danger. In the center of the city, there was a dark temple that was tightly shut. On the altar, there was a fluffy black goat statue that was the size of a wild bull. Its red eyes, which were polished with blood crystals, suddenly began to flash with a red light. A moment later, a group of black-robed priests with their faces covered by hoods gathered in the corridor outside the main hall. Creak! The door of the temple opened, and a middle-aged man with silver hair and purple eyes with a dignified appearance walked out. He was also wearing a black robe, but the edges of the black robe were sewn with dark red edges like blood. "My master, the Black Goat, prophesied that a great disaster is about to befall Kohor," the dignified middle-aged man said. "Your Excellency, where is the prophesied disaster coming from?" A black goat priest asked. "The Mother of Dragons," the high priest said. Hearing the name of the Mother of Dragons, the priests were not shocked. Instead, they felt a strange sense of relief, as if it was finally their turn. Sigh. She first burned hundreds of nobles in Valeglia, and more than 10 noble trading princes in Lys. Even the strongest city, Bravos, did not escape her fate. Now, I am not surprised that she wants to attack us. In fact, I always thought that she would ride a dragon and burn down our arsenal. After all, many parts of the dragon-slaying crossbow were made by Kohor. She should treat us as her mortal enemy, an old blue-eyed priest said. No, the prophesied crisis is related to her. The Mother of Dragons seems to be hostile to the great black goat god, the high priest said. Why? The old man did not understand. Maybe because of the slaves? We often sacrifice slaves to our master, someone guessed. No matter why she wants to harm our master, what we need to do is to protect Kohor. It would be best if we could help the Alliance break through Slaver's Bay, the high priest said. What can we do? Go to the Lorne Plains, the Dothraki Sea, and the Horse King City to find the call. No matter how strong or weak their Khalasar is, I need you to persuade them to go south to Slaver's Bay, the high priest said. Will they listen? The old man was uncertain. The high priest explained, You do not need to go alone. There will be caravans carrying large amounts of supplies with you. In a way, the centaurs are very trustworthy. When they accept our gifts, they will definitely repay us. It is up to them to decide when to repay us. Your mission is to join the Khal's Khalasar and remind them to go to Slaver's Bay. High Priest, the Dragon Queen, is also the widow of Khal Drogo. She is a Khaleesi. Will the centaurs be willing to be enemies with her? Khal Jaqo, Khal Bono will definitely be. The High Priest laughed in a low voice. Especially Jaqo. He killed her son. With the Dragon Queen's temperament, would she let Jaqo go? In the first half of the year, when Jaqo passed by Kohor, it was the naming day of his son, Wild Horse Jango. He was as strong as a wild horse. At the age of 2, he had already tamed an 8-month-old red pony. For that, I gave the young Khal a saddle, a small scimitar, and a horsewhip as a gift for his naming day. At that time, Jaqo had already expressed his fear of Dany Rise. Chapter 459. With dragons, many miraculous things could really be done. Blackie brought Butto Mott back to Astapor in the evening, and by midnight even Whitey from the Stone Steps archipelago had returned. Then the 5 dragons, black, white, gold, red, and yellow, went to Meereen together. Well, Dany carried Little Red and rode on Blackie's back. John Bolton and Bruce Wayne also went with them. One of them was in Meereen to participate in the war conference against the Allied forces, and the other was a juror to participate in the great trial of Cleon. Both of them were commanders of the guards, and Meereen was suffering from an epidemic and needed the guards to manage the city's security. They had already boarded the ship and were ready to set off. Dany happened to meet them and gave them a ride. Early the next morning, the new freedmen and the freedmen of Gith in Meereen saw 5 megalosaurus of different sizes under the golden red sun. 5 dragons. Such a shocking scene immediately boosted the morale of the people who were affected by the grayscale disease epidemic. In particular, the black dragon could actually speak. While they were stunned, they were suddenly filled with confidence for the future. The Holy Light Megalosaurus had said that the epidemic was under control, and that a miracle cure for the grayscale disease would soon be developed. Most of the people believed what the Dragon Queen said. It was just that the grayscale disease had almost no possibility of being cured. Now, with the Megalosaurus endorsement, everyone was completely convinced. Who could not believe what the Megalosaurus said? Then, an even more fantastical scene appeared. Under the premise of reminding every household to keep their dogs, cats, pigs, sheep, horses, and cows tied up. With the cooperation of the guards, the 5 dragons, starting from the east of the city, flew close to the ground. The 5 Megalosaurus draconic aura was fully unleashed, and the dragon's roar was endless. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Countless rats, weasels, hedgehogs, cockroaches, and other small animals and insects came out from the corners. They ran out of the houses, onto the wide streets, and ran mindlessly towards the west of the city. Fishing nets had been set up to prevent the corpses from being washed to other places in the West City docks. The sea-like rats jumped into the fishing net. The rats in front struggled and drowned in the sea, while the rats behind continued to run forward under the pressure of the Firebird. People with trypophobia would probably pass out just by looking at it. This cycle repeated 7 or 8 times. Finally, not a single mouse could be seen on the street. Only then did the 5 dragons end the demonstration of power activity. At this moment, the azure sea surface was actually filled with floating corpses, causing one's scalp to go numb. However, the rat corpses on the surface of the sea did not need to be dealt with by humans. Boom! The 5 dragons spat out dragon flames at the same time. The rolling pillars of fire almost boiled the surface of the sea. Air, I should eliminate Little Red. He was just here to be a bystander. The chopstick-thick dragon flames and the cat-like dragon roars were completely useless. Danny had called him over mainly because she wanted to establish a friendly relationship with her brothers through their activities. Well, it could be considered a parent-child activity. After doing this, Dragon Queen prepared to leave. She still had to use the same method to get rid of the rats in Kayuan and Astapor City. Whether there was grayscale disease or not, rats were one of the greatest sources of infection for the plague. By getting rid of the rats, the safety of the people in the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay would be reduced by 10 times. The Great Pyramid of Myrene. Under the sunlight on the green brick wall, Danny sat on Blackie's back with little gold in her arms. Little green, little white, and little gold circled above her head. She said to the red-haired Lila below, "The rats that can run in the city are all dead. The ones that can't run. The rats that can't even run on the ground have no effect on the residents. In the next few days, the symptoms of the patients will show. You are responsible for sending them to the quarantine area. Before the cure is developed, I will come here every 3 days. Can grayscale disease be cured? Or did you discover something with the witchcraft lens?" Lila asked curiously. "To tell you the truth, I'm not confident either." Danny pulled back Little Red, who had naughtily climbed onto her shoulder. She hugged him and smiled bitterly. Grayscale disease is indeed transmitted by a virus, but the virus of grayscale disease is actually a magical beast. It's too strange and confusing. The red-haired Lila's cheeks twitched. She asked dryly, "I don't understand what you're saying. What kind of virus is it? And magical beasts, what are they?" Danny opened her mouth, but she didn't know where to start. She sighed and said, "Wait here. I'll go back and write a grayscale disease prevention manual. I'll bring it to you and John the next time I come." The night before, Danny found the witchcraft lens in the Queen's treasury. It was a strange metal lump with many lens tubes extending out. It looked a little like a certain coronavirus. Danny originally didn't want to use it. At first, she wanted to melt it as scrap metal to forge armor. However, the City of Knowledge had been researching the witchcraft lens for thousands of years. In recent decades, they had even spent a lot of money trying to imitate it. Because of this, there was a lot of information related to the witchcraft lens in the City of Knowledge's library. Not to mention the usage instructions, even the structural principles were piled up in detail there. Activating and continuously using the witchcraft lens required magic power. Danny's grand wizard power was able to activate it easily. In the field of science, the witchcraft lens had all the functions of an optical microscope, but it was limited to that. It couldn't see human DNA, clearly as Danny had guessed before. Well, Danny tried it. The witchcraft lens had a maximum effective magnification of about 3,000 times. It was much stronger than the 1,000-fold optical microscope on Earth, but it was several orders of magnitude weaker than the electron microscope that was tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of times stronger. But the witchcraft lens wasn't just scientific. It also had magical properties that even the atomic force microscope didn't have. It could see magic power, spirituality, and genes in Valeglia's language, not DNA fragments. It wasn't until last night that she had time to study the gray spot tissue cutoff from Clinton's body. The results of her observation shocked her. She couldn't see the virus. Of course, the virus was too small. It was a nano-level organism. No matter how awesome the optical microscope was, it couldn't see it. But she still saw the virus with magic power. It was a grayish-blue light spot that was constantly moving. Well, in the optical eyepiece, she couldn't see the virus clearly. But when she adjusted the magic eyepiece, she could capture the bright magic radiance emitted by the virus. This was the strange thing about the witchcraft lens. Things that couldn't be seen with the naked eye could be perceived with magic power and mental power. That's right. When using the magic eyepiece, she didn't use her eyes to see. Instead, she used her magic power to resonate with it, using her own magic power as another organ. This magic organ could see the magic nature, shape, and other attributes of the sample on the glass slide. This was very buggy. It also made Danny feel that Valeglia was the Atlantis of this world. The development of their civilization was too advanced. Well, it could also be said that the development of other civilizations was too slow. For example, the Westeros, with tens of thousands of years of history, the level of technology had been stagnant. But the grayscale virus had magic power. What did that mean? Although the virus was small, it was still a single organism. Wasn't a creature with magic power a magical beast? After driving away most of the rats in Cayuan and Marine, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. After dinner and taking a shower, Danny went to the laboratory opened on the second floor of the Great Pyramid, next door to Tyrion's bedroom. She summoned Kuei together with old Yamant, and the three of them began to study the virus again. Well, Kuei came over as a friendly support. After discovering the gray-scale disease, Danny contacted her. After all, Kuei was a rare big shot in the magic world. In terms of knowledge and experience, Danny was far inferior to her. But in the face of Danny's request for help, Kuei was helpless. Asia and Edie didn't have a good way to deal with the grayscale disease. In the major cities of the Jade, Sea, quarantine, and incineration were still the best ways to deal with the grayscale disease patients. But Kuei, she promised to come over and study the magic medicine together. If it could cure the grayscale disease, then it must be a magic medicine. The two sides agreed that as long as Danny gave her a true dragon roar, Kuei, she would project her image. The wizard lens is worthy of its reputation. There are 15 kinds of lenses that can observe spiritual quality. The Edie's imitations only have 2 sets of spiritual quality lenses, no magic lenses or optical lenses. After seeing the dim spiritual quality of the gray-scale disease with her own eyes, Kuei, she was filled with emotion and gently stroked the wizard lens with a look of awe. They actually let you use the Edie lens. It seems that the title of number 1 of the young generation in the East is really famous. Danny said in surprise, "I told you, don't mention number 1 to me." Kuei, she's face darkened. Well, this time Kuei, she didn't wear a mask. She had a small and delicate oval face, long brown hair tied behind her head, big blue eyes under her willowy eyebrows, and a tall nose. She was very beautiful, but Danny also had to admit that ordinary people wouldn't think that Kuei, she was beautiful. Her skin was as pale as a dead person's, and her thin and transparent lips made her less lively and less lively. She didn't have the sickly beauty of the Lilidrogon. Instead, Kuei, she looked a bit like a zombie. After seeing Kuei, old Yamant asked Danny with concern, "Will Jon Snow look like your friend in the future?" There was no need to think about the future. At this moment, Jon on the Great Wall was as pale as a dead person, and because he was afraid of the light, he was wearing a helmet. Jon didn't wear a wooden mask, as that would make him look too different. But he also had a way. The Westeros knights were used to wearing iron armor and helmets all day long. Jon only took off his leather armor and put on a set of stainless steel armor. He also asked the blacksmith Tanner to help him make a Babuta helmet with a visor. It was also a T-shaped iron helmet. Only his nose, mouth, and eyes were exposed. He pulled down the visor with breathing holes, and even his nose and mouth were tightly covered. Also, Jon had an advantage that Kuei, she didn't have. He was a man and he had a long beard. He was born with a lush beard. Now he didn't shave anymore. When the hairy beard covered his entire face, he wouldn't have to worry about the light even if he took off his iron helmet. "Does Asia have potions?" Danny asked. Kuei, she said, many wizards can concoct herbs such as aphrodisiac, hallucinogenic, moon tea, and so on. What kind of potion is that? Only the knowledge of quantitative and qualitative analysis of substances and forming a theory can be considered proper potion, Danny said with disdain. What theory do you want? Isn't it enough to treat patients and effectively achieve the goal? Kuei said calmly. Sai, if there's a basic theory of the 5 elements, we can at least find a cure for new diseases through mutual promotion and suppression, such as grayscale disease. I don't know how to test drugs at all, Danny said helplessly. What's the theory of the 5 elements? Old Yamant asked curiously. Chapter 460. What kind of theory is the 5 elements theory? Yamant asked curiously. Danny was a doctor in her previous life, but she was a modern surgeon. She did not understand traditional Chinese medicine and could not accurately explain the 5 elements theory of traditional Chinese medicine. But since she had already bragged, she did not want to admit defeat so easily. Anyway, there was no real traditional Chinese medicine expert here. Yamant and Kuei, she were from another world and had never heard of the 5 elements theory of traditional Chinese medicine, so it did not matter if she spoke nonsense. It's probably to classify everything in the world into the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth, and the 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. So, Danny stumbled, combining her understanding of the 5 elements theory that she had read in novels with her own professional knowledge. She made a mess and served it to the 2 people opposite her. Whether they could eat it, whether they would have diarrhea, or be poisoned to death after eating it was none of her business. At first, Kuei was calm and did not care about a certain person's fallacious theory. But as she listened, she was shocked to find that regardless of whether the Dragon Queen's theory was true or false, it was indeed a very systematic, very reasonable, and very magical medical theory. This is indeed a very advanced way of thinking, Yamant said thoughtfully. Our current medicine only has medicine and no theory. As for the potions, they were all improved from folk recipes. Scholars can't develop new medicine out of thin air and can't develop corresponding medicine for a certain disease. We have no theory and don't know how to start. We can only test a variety of herbs. But the patient is weak. How can they withstand the experiment? So, the bloodletting therapy, which may be useless but is absolutely harmless, has become a panacea in the hands of doctors. This 5 elements theory of yin and yang is worth a try. Kuei, she nodded in agreement. Then she sighed. The problem is this kind of medical theory also requires a lot of time to experiment, verify, and accumulate experience. For the current gray-scale disease, speaking of this, Kuei, she suddenly froze and was stunned. Danny saw that her expression was not right and could not help but ask with concern, "What's wrong?" The 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. Water counters fire, and fire do not mix, right? Kuei asked. Isn't it obvious? If your house is on fire, just put it out with water. Dead. Wood can't be lit, Danny said casually. No, your understanding is too shallow. Kuei, she shook her head and said seriously, the 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. It should be related to the cycle of the laws. With the 5 laws as the foundation, a complete world can be built. It was Danny's turn to be dumbfounded. She asked blankly, "What are you trying to say?" Kuei, she opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but she had just come into contact with the theory of the 5 elements, and it was Dragon Queen's second hand that was full of mistakes. She had some understanding in her heart, but she could not form a complete idea. Sighing, she directly suggested the grayscale disease was born from Leona. Theoretically, it belongs to the water element, and your dragon belongs to the fire element. Perhaps you can try to see if your dragon blood can kill the grayscale disease virus. That's not a problem. Danny frowned and thought for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Taking blood was very simple. At the top of the Great Pyramid, the 5 dragons were sleeping on the huge stone wall. She woke Blackie up and poked a small hole in his fleshy wing. Hot dragon blood with smoke dripped into the test tube. It was not much, about 3 milliliters. The wound on the dragon's wing stopped bleeding and slowly healed. Then Danny quickly returned to the laboratory and smeared a layer of dragon blood on the grayscale disease sample, 7 levels of hell. What is going on? Danny turned pale with fright when she used the wizard lens to observe the blood sample. The grayscale disease virus is multiplying rapidly in the dragon blood and even mutating, she said in disbelief. Kuei, she leaned over and looked for a while. Her pale face became even paler. She muttered, This doesn't make sense. It doesn't conform to your theory of the 5 elements. Let the theory of the 5 elements go to hell. Danny immediately took out the sample and used the fire wizard power to burn the sample stained with dragon blood into ashes. Kuei, she looked at the burning sample in the dry pot and wondered. It doesn't make sense. The fire wizard power can burn the virus. How can dragon blood have the opposite effect? Water restrains fire. That's normal. Old Yamant thought it was natural. No, water restrains fire. But fire can't create water, Kuei said. Oh! Danny slapped her forehead and groaned. I was just kidding. The theory of the 5 elements is not suitable for this world. Why is it not suitable? I think it makes sense, Kuei said. Old Yamant nodded and sighed. Human medicine has been developed for tens of thousands of years, but there has never been a theory. Now that you, Danny, have developed such a scientific and magical theory, we can't just abandon it. Danny was stupefied. The old man's words were, I've never even seen a woman before. Now that my wife is beautiful and seems to be able to give birth, it doesn't matter if she's crazy or not. Kuei, she continued, not only can we not give up, but we should also invest a lot of manpower and resources to research it and perfect it. One day, when this theory is perfect, we should write it into a book and let all the doctors in the world see it. Up to you. Danny sighed. Yamant was worried. If the dragon's blood promotes the growth of the virus, will the megalosaurus be infected with the grayscale disease? No, the high temperature will kill it. At this point, Danny suddenly froze. After experiments, burning with fire could indeed prevent the grayscale disease. Fire could kill the virus. Then, with her non-burning physique, she was immune to the grayscale disease. Blackie could also withstand the burning of ordinary flames, so it should also be immune to the grayscale disease. But the problem now was that Blackie's blood was conducive to the growth of the virus. Try it with my blood, Danny said. What? I want to see if my blood has antibodies. Well, let's see if the blood can kill the virus. As she spoke, Danny took out a dagger and cut her little finger. A drop of blood fell on the sample 3 minutes later. Looking at the virus growing wildly in the blood, Danny felt a chill run down her spine. This doesn't make sense, she said hoarsely. Kuei, she leaned over and looked for a while. She was also puzzled. Try it with my blood, Yamant suddenly said. What? Danny was confused. Your blood and that of the megalosaurus have magic, but I don't know magic, Yamant explained. Danny was shocked and immediately began the experiment. Then, she let out a long sigh of relief. Old Yamant guessed right. His blood did not have any effect on accelerating the growth of the virus. After that, Danny rode the dragon and went to the wildfire processing plant 10 kilometers away to take the blood of a group of fire mages. The result was that their blood had an accelerated effect, but it was not as strong as the megalosaurus and Danny's. Why is that? Can the grayscale disease virus absorb the magic in the blood? According to this theory, transcendents are more likely to be infected with the curse, but the reality is the opposite. Kuei, she was puzzled. In fact, few mages were infected with the disease. After a while, Danny said seriously, I'll try it myself. How? Kuei, she asked. Try to see if the virus can infect my body, Danny said. Danny, are you crazy? You're the queen. How can you put yourself in danger? Old Yamant cried out in panic. Kuei, she also advised, don't be stupid, only 100 people in Slaver's Bay are infected. The worst result is that they'll be burned to death. 100 people in Slaver's Bay is really nothing. Plagues are not uncommon in the major cities, especially in the coastal ports. For example, there's an outbreak in Flanders, and it's the terrifying grayscale disease. Hundreds and thousands of people die every day. Is that so? Danny smiled faintly. Wait until I test the poison and develop a cure. Then I can save thousands of people. But what if you're infected? Yamant said anxiously. Danny smiled strangely. Don't worry, I'll use the witch lens to observe. As long as there's a virus in my body, I'll burn it to death immediately. What if it doesn't die? If it doesn't die, I'll cut off the flesh with a knife before the virus spreads. Danny's expression was firm, and her whole body exuded a fearless spirit of sacrifice. Kuei asked, "Which part are you going to infect?" Danny looked at her right hand. On the lower half of her palm, there was a pinprick-sized brown mole on her white skin. "How about this?" She pointed at the mole. Kuei, she was stupefied. Old Yamant was stupefied. Danny fixed her right hand under the lens, and after adjusting the magnification, she used her empty left hand to pick up a slender silver needle. First, she inserted the tip of the needle into the dark, gray skin tissue of the stone man, infected it with the virus, and then carefully placed the needle near the mole on the palm. She gently touched it. Kuei, she was responsible for observing the target under the eyepiece, and after seeing the dark blue magic spot, she immediately said, "Okay, the virus has fallen into your palm." Danny pinched the silver needle with her fingers, and an orange flame ignited on the tip of the needle. Putting down the sterilized silver needle, Danny nervously looked at Kuei, waiting for the final judgment. The waiting time felt like years. For a long time, Kuei, she didn't say anything. Danny couldn't help but ask anxiously, "How is it? Am I infected?" Kuei, she looked up at her and saw that her smooth forehead was sweating. Obviously, she was anxious and scared. Kuei, she couldn't help but laugh. "Weren't you very brave before? You wanted to test the poison with your own body to find the miracle medicine that can save the people?" Phew, seeing Kuei-shi's smile, Danny let out a long sigh of relief. "It seems to be working well." She asked casually. Kuei-shi nodded and said, "The virus that fell on your mole didn't spread, and it didn't multiply. Instead, it died after entering the pores on your skin. In other words, the magic spot under the eyepiece is disappearing. It's strange. Your blood promotes the growth of the virus, but you're indeed immune to the grayscale disease." The shadow binder looked very confused. After a while, she looked up at Danny and said, "We still need a group of fire mages to do the experiment. We need to test whether your special or all transcendents are immune to the grayscale disease. Testing this won't help with curing the grayscale disease. Our main goal now is to cure the disease. Also, the fire mages under me are weak. They can only conjure wildfire. They can't even gather fire to light a lamp. It'll be terrible if they get infected," Danny said. Kuei, she frowned and thought for a while. She said, "My projection is about to end. Why don't you get the Black Dragon to pick me up from Thunder Island, and I'll come to Slave Bay to help you research the miracle medicine." "You're not sealing the evil god of the underground palace?" Danny asked in surprise. "According to the Brandon Evil Suppression Formation you gave me, I ordered a new batch of magic materials from Yasha. I have about a month of free time," Kuei-shi said. "Okay, I'll get Blackie to pick you up." After Kuei-shi left, Danny didn't end the experiment. Chapter 461. After that, Danny and Yamant tested high-concentration alcohol, vinegar, mustard, lime paste, and other common disinfectants. How should she put it? The mustard-lime paste developed by the scholar was almost useless. It could not effectively reduce the amount of virus on the surface of the sample. Lime could indeed suppress the virus, but to achieve this effect, the concentration of lime was too high, so high that it could harm human skin. On the other hand, high-concentration alcohol was still effective against the magical demon beast virus in the other world. It could not kill the grayscale virus, but it could effectively suppress the spread of the virus. The key was that alcohol was harmless to the human body. This result made old Yamant extremely embarrassed. "I didn't expect that the ointment that the City of Knowledge spent several generations and hundreds of years to develop would not be as effective as the cheapest wine on the street." Sigh. The old scholar, seemed to have suddenly been drained of his energy. He rubbed his temples tiredly and left the laboratory dejectedly. He had suffered a huge blow. He had to go back and sleep to adjust his mood. Danny was still in high spirits. After testing the grayscale virus, she began to study the genes again. Valeglia's gene test did not focus on base pairs. The witch lens could not even see DNA, let alone the bases that made up the DNA chain. But this world was magical. Different genes would trigger different amounts of extraordinary power. Simply put, the Muggle's genes were different from the Wizard's genes. The brightness, density, and color of the soul contained in the genes were also different. They could be clearly distinguished through the witch lens. Danny used her spiritual power to connect to the witch lens and could see her own genes. It was like a wheat field at noon in autumn, a large patch of gold. Then she used her own genes as a comparison and observed little Aegon's genes. There was a thin layer of gold among the colorful spots of light. Every spot of light, no matter if it was gold, green, red, or blue, they all had a kind of fluctuation that could be sensed through the witch lens. Through the witch lens, she carefully sensed the fluctuations from the golden spots of light. Danny had a strange realization. The golden spots of light represented a mysterious power, representing the purity of the Targaryen, Valeglia, true dragon bloodline. Danny began to compare the extremely thin golden spots of light on Aegon's genes with her own. Firstly, the two of them had the same golden light spots. This meant that the two of them were indeed connected by blood. Secondly, she had all the golden light spots that Aegon had, but she lacked a lot of the golden light spots in her genes. This meant that Aegon's transcendent genes were far inferior to Danny's, and Aegon's true dragon bloodline was not as pure as Danny's. To prove that the fluctuating golden light belonged to the Targaryens, Danny also used the remaining blood samples, Old Yemont and the pyromancer's blood, to observe the genes of the others. Everyone had the golden spiritual substance that appeared in their genes. It was just that everyone's fluctuation information was different. Only Old Yemont and Aegon's golden light spots had the same fluctuations as Danny's. It was certain that Aegon was 100% a relative of Danny's, but Old Yemont's golden light spot was several times higher than Aegon's. Even if Aegon's mother was the Dornish princess, Yemont's mother was not a Targaryen. Well, Yemont and Ashera were relatives. His mother came from Starfall City and was the first daughter of the Dane family. Considering that the Long family was almost wiped out, considering Varys' plan, and considering Clinton and Ashera, Danny reluctantly acknowledged Aegon's identity as Rhaega's son. If Aegon was not Rhaega's son, then who could he be? That was what Danny thought after seeing the comparison data. But soon her thoughts changed again, because she observed Tyrion's blood. Tyrion was the Poison King, who infected dozens of people in Astapor. Of course, there was a sample of his blood in the laboratory. But Tyrion's blood was also golden, and it was even richer than Yemont's. What made Danny even more dumbfounded was that Tyrion's golden light spot had the same fluctuations as hers. This knock, knock, knock. In the middle of the night, Old Yemont's bedroom door was knocked loudly. "Who is it?" After a while, Yemont's voice could be heard waking up. "It's me." Danny suppressed her excitement and said softly, "Something big has happened." Creak, the door opened, and the sleepy Yemont yawned and said, "Danny, what happened in the middle of the night?" Danny turned sideways and slid into Yemont's bedroom through the gap in the door like a loach. She said to the puzzled old man, "Tyrion has Targaryen's true dragon bloodline." What? Yemont was a little confused. "The witchcraft lens can detect genes. Old master, you know that, right?" "Yes. Unfortunately, I don't have magic power, so I can't release my spirit power. I can't sense the fluctuations in the genes." Old Yemont said regretfully, "Aegon has true dragon bloodline, but it's very thin, even thinner than yours." Danny said, "This." Yemont looked surprised and said hesitantly, "His bloodline should be purer than mine. I don't have the typical silver hair of Targaryen." Yes, Ymont had black hair, but he was old and his black hair had turned silver. You mean he could be a fake? Then, does Targaryen have other collateral relatives? Dany was shocked. Your great-grandfather and I have 2 younger sisters, Dany and Laer. Their bloodline still exists, but it's 5 or 6 generations away, so they can't be considered collateral relatives. Also, Varys doesn't need to use collateral relatives to exchange for direct relatives. It's meaningless. Ymont said. Dany had thought the same before. Maybe Aegon has poor talent, just like how your talent is stronger than your ancestors. But he's unlucky, and his bloodline density is lower. Ymont guessed. Sire, the point isn't Aegon. Dany waved her hand, her face full of disbelief. Old Master, Tyrion also has true dragon bloodline. You must be mistaken. Our Targaryen doesn't have a princess to marry Lannister, and Tyrion's parents are cousins. Ymont shook his head. I'm not mistaken. Genes don't lie. His bloodline density is very high. In terms of bloodline, he seems to be closer to me than you or Aegon, Dany said with certainty. Ymont was completely stunned. He hugged his head and paced back and forth in the spacious bedroom a few times. Suddenly, the old man paused and said, Dany, quickly contact Sir Barristan. He's your father's Kingsguard, so he must know about Aerys and Joanna. Dany didn't act immediately. Instead, she asked in surprise, Joanna is Tyrion's mother? She had an affair with Aerys? There's a rumor that when your grandfather was crowned, Joanna came to the Red Castle and your father. After that, she was your father's lover for a few years before marrying Tywin. At this point, Ymont shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Now it seems that it might not be a rumor. If Tyrion is really your father's illegitimate son, at least it means that Joanna really did have an affair with your father. It was bad enough that the wise, mighty, cold, and arrogant old lion had died in the toilet, and now there was a sea of Dothraki grass looming over his head. Could it be that she had been wrong all along, and the most miserable person in the game of power was actually the elder lion? Dany's expression was conflicted for a while before she let out a long sigh of relief and sighed. This explains why King Tywin is so cruel to Aerys, and why King Tywin is biased in the matter of the Purple Wedding. Go and ask Barristan before Tyrion was born, did Aerys and Joanna have an affair? Ymont urged. All right. The Dragon Queen's bedroom was just opposite Ymont's. Dany returned to the bedroom, took out the glass candle, and began to contact the White Knight. Yes, it was noon in Astapor, and around 4 in the afternoon at the Narrow Sea, thousands of miles away. On the mirror-like Sea of Myr, a long string of flat-bottomed cargo ships with the white tower flag came from the east. Barristan stood on the bridge, looking at the ships in the distance with a pair of binoculars in his hand, and his heart was filled with emotions. After today, the story of him leading the royal fleet to rob merchant ships would spread across the Narrow Sea, and he wondered if anyone would call him a pirate. Thinking of this, he quickly turned around and looked at the flag on the main mast. Then the old knight flew into a rage. Sweet potato, Kent! I told you to hang the 3-headed dragon flag of the Targaryen. What is wrong with you? The White Knight pointed at the skeleton pirate flag on the mast and roared at the first mate on the deck. The short man who looked like a sweet potato shouted, Sir, we are now the Targaryen Royal Navy. You said that we have to cherish the honor of the Royal Navy. Isn't hanging the true dragon flag during a robbery a disgrace to the Queen and the Royal Navy? Kent was originally a pirate captain under the command of the Lord of Dimensional Waters, and also the captain of Cersei's Royal Navy. In other words, Sweet Potato, Kent was born in the royal territory and came from the King's Landing. Therefore, Kent was no stranger to Sir Barristan and the Dragon Queen. In fact, the thousands of pirate lackeys of Ordwake were mostly from the royal territory, and the Targaryens were to them what Stark was to the people of the Northern Territory. Perhaps both were eliminated. They were more loyal to the Dragon Queen than to Cersei. The people of the royal territory were not loyal to Lannister, or else they would not have been instigated by the Lord of Dimensional Waters to betray the Iron Throne. There is more to this matter. We need to spread the news of the Queen robbing the Hyder family's food. Barristan pulled Kent to his side and whispered into his ear, "Hyder has joined the Queen. This is just a show." "Oh, sweet potato," Kent was enlightened. "Keep your mouth shut, and don't tell anyone else," Barristan warned. "I understand." Kent nodded and left the bridge, instructing his men to change the flag. "You can't hide it." Suddenly, a clear female voice rang in Barristan's ears. The old knight was shocked and turned to look. It was indeed the Queen. She was holding her hand in front of her forehead, her figure twisting and changing under the sun, as if smoke was coming out of it. "The sun is scorching. Go inside the ship." After saying this, Dany's figure disappeared again. Barristan looked around, and seeing that no one was looking at the bridge, he heaved a sigh of relief and quickly retreated into the cabin. He ran all the way to the captain's room and closed the door. Only then did he see the Dragon Queen suddenly appear again. "Your Majesty, is there an urgent matter?" Barristan asked. "What is the relationship between my father and Joanna Lannister?" Dany asked directly. Why are you asking this?" The old knight looked hesitant. "Did you hear some bad rumors?" "Words are like the wind. They have been dead for so many years. There is no need to be too concerned about any rumors." "Hee, if there were only rumors, I would not be in such a hurry to find you." Dany's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Unfortunately, the things they left behind will not disappear with the wind." Barristan's blue pupils shrank, and he said with a trembling voice, "What do you mean?" Chapter 462. Dany looked at the old knight's panicked and incredulous face and sighed. "As you thought, Aerys and Joanna had an illegitimate child. Have you guessed who it is?" His pupils contracted, and he muttered, "Tyrion." "Tell me, why isn't it Cersei and Jaime?" "I heard that Joanna not only gave her virginity to Aerys, but also was his mistress for a few years before asking Tywin to take over," Dany said. "Take over the mistress?" The White Knight didn't understand the word, but he didn't spend too much energy on the unfamiliar word. More important things occupied his attention. "It's a rumor," Barristan said with certainty. "There's only pure love between Joanna and King Aerys." "Are you sure?" Dany looked at the old knight suspiciously and reminded him, "In front of me, you don't have to worry about damaging Aerys' reputation. We all know that he doesn't have that at all." "No, Your Majesty, you misunderstood." Barristan quickly shook his head and explained. "In the beginning, when Miss Joanna came to the Red Castle to serve as Princess Leigh's maid, she and Duke Tywin weren't lovers. On the contrary, Aerys, who was still a prince, fell in love with Joanna at first sight, and they truly loved each other." Seeing that he stopped and looked at her nervously, Dany was eager to continue eating and urged, "Continue." You're not angry?" The White Knight looked at her carefully and asked, "Angry about what?" "Layla is your mother." The old Barristan mumbled, "I was having a good time eating, Layla. If you didn't remind me, I would have almost forgotten." Dany rolled her eyes and said bluntly, "Aerys is my father. This is too bad, too melodramatic. I don't want to be involved at all." "Okay," the White Knight nodded and relaxed and continued. "Your Majesty, you have to understand one thing. Prince Aerys was generous and selfless in his youth, handsome and courageous. Wait!" Dany raised her hand to interrupt him and complained, "I only want to hear about Aerys and Joanna's love history. You don't have to worry about his identity, as the king and my father don't flatter him." "Flattery." Barristan suddenly raised his voice, widened his eyes, and shouted, "I have always adhered to the path of honesty. Why would I flatter the king?" "All right, I've poked the old knight's sore spot." The Dragon Queen immediately nodded and admitted her mistake. "I said the wrong thing. You were just protecting the honor of the Emperor." "Sigh, Your Majesty, I'm telling the truth." Barristan panicked. He, old Ba, had been wearing a white robe for dozens of years. He had experienced 1 king, 2 kings, 3 kings, 5 or 6 kings. When had he not been upright and outspoken and sincerely admonished? Even if it was for the glory of the king, he would at most remain silent. Why would he deliberately flatter the king? But Danny frowned. The young talent you mentioned has nothing to do with the Mad King. Prince Ares in his youth is not the same as in his old age, the old knight emphasized. Old? He was only 40 years old when he passed away, right? Ah, King Ares has changed quite a bit. Beristan scratched his head. When the Mad King was in his 30s, he was tormented by madness until he looked like a 70-year-old man. He looked haggard, his long hair tangled, his beard unkempt, and his foot-long, twisted nails. He was younger than himself. But in Beristan's impression, the Mad King had always been an old man. When he was young, the prince had a bad temper and was temperamental, but it was all under control. In fact, Prince Ares was widely acknowledged to be very charming. Noble girls adored him, and talented young men from the 7 kingdoms liked to befriend him. Prince Ares, Duke Tywin, and Robert's father, Duke Steve, were the most outstanding young nobles of the Westeros. They were also the best of friends. They grew up together and participated in the battle of the 9 Coppercoin Kings. Your father's bravery was tested in the flames of war, and Tywin even personally conferred him the title of knight after the war. Dany did not comment. So, Joanna fell in love with such a beautiful young man. The 2 of them did not do anything impolite. But you know that the forest which prophesied to your great-grandfather that the child of prophecy would definitely be born in your parents' bloodline. So, Prince Ares could not marry Miss Joanna. I am not sure whether the change in his personality was related to it. In short, after marriage, King Ares' behavior became more and more crazy. Sir Beristan said the last word carefully, and he kept staring at the Queen's expression. Dany did frown, but it was not because Ares was called the Mad King. "Are you sure that my father Ares loved Joanna?" she asked. Beristan said firmly, "Prince Ares is temperamental, and his hobbies could not last long. But I can swear that Prince Ares never loved Princess Layla. There was no love between them. On the contrary, his feelings for Joanna lasted for a long time. If the child of prophecy had not prophesied, there was a 90% chance that he would have married Joanna. Then, do you think that my father's change is related to the 3-eyed crow?" Dany asked. This. Beristan's expression changed drastically, and he said in a trembling voice, "If I did not know about the 3-eyed crow and that he had once distorted your thoughts, I would not have thought of this." "So it is?" Dany asked again. Beristan shook his head and said, "But why?" Blinden Riverman is a Targaryen. His father, Aegon V, doted on him, and even acknowledged his identity and inheritance. Later, his elder brother, Dylan II, also trusted him and appointed him as prime minister. I really cannot find a reason for him to destroy the Targaryen dynasty. Without a doubt, driving your father crazy is the same as destroying the Westeros and the Targaryen family. Maybe Dany's gaze was gloomy. The director needed him to follow the plot according to the script. Otherwise, how could the child of prophecy be born? Who? Prince Aegon is the child of prophecy? Beristan frowned and said, "He has never been to the Great Wall or fought against deviant ghosts. He is just a child in summer. The long night is coming soon. Can he grow into a savior in an instant? Stop guessing. Only deviant ghosts know the 3-eyed crow's thoughts. When I master my divine skills and place my steel sword on Blinden's neck, we can interrogate him in detail." He waved his hand and ended the topic. Dany changed the topic and asked, "How did Tyrion come about?" "Joanna has been staying in Casterly Rock City since her marriage." "How could she have the chance to give birth to Tyrion?" "No, there was a chance. 10 years after King Aerys's coronation, there was a tournament held at the King's Landing. Joanna brought Jaime and Cersei over. Joanna gave birth to Tyrion the next year and died in childbirth. I only know that they had one time, but I didn't know that Tyrion was an illegitimate child. Barristan stuttered and spoke with great difficulty. Does Tywin know? Dany asked strangely. I don't know. Barristan shook his head repeatedly. It was very likely that the elder lion knew about this. As expected, everyone in Game of Thrones lived in hell. At this moment, the sound of a sailor calling for Barristan came from outside the door. It seemed that the Royal Megalosaurus fleet had encountered the Hathor family's grain transport fleet. Your Majesty, is there anything else? Barristan asked uneasily. The Alliance's spies secretly transported the Grayscale Stone men to Slaver's Bay and planned to throw them into the city's well. 7 gods above, are they crazy? Barristan exclaimed. They have already succeeded in 1/3 of their plan, Dany said. Aren't the Alliance afraid that you will use the same method to take revenge on them? Do you think I should do that? Dany sized up the White Knight with a strange gaze. Could it be that she was mistaken? Did this noble and righteous White Knight have a heart made of white chocolate, just like her? Fine. Even she had never thought of giving him a taste of his own medicine, other than venting her anger. She could not achieve the effect of taking revenge on the enemy. In the slave cities, the ratio of slaves to free citizens was generally higher than 3:1. The ratio of nobles was even lower, 1:1. However, the nobles' hygienic environment and medical conditions were the best. Just like a certain beacon of civilization country, the epidemic in the country was so serious that tens of thousands of people died. But upon closer inspection, the dead were all poor people. No. Afraid of being misunderstood by the Queen, the White Knight waved his hand and said anxiously, You are the liberator, the one who broke the shackles, the Misha that countless slaves look forward to. You must not do that. You said to do it. I didn't, Dany said. I didn't. Sigh. How do you plan to take revenge on them? The White Knight sighed. Dany said, When the epidemic stabilizes, I plan to take down new guys. I will only use the power of the Megalosaurus and the Navy. It will not affect Meereen's preparations for war and food production. If possible, Queers will not let it go. So, I need a Navy general who can fight. Blackbeard Growlithe has a lot of sailing experience, but he does not know a proper battle for sea control. How about Ordvi Water? Barristan asked. I need someone with more honor, Dany rejected. With a long sigh, the White Knight said in a tone that said, When I hand over the Royal Navy to Ordvi Water, you can ask Whitey to pick me up. No, Knight, you have a lot to do. Reorganize the Royal Navy, protect Dragonstone Island, control the landing point from the Stone Steps Archipelago to the Land of Strife, escort the food transport team and the barbarian fleet. You are equivalent to the Queen's hand, not a Navy general, Dany said. Barristan nodded in satisfaction and recommended. Ericidiga is fine. Gale's Hider is fine too. Get them ready. I will ask Blackie to pick them up in a few days. Tyrion's identity as Targaryen's illegitimate son only surprised Dany. This kind of plot that did not exist in Game of Thrones made her feel sweet and satisfied. However, the identity of the dwarf's illegitimate brother did not make her feel close at all. She did not feel uncomfortable, conflicted, or awkward at all, to put it simply. Dany did not acknowledge Rhaega, second Brotherway, Mad King Aerys, and Queen Layla, the original owner's relatives. Hence, she did not feel anything when Tyrion became her brother in name. Therefore, the next morning, in the hall on the first floor of the Morning Sun Palace, in front of many officials and citizens of Slaver's Bay, Dany awarded General Wildfire a yellow magua as usual. Yes, this was an announcement that was made before. Targaryen's words were like a mountain. The Dragon Queen acknowledged Tyrion's contribution in exposing the Alliance's sinister plan. Even if it was indirect, it was to reward Tyrion for giving her 200 tons of steel. She said that she would reward him. Even if he became the Targaryen's illegitimate son, she would still give him this piece of fragrant ice cream. General Wildfire, you can consider changing your hairstyle. Dany held back her naughty thoughts and suggested. Chapter 463. Your Majesty, I don't want to shave my head. A bald head with a braid hanging at the back is so ugly. Tyrion shook his head repeatedly, rejecting the Dragon Queen's good intentions. Dany was surprised. So far, Tyrion was the only one who clearly said that the braid hairstyle was ugly. This guy's aesthetic is normal. Well, she also thought that it was very ugly, very funny, and had a disgusting smell for sensible people. Because of this, she instigated the little demon to get one. The uglier, funnier, and more disgusting he was, the happier she was. After learning that he was Targaryen, Dany hated the little demon's performance in the finale of Game of Thrones even more. She wanted to see him make a fool of himself, to see him get a minion's head without knowing it, who knew that his aesthetic was the same as the normal people of the Celestial Empire. In this other world, it was too abnormal. Returning to the living room on the top floor from the yamen on the first floor, the unwilling Dany suggested again, Meereen is undergoing the round-head movement, and the Gith people have begun to shave their hair. If you shave it too, I'll transfer you to Meereen and give you a promotion. A second-grade official is qualified to participate in the Imperial Conference. The Queen's words were half true and half false. The last thing Clyne did as the mayor of Meereen was to urge the Gith people to change their customs and shave off their originally stiff black and red straight hair. But it was not a minion's head. It was somewhat like a Mongolian warrior who shaved off the top of his head, leaving only a circle of hair at the temples and the back of his head. It was also ugly. Moreover, the so-called second-grade official was only a promotion, not a position. The little demon was still a wildfire general. Tyrion waved his hand dejectedly and said, I have the grayscale disease and am about to die. There's no point in having the Iron Throne in front of me. On the side, Aegon, who was nestled in a daze on the soft couch, seemed to empathize with him. His eyes reddened, and he was about to cry. Sigh. Clinton also sighed. His eyes dimmed, and he looked like he had lost all interest in life. Sister Ashara's eyes were filled with pity, but there was nothing she could do. She could only silently stroke Aegon's back and whisper some words of comfort. Seeing this, Ymont comforted them. Don't worry, the Queen has the witch lens and has already studied the characteristics of the grayscale disease virus. Later, Larissa will teach you the fire magic that the Queen has personally taught you. Combined with a high concentration of alcohol, you will be able to effectively stop the spread of the grayscale disease. Maybe he can be like Shireen, Byra, and Theon, only partially petrified. I've also attended the Queen's witchcraft lectures, and I've also tried the glass candles. I don't have the talent for witchcraft, so I can't learn it. Tyrion shook his head. Ymont thought for a while and said, Dahe went to the Thunder Island in the Jade Sea to pick up Master Kuei-shi. She is the most talented sorcerer in the East. Maybe she can come up with a miracle cure. Kuei-shi? 7 gods above, it's actually her. Tyrion face-bombed and sighed. Dany asked curiously, You know Kuei-shi too? I heard from the fire sorcerers that she is the strongest among the young generation in the Eastern transcendent world. Together with Lisbon, they are known as the twin heroes of the East and the West. Tyrion sighed again and again. What bullshit, strongest among the young generation? It's fine if you're just fooling others, but I know Lisbon. That bastard even used the 3 gods returned to cave to cheat me of a bag of silver coins. In the end, he was stabbed into a dead end by a mercenary. How unlucky! Instead of relying on that kind of person to save lives, it's better to fight with a wildfire. How do you fight with a wildfire? Aegon raised his head and asked. I have an idea. Tyrion stared at the Dragon Queen's face with a pair of expectant eyes. The Queen's fire control skills are unparalleled in the world. Can you accurately control the wildfire to burn off the infected skin? You can try. Try burning your entire dick to ashes. Dany complained in her heart about the little devil's rotten idea. It won't work. Yamant immediately shook his head and explained, "By the time the symptoms are discovered, the virus will have already entered the bloodstream and circulated to all parts of your body. Therefore, amputation as a treatment that is widely spread among the people has never been recognized by the City of Knowledge. For example, even if Sir Clinton's right arm is chopped off, there is a very high chance that the other parts of his body will be infected. Tyrion, you can try drinking a few mouthfuls of the wildfire. Perhaps you can awaken the immortal bloodline." Dany said with a wicked smile. "Dany." Old Yamant increased the volume of his voice and glared at her meaningfully. After leaving everyone's line of sight and entering the laboratory, old Yamant warned her, "Dany, don't tell Tyrion his true identity." "Why?" "There are too many dragons." Yamant smiled bitterly. "If there are too few true dragons, there is a danger of extinction. If there are too many true dragons, there will be bloody infighting. Including Jon, there are already 3 adult Targaryens. You don't care about the Iron Throne, but they might fall out over this. Jon Snow's identity is still uncertain, even if he is Rhaegar and Lyanna's son. He is also an illegitimate child like Tyrion. Illegitimate children have no right to inherit." Dany said, "According to tradition, it is. But Aegon is different from you. You are 100% the daughter of Aerys and Layla, a true dragon. Everyone knows that. But Rhaegar's children died 16 years ago. This is also a fact that everyone knows. In the hearts of the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, a prince with a doubtful identity is not nobler than an illegitimate child whose identity is confirmed. I am sure that if there is a chance to convene a great council, Jon, Tyrion, and Aegon's appeal and inheritance will be equally divided, unless you're determined to support one of them." Yamant stared at Dany's eyes with a burning gaze, as if trying to see through her inner thoughts. "Unfortunately, you don't like the 3 of them, do you?" Dany was a little embarrassed. Her eyes drifted, and she said, "Old Master, a relative, suddenly popped out. Don't tell me you are so devoted to him?" Old Yamant nodded seriously and said, "When I was at the Great Wall, before I knew about Jon and Tyrion's identities, I already had an inexplicable, good impression of them. What about Aegon? Aegon?" Yamant was stunned and sighed. "Maybe he appeared too suddenly, not so," Dany argued. "I admit I don't like them, but I have no ill intentions. Otherwise, why would I tell you about Jon and Tyrion's identities? Then what do you plan to do with them?" Yamant asked. "What do I do? I'm already too busy with my own matters. Let them fend for themselves. What can they think? Why don't you tell me what to do with your seniority?" Dany threw the ball back again. "Sigh, Jon has already put on black clothes and is destined to be a night watchman for the rest of his life. Tyrion, let him continue to be Lannister. Don't tell him his identity. In the future, you can help him become the Duke of Casterly Rock City. After all, Aegon is the son of Rhaegar. The Iron Throne will be given to him." Yamant looked at Dany and asked tentatively, "How about this arrangement?" "Okay, as long as Aegon has the courage to participate in the Battle of the Long Night, as long as he can kill the strange Ghost King." Dany nodded in agreement without any pressure. At around 3 o'clock in the morning the next day, the sky was still a deep indigo color. Blackie passed through the dark sky like a ghost and landed on the torch-lit walls of the Great Pyramid. Blackie had indeed never been to Thunder Island, but Dany's spiritual projection had been to the underground palace of Thunder Island many times. Blackie, who could communicate with Dany's dragon spirit, naturally knew the direction of Thunder Island. Kuei, she was still dressed the same as when they first met, wearing a loose blue mage robe with a hood and a red wooden mask. She didn't come alone. There was a white-haired old man with her. In addition to the 2 of them, Blackie also carried a large canvas bag with 400 to 500 pounds of magic herbs in its claws. Blackie, Tyrion, and 4 or 5 Unsullied, holding torches, were waiting on the pyramid. Her Majesty's apprentice, Larissa, greets President Bution and Mage Kuei Shi. General Wildfire and I represent Her Majesty to welcome the two of you." When Kuei-shi and the white-haired old man slid down from the dragon's back, Larissa said again, "I have already asked people to prepare wine and guest rooms. The two of you must be tired from the journey. First, eat a little and rest for the night. When dawn comes, the queen will personally receive the masters." "Masters, hello. My name is Tyrion Lannister. Actually, other than General Wildfire, I'm the only one bestowed with a yellow mandarin jacket." The little demon was wearing a golden mandarin jacket. He strode over with his short legs and walked over with his head held high. "I will accompany the two of you for dinner on behalf of the queen and introduce the epidemic in Slave Bay." Yes, Tyrion was here to accompany them. At this time, the Dragon Queen was sleeping and couldn't receive guests. However, he couldn't let the guests sit in the living room and eat alone. General Wildfire, who was bestowed with a yellow mandarin jacket, accepted the task of accompanying the guests. After all, he could drink and had a sharp tongue. He was most suitable to be a receptionist. "Master Kuei-shi, I have long heard of your great name." After the introductions, Tyrion began to show off. He walked in front of Kuei-shi, who was wearing a red wooden mask, and gave him a thumbs up. He praised, "The best of the younger generation, and the same as Volantis Lisbon, enough!" The shadow-binding knight, who had been silent all this time, almost shouted, "I'm not the best of the younger generation. Don't compare me to Lisbon," she said in a low voice after catching her breath. "Ah ha ha." Tyrion didn't know what to do for a moment, but immediately smiled as if he understood something. This female wizard was very modest, very shy, and even a little shy. Wizard Kuei, she is truly modest. But who doesn't know your name? Who doesn't know? Even an outsider like me knows your position in the transcendent realm. You're too modest, he praised loudly. He couldn't be rude just because she was too modest. On the contrary, the more he praised a modest person, the better impression she had of him in her heart. After all, he had contracted an illness and needed her to treat it. Kuei-shi's gaze was deep. Several shadows flashed in her bright, mirror-like eyes, but the red wooden mask blocked her gaze. The dwarf gave a thumbs up and waved it in front of the barbarian elder and Kuei-shi. He praised loudly, "Wizard Kuei-shi, the best of the younger generation. Who else could be better than you?" Kuei-shi's body trembled slightly. She unconsciously clenched her fists. However, the night wind at the top of the tower blew at her loose wizard robe. Her hands were also hidden in her sleeves. No one could see. "I'll give this dwarf retribution sooner or later," the binding knight thought. Black Sister Larissa felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, but she couldn't figure out what was wrong with Tyrion's praise. She was already the best of the younger generation. Was she not enough for this binding knight to brag about? Thus, she began to suspect that the two guests were dissatisfied with the queen for not personally coming out to greet them. Thinking of this, she smiled and explained, "The queen has been staying up late recently to study the grayscale disease. Tonight is no exception. She just fell asleep not long ago. She didn't mean to be rude." The white-haired elder waved his hand and looked deeply into Blackie's human-like eyes. He said meaningfully, "Actually, I've already met the Dragon Queen. The great wizard's dragon spirit innate gift is both enviable and revered." The barbarian elder wore a high hat and a wide belt. He had an awe-inspiring aura and exuded a noble aura. Larissa wondered what dragon spirit innate gift was, but the other party was an honored guest who had come from afar. She couldn't be rude and just led the way. "Masters, please follow me. Her Majesty has prepared Qingting Island golden wine. Let's get drunk tonight." Tyrion smiled. The elder seemed to have a high status. He directly walked past Kuei-shi and said, "There's no need to rest or feast. I've been meditating during the flight. I'm not tired now. Take me directly to the laboratory, the legendary wizard lens. How can I sleep when I think of it next door?" Chapter 464. The next morning, when Danny met the old man in the lab, He was observing the gray-scale disease virus under the liquid of the dragon excrement. Kuei, she, and Larissa were brewing potions on the other side. President Butian, you came to the lab so early. Danny walked with vigorous steps to the side of the old man. She was wearing an exquisite, dark, purple skin-tight leather armor that outlined her youthful body. The old man was called Butian, the brother of the current king of barbarians and the president of the Necromancer Association. Kuei, she was not the only mage who sealed the underground palace of Thunder Island. Butian was also one of the people in charge. Knowing that Kuei, she was going to leave Thunder Island for Slave Bay, Butian was interested. First, he wanted to meet the Megalosaurus and the Dragon Hatcher Queen. Second, he was very interested in the legendary witch Lens. Third, there was an outbreak of the grayscale disease in barbarians. After receiving Kuei-shi's request, Danny immediately agreed. Other than the old president who could help her research the antidote, she also encountered many problems in necromancy in the process of creating the ghost meditation technique. She also wanted to ask for his advice. Butian stared at Danny for a while and sighed. Your Majesty, you are so young. Haha, you are still hale and hearty despite your age. You didn't sleep last night, but you are still hale and hearty. I heard that you asked for some dragon excrement as soon as you came. Danny was also observing him. From Butian's eyes, she saw a vast silver-gray sea of fog. His magic power was stronger than Kuei-shi's. Dragon excrement can suppress the grayscale disease. Butian said. Danny was surprised, but soon she thought of something and said, You already know. I once saw a message in a book. Valeglia can obtain dragon excrement to cure the plague by feeding Megalosaurus magic herbs. Butian said. I see. Then do you know Hum? Danny, who was inquiring curiously, suddenly stopped. Her purple eyes, which were shining with divine light, suddenly became blank. She was like a robot who had been pressed to pause. She was forced to enter the dragon's spirit state. Her soul entered Blackie's body. The Heavenly Father's face is firm and resolute, adjudicating error and upholding justice. The Holy Mother brings the blessings of life, guarding and looking after every woman. The song of the seven gods, sung by thousands of people, appeared in Danny's ears, and an image appeared in front of her eyes. It seemed to be the great cathedral of Baylor that was filled with candles. On the day of Circe's parade, the Black Dragon's words had already shocked the world. The contents of his words announcing the prophecy of the seven gods about the long night and acknowledging the great sparrow as the son of light spread like a whirlwind. The Iron Throne was extremely wary of the church as the seven kingdoms stirred up a tidal wave of fanatical faith. In theory, the rebellion of the four princes had ended long ago. Once Tiamin's rebellion was quelled, the seven kingdoms would regain their superficial unity. Thus, appeasing and roping in Crozai Yuluen became the Iron Throne's top priority. Of course, if Crozai dared to rebel, Regent Kevin wouldn't mind killing him. Because the Green Pavilion Island fleet had already crossed the Summer Sea in the south of Dorne and returned to Green Pavilion Island, the Iron Throne had the ability to say to Yuluen, If you don't agree, then kill me. If the negotiations between the two sides failed, Timon wouldn't return the Shield Islands at the mouth of the Mander River and wouldn't give up on the river bend. The Green Pavilion Island fleet would immediately head north and cooperate with Hiding's Mander River fleet to attack Timon on the Shield Islands. To a certain extent, the Lion family's old dog, Kevin, had already cleaned up the mess left by Cersei. He appointed Mester as the Hand of the King, the famous naval General Pixter Redwyn as the Minister of Marine Affairs, and the famous land General Randolph Tarley as the Minister of Law. At this moment, the Lion and Rose, the Western Region, and River Bend were unprecedentedly close to each other. Today, when Riverside, the Stormlands, and the Northern Region were crippled, this alliance was the strongest force in the Seven Kingdoms. The Aran Valley was gradually controlled by Littlefinger, but Littlefinger was never a threat, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms thought. Dorne was still stable, and there were no signs of rebellion. Prince Dalong also promised to send his niece to the imperial conference. In this way, as long as the marriage between Circe and Yuluen was successful, the court of the Taman dynasty would be stable. At that time, the Iron Throne would attack the church. The Great Sparrow put Marjorie and Circe on trial, trampling the glory of the two top families into the mud. He also usurped the power of the king. No matter who sat on the Iron Throne, they would be in conflict with the church and the Great Sparrow. And what Kevin and the others couldn't stand was that the Great Sparrow and Targaryen had joined forces. As long as the Iron Throne and Timmy's negotiations were successful, as long as Circe married Yuluen, as long as Timon swore loyalty to the Iron Throne again, the Iron Throne would immediately attack the church. The Great Sparrow wasn't stupid. He knew this. He also knew that as long as the church's armed forces were rebuilt, there would sooner or later be a conflict between theocracy and royalty. No matter what, he couldn't bridge the conflict between the church and Lannister and Tyrell. So the Great Sparrow acted viciously and showed no mercy to Circe. So, when the Keisha member proposed the bad idea of mortgaging the church's bank, he accepted it without much consideration. He needed money to arm the church. If he didn't strengthen the church's power as soon as possible, when the King's Landing regained stability, the poor gathering and the children of war who lacked weapons and food would sooner or later be killed by the Iron Throne, just like what Targaryen did to the church. So, the Great Sparrow attached great importance to the holy Megalosaurus becoming the great guardian of light. He needed to use the influence of Megalosaurus to develop the church's power. That was obvious. Ever since the Black Dragon announced that he would accept the Great Sparrow's baptism and join the church, countless knights flocked to him, taking the initiative to convert to the seven gods and become the children of war. There were also countless nobles and good men and women who donated money and goods to the church. The Great Sparrow deeply felt the significance of Megalosaurus in Westeros. The true dragon was equivalent to the imperial seal of the country. So, the Great Sparrow urged the craftsmen to work day and night to build a black dragon statue next to the statue of the maiden inside the Holy Church and under the lectern outside the Holy Church. This evening, the statue was finally completed. The Great Sparrow led thousands of monks and nuns to kneel in front of the great guardian of light and pray. The Great Sparrow was the spokesperson of the seven gods in the human world, so he didn't kneel. But the other monks and nuns were obviously lower in status than the seven gods' great guardian. Even the king had to kneel to the archbishop, so it was natural for ordinary monks to kneel to the great guardian. Thousands of people prayed, praying for the great guardian of light, the black dragon, to bless the church and make it prosperous. Attention! They were praying to Big Black, not the seven gods. The problem was Big Black was a demigod. A demigod could perceive and absorb the power of faith. If an ordinary demigod established a small church, even if 2,000 people prayed to him at the same time, it wouldn't increase the demigod's power of faith, because the number of people was too small and because the prayer time was too short. In this time of low magic and low martial arts, the power of faith, like magic, was extremely scarce. But the Church of the Seven Gods was a little special. It had existed for at least 8,000 years. First, it was the Undulls on the Andros Plains. Then, 6,000 years later, all of Westeros, except for the northern border, believed in the seven gods. Other things aside, 10 million people had believed in the seven gods for 6,000 years. The accumulated power of faith was even more terrifying than Christianity on Earth. Even in this magical world of ice and fire, it was the first in the world. That's right, the accumulated power of faith of the Church of the Seven Gods surpassed that of the Red Gods. At this moment, the believers of the Red Gods naturally surpassed the Church of the Seven Gods. But 400 years ago, when Valeglia ruled the world, the Red Gods had been limited to the continents around the eastern Jade Sea. What was worse was that the Red God Lalo was crippled by the people of Valeglia and went into hiding for thousands of years. It was only in the last few hundred years that he became active. Therefore, The faith of the seven gods was the first in the world. The problem was that the seven gods were only the seven spirits, the seven forms of humans, and the seven forms corresponded to the seven virtues. But in the material world, the seven gods were nothing but seven pieces of wood. The seven gods didn't even exist. The power of faith was nowhere to be used until today. At this moment, Big Sparrow erected a statue of the great guardian of light in the church, acknowledging Big Black's identity as the great guardian of light below the seven gods. Big Black became the only god of the Church of the Seven Gods and also the only master. Even if Big Sparrow and the church didn't think so, they thought that the great guardian of light was just the seven gods' mount, fighter, pet. Previously, Big Black had divinity and magic, but it didn't have the power of faith, so it couldn't be considered a real demigod. At this moment, the power of faith was surging towards it. Subconsciously, it operated the nine-colored vortex, intending to digest this sudden, natural magic. It was just like how it absorbed the free magic factors from heaven and earth during its daily cultivation. Then Big Black realized that with its retarded intelligence, it wasn't enough to deal with this extraordinary power. Well, it was too young, and it was still a baby dragon. So it found its mother. Big Black took the initiative to talk to Danny. The next moment, Danny's soul entered Big Black's spirit ocean, and she became the pilot of the Black Dragon Great Guardian of Light Gundam. The souls of a human and a dragon merged into one, and the human soul was the dragon's soul. Danny replaced Big Black to deal with the complicated information and huge power. The maiden dances in the air, existing in the sadness of lovers, holding the torch high against the sun, bringing freedom and igniting heaven. The seven gods created us, listening to our prayers all the time. Close your eyes, no more troubles. The gods take care of you, little child. Then Danny heard the thousands of priests, led by Big Sparrow, singing devoutly. They used the Song of the Seven Gods to praise the new great guardian of light. She even vaguely saw the figures of Big Sparrow and the cultivators. It was very blurry, like a TV with bad signal, and the screen was full of snowflakes. Even if she increased her power and increased the consumption of the power of faith, she couldn't see the scene on the other side clearly. She couldn't even see it clearly, let alone contact Big Sparrow. So, she couldn't respond to the prayers of the believers. This made Danny, who was in the God state, feel inexplicably irritated. She wanted to change this situation. Just like humans needed to breathe and fish needed water, the gods also needed believers and needed to establish a connection with their believers. This sudden feeling of need was very strange, like an instinct. The gods instinctively thirsted for believers. At this time, Danny entered the body of a god, and she had the instincts of a god. If John entered the body of a dog and saw the steaming hot fresh poop, he would definitely drool. This was a dog's instinct. Danny didn't understand this. She was still trying to do something that only a true god could barely do with a mortal body. Yes, a demigod couldn't directly respond to believers. The consumption was too great, and the power of faith alone wasn't enough. They often used the extra power obtained from the sacrifices of believers to give believers prophecies, divine power, and spells. If a true god was in the material world, they could easily communicate with their believers. Unfortunately, they were in the astral world. The astral world was in a high-energy dimension. To cross the energy level difference between the astral world and the material world, a true god needed to consume a lot of divine power. Megalosaurus could be used as a bridge to build a springboard between the two energy levels, thus reducing the consumption of power. Therefore, in the Age of Chaos, when Megalosaurus was extinct, true gods hardly responded to ordinary believers. When Danny hatched a dragon, not only Lalo immediately became active, but Anami and the storm god also began to show their miracles. Well, I digressed. Under normal circumstances, Danny and Blackie weren't true gods. She couldn't contact the Big Sparrow, and it was very rare to see a vague phantom, mainly because the power of faith accumulated by the Church of Seven Gods was too strong. She should give up trying and then work hard to study the knowledge of the gods. Maybe she could create a blood sacrifice technique. Let the big sparrow sacrifice to the great guardian of light. Using the power of blood sacrifice, Blackie, like the demigods like the black goat, crossed the true god barrier and established a temporary connection with the big sparrow. Well, 99% of the demigods used blood sacrifice. This was also the reason why the blood sacrifice technique was popular in the world. Other than blood sacrifice, other sacrifices could also be used. For example, Rhesa's goddess of lust could offer sacrifices to the goddess by lying down in the garden of lust. Danny could end this believer response, then find Kuei Shi and ask her to help Blackie compile a sacrifice to burn sacrifices. Then she would teach the big sparrow the sacrifice that was exclusive to Blackie. The next time she prayed, the big sparrow would burn a few people and be able to contact Blackie. But the Dragon Queen was not an ordinary person. She had heard the song of wind of the door god. The door god didn't give a man a fish, but taught a man how to fish. He didn't give his song of wind to Danny, but taught her how to sing her own song of wind. In a hurry, Danny unconsciously entered the state of epiphany of the song of wind, integrating her thoughts into the wind. The next moment, her eyes and ears followed the wind, crossed thousands of miles, saw, heard, and came to the great cathedral of Baylor. Chapter 465. Your Majesty is wise. Butian had a look of appreciation on his face as he stroked his beard. There are many types of spirituality. There are yin and yang, which are different from the living and the dead. There are also type A, B, and C spirituality, which are different from the various functions of the human body. If genes are the appearance of various bloodlines, then spirituality is the appearance of various soul laws. Yes, it can be said that spirituality is the genes of the soul. Unfortunately, the Baron lens function is not as strong as yours. Over the years, the Undead Association has only analyzed type A and B spirituality, and type B spirituality represents the vitality of the organs. Type A, which represents the will of the spirit, is currently the main research project, and type B spirituality is the future direction. Type B spirituality, what does it mean? Black girl Larissa asked. Little girl, do you understand? Butian asked curiously. More or less. Larissa's face was slightly red. Dragon Queen, Kuei, Shi, Butian, and Yimont were all looking at her. She was a little nervous as she licked her thick lips and said, I've recently observed spirituality. Although the theory of comparing spirituality to the genes of the soul is strange, it seems to be quite logical. At least, that's what I think. Even a knowledgeable old scholar like Yimont was confused. Black girl, an apprentice, actually said more or less. The Baron Elder was very surprised. Little girl, you are very talented, he praised. Larissa's talent is not bad. She accidentally lit a glass candle. After that, she caught up and became the fire wizard who has the most grand wizard inheritances in the wizard group. Danny nodded. You taught the grand wizard inheritances to others. Buchung was shocked. Danny shook her head and said, The requirements for the grand wizard inheritances are too high. I taught the most talented Larissa step by step, but she could only condense a single color vortex. The other wizards could only condense flames. They couldn't even condense a vortex. The perfect grand wizard meditation foundation was a 9-color vortex. Larissa's meditation foundation was a blue flame vortex, which only had 1 color. She was indeed outstanding among ordinary people, but in Valeglia's wizard council, Black Girl was barely qualified. This is also very rare. As my understanding of spells increases, my meditation technique can also evolve. Bo Chung looked at Blackie and said, You have received the most orthodox inheritance of fire witchcraft. If you work hard, your future will be limitless. The old man wasn't being polite. In terms of potential, his own meditation technique was not as good as Blackie's. In other words, if hay made diligently and painstakingly cultivated for a few decades, she would most likely surpass him. He was the president of the Undead Association. Wasn't surpassing him a great future? Thank you for your encouragement, Master. I will work harder. Blackie clenched her fist. Butian nodded and began to answer May's previous question regarding activity, the two simplest examples. If a gecko's tail is broken, it can grow back. If a human's hand is broken, it can never grow back. Some flesh wounds would not leave any scars after they were healed, but some flesh wounds would leave large and obvious scars. After hundreds of years of research, we discovered that a certain type of yang-type spirit substance can affect the activity of limbs. In other words, it was a type B spiritual quality. After a gecko's tail is broken, the type B spiritual quality in the amputated limb is abnormally active. If this type of spiritual quality is taken away every day, the gecko will not be able to regrow its tail. In humans, when there are no injuries, the type B spiritual quality is almost undetectable. When there are injuries, a large amount of type B spiritual quality will appear out of thin air. Of course, the large amount here is only compared to normal humans. It is completely incomparable to geckos. Similarly, if the type B spiritual quality is taken away, the healing speed of the wound will not only slow down, but it will also leave a terrible scar like a mouth. If we replenish the type B spiritual quality in the injured area, can humans regrow their limbs? Danny asked. Yamant frowned and said, Your Majesty, I have never heard of any magic that can regrow limbs. Sigh, Lalo can even resurrect the dead. Regrowing limbs is nothing. Moreover, there was no healing magic before. Can't we create it now? Danny waved her hand. Master Butian, can you give the type B spiritual quality to the amputated limb? Yamant turned his gaze to the old man. We can't. If necromancers can extract the type B spiritual quality, why can't they give it to patients? Extract the spiritual quality from geckos and give it to humans? Larissa asked. Butian closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his black eyes were filled with helplessness. The Necromancer Association has existed for more than 10,000 years. We have been trying, but we have never found a magic that can give spiritual quality. Extracting the yang spirit is like killing people. Killing people is already difficult, but creating people out of thin air is almost impossible. Of course, we have not given up hope. We have not stopped trying. The path of truth has always been difficult. If this generation can't do it, then the next generation will. If 10,000 years can't do it, then 100,000 years. Gradually, the old man's expression returned to calmness with a hint of determination. Danny looked at the old man with admiration and sighed. The Necromancer Association of Wasteland has been improving and developing. Compared to it, the City of Knowledge of the Westeros is too useless. For thousands of years, it has been mediocre and has been walking on the same spot. City of Knowledge. Butian was stunned and shook his head. Our goal is different from the City of Knowledge. Scholars want to change the world. Our goal has always been simple. Longevity. It would be best if we could live for 10,000 years like the celestial emperor of the Dawn Kingdom. Danny's mouth twitched. This master of Wasteland was really honest. Butian continued. Scholars study everything. Even the Necromancer Association has caught a few scholar spies. For thousands of years, we have only studied yin and yang spirits. Scholars are knowledgeable, but not proficient. Every scholar has a long chain and can do almost anything. We specialize in necromancy. Many people can't even tell us the history of the Wasteland dynasty. They know nothing about astrology. We can't say that the City of Knowledge is useless. It's just that everyone has their own strengths. Your Majesty, the key now is to research a cure for the grayscale disease, Yamant reminded. Danny was stunned and laughed. Master Butian's theory of spiritual quality fascinated me. I almost forgot about the important matter. Can we repeat the experiment from before? What experiment? Yamant asked. Danny pointed at the wasteland wizard's right hand that was hanging by his side. The pale index finger of the dead had returned to normal. Shouldn't the important matter be researching the gray scale disease? Yimant sighed helplessly. Let's figure out the human yang spirit and the heavenly yang spirit first. Otherwise, how can we research the gray scale disease? Danny said with conviction. Sure. Butian nodded nonchalantly. After Butian's guidance, Danny finally found the so-called A-type spiritual quality. It was very unscientific and very magical. When the blood was still in the human body, a type spiritual quality was one attribute. Once the blood left the body, a type spiritual quality would immediately change into another attribute. If we use scientific methods to research magic, it seems to be very promising. Danny felt very novel. At the same time, she was also inspired. In the past, when she used the spiritual bestowment skill, she did not even differentiate between yin and yang spirits. She directly transformed them into the most primitive spiritual quality. If she could subdivide the spiritual quality, or if she could transform the most primitive spiritual quality into a special spiritual quality. If she did not need to enter the sea of consciousness of others, she could bestow a spiritual quality to them. Then, would her spiritual bestowment become a brainwashing technique that could erase a person's willpower? A steadfast will spell a type, a healing spell be type, or even thousands of other magical techniques. Maybe the spiritual bestowment skill can evolve into a type of magic, just like the fire mages who practice fire witchcraft. In the next few days, Danny's work suddenly became unusually busy. First, with the daily epidemic inspection in Astapor and Myrine, the gray-scale disease was discovered one after another. Astapor was slightly better. 7 more cases were discovered. Those who were infected were all brothel patrons, and almost all of them were sea merchants. In the whole of Astapor, there were no civilians who were infected. To put it bluntly, the Passion Garden was like a banquet. Even if one did not eat or drink, and only looked for the most inferior red saintess to hold hands with, one would still have to spend at least 2 silver coins. How could ordinary people be qualified to go? Myrine found 39 cases, and the total number of infected people was slightly more than 100. If the gray scale disease was thrown into a well, as long as it did not cause the gray scale disease, the harm was actually not great. In other words, if one did not have direct contact with the affected area, the gray scale disease would not spread easily. At this time, there were thousands of gray scale disease patients in the Sad Hill. In the past 2,000 years, the Rhone River that flowed through the Sad Hill had sunk more than 100,000 stone people. There were so many villages on both sides of the river downstream that drank water from the river, and not many people were infected with the gray scale disease. The gray scale disease was similar to AIDS. It was terrible, but it did not spread without contact. The gray blight was similar to the influenza that had the effect of AIDS. It was terrible, but very easily spread. The main reason to prevent the gray scale disease was to prevent it from developing into a gray blight. In addition to patrolling the 3 cities and supervising the residents to check on the gray scale disease patients, Danny also went to the laboratory to research medicine to cure the gray scale disease with Kuei, Shi, and Butian. Yes, special dragon excrement. Danny did not understand that dragon excrement could cure the gray scale disease. Butian, on the other hand, explained, "You can see the gray scale disease as a curse, similar to the extraordinary power of the sorcerers that radiates on ordinary people. If the radiation is classified, the gray scale disease comes from the residual power of the battle between the true god and the 300 Megalosaurus. Its radiation level must be at the highest level. Therefore, the medicine to cure the gray scale disease must also have the highest level of magic. The Megalosaurus is immune to the gray scale disease. The skin, flesh, bones, and blood of the Megalosaurus must be materials of the highest level. In the beginning, someone tried to bathe in dragon's blood to cure the gray scale disease. Now we know that even if he was not scalded to death by the dragon's blood, he would definitely fail. The type A yang spirit in the dragon's blood changed the dragon's blood from an antibody to a breeding ground for the virus. Since the flesh and blood of the megalosaurus won't work, then can we try dragon excrement? Dragon excrement is also a material of the highest level. Dragon excrement alone can only prevent the disease from worsening, but it cannot effectively kill the virus. Then, can we let the megalosaurus swallow special herbs and poop out special, high-energy excrement, which can be taken orally and used externally to cure the grayscale disease? The Necromancy Association had been researching the gray blight for many years and had come up with a relatively mature theory. In summary, it could be summed up in 2 words: eating excrement. When he came over from Thunder Island, Butian specially prepared a few hundred pounds of precious magic materials to feed Big Black and poop out special dragon excrement. Won't your herbs spoil my dragon? Danny was somewhat unwilling. No, these herbs can even be eaten by humans. If you are worried, I will take a bite before feeding the dragon every time. Butian promised solemnly. Danny reluctantly agreed and instructed Yamant to supervise. Butian must take a bite and wait for an hour. If he didn't die and didn't have diarrhea, then the magic medicine could be mixed into the roasted meat and let Big Black swallow it. Since then, a strange cycle had been created. Butian took a bite, Big Black ate a meal, Big Black ate a meal, pooped once, and then Tyrion ate a meal. The little devil was a volunteer for the medicine experiment. Chapter 466. Tyrion was really a volunteer. No one forced him. He had seen Shireen Byra and Theon before. Half of the little girl's face was covered with a layer of blue-gray grouper. It looked abnormally terrifying. If it only looked terrifying, Tyrion could barely accept it with his pants covering his thighs. However, the grayscale scar on Shireen's face also blocked his sense of touch. Simply put, although Shireen's grayscale disease was no longer spreading, half of her face was as numb as stone and had lost its sense of touch. Tyrion's infected part was more special. His inner thigh was pinched by Clinton, and then he was infected with the grayscale disease. Now, the grayscale disease was spreading upward. If the virus was not contained immediately, he would end up like little Aegon. Little Aegon was extremely miserable. That part of his body was infected directly. If the grayscale disease's treatment was the same as Shireen's, and the disease was cured but left with a blue-gray stone scar that lost its sense of touch, then Aegon, recently, little Aegon had been wetting his pillow with tears at night and drowning his sorrows in alcohol during the day. So bitter. However, little Aegon was not alone. Other than Tyrion, all the infected sea merchants and the Red Saintess of the Passion Garden shared his bitter fate. As Tyrion and his guests lived on the top 2 floors of the pyramid, and 3 infected people suddenly appeared on this floor, Danny quarantined them and made a laboratory. At this moment in the laboratory, Butian and Larissa were busy in front of the witch lens. Kuei, she was guarding the other end of the experiment table, watching over the steaming pot of blue-brown boiling liquid on the stove. Between the laboratory and the stairs outside the pyramid, there was a spacious hall. Little Aegon, Tyrion, and Yamant sat on a soft couch, waiting for Master Kuei-she's medicine. Could it be that the dwarf's penis is really magical? He was the one who used that method to pass the virus to us. Why is his penis fine, but we... Aegon stared at Tyrion's crotch with an unfriendly gaze. Tyrion clamped his legs and retracted his, but shouting, "What are you looking at me for? Even if my second brother really has magical powers, you can't be envious." In fact, the little devil also suspected that his dick had magical powers. He was the general of Wildfire, the immediate superior of more than 50 fire mages. He had asked his subordinates, and all of them claimed that the gnome's lifeblood had a strange magic power and was most welcomed by the evil god. It was the best sacrifice for the evil god. Just 3 days ago, the skinny Pogba had secretly approached him and asked if the dwarf was selling his penis. Pogba wanted a magic amulet similar to Lisbon's. The virus is spreading upwards and will reach you soon. Why don't you cut it off and sell it to me before it turns into stone? This suggestion was not too rude. Patients with grayscale disease who felt that there was no hope of saving them would often cut off an intact part of their body as a souvenir. Illyrio, for instance, had sawed off the hands of his wife, Sarah, who was a sufferer of the Grey Plague. Tyrion told Pogba to get lost. Even if I become a stone man, a male stone sculpture is still more powerful than a eunuch stone sculpture. Also, Tyrion remembered clearly that during the wild firebomb incident, Clinton had touched him there a few times. It just so happened that the infected part was the inner thigh that he had pinched at the end. The Dragon Queen's magic research also proved that wizards with magic power had a stronger immunity. Ymont shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with magic. After one part of the body is infected, it will spread around that part and not give birth to another part of the body." Thinking about it carefully, his worries a few days ago were really laughable. He didn't know if Aegon and Tyrion could survive, and even if they did, they might not be able to preserve their male dignity. How could they fight among the true dragons and fight for the Iron Throne like that? Hearing the conversation outside the house, she stuck her head out and glanced at Tyrion. As she stirred the soup ladle, a pinch of powder silently slipped from her sleeve. Then the tall barbarian woman took the pot off the stove and poured the medicine into a bowl. Without blowing on it to cool it, she directly carried the steaming bowl of soup to 3-inch Nail and said calmly, "Tyrion, it's time to drink your medicine." "Ouch, it's so hot." Tyrion grimaced in pain. His hands and feet shrunk, and the blue-brown liquid in the bowl almost spilled out. "Drink it quickly. It won't have any effect if it cools," she reminded. "This medicine is for treating illnesses. If it burns me to death, there's no need to treat the illness." Huff, huff, huff. The dwarf blew on the bowl for a while before raising his neck and downing half the bowl of bitter fecal juice. 3-inch Nail burped a mixture of rotten eggs, rotten cabbage leaves, rotten organs, and other flavors. Tyrion rubbed his violently churning stomach and said doubtfully, "The dragon essence soup today seems to be a little strong." "It was Master Boutilion's medicine a few days ago. The effect is average. The medicine this time was prepared by Master Coué. She based on the 5 elements mutual restraint principle. It's normal for it to feel different," old Ymont explained. Coué, she really took the 5 elements theory to heart. She believed that dragon feces belonged to the earth attribute and contained the fire attribute, which happened to counter the water attribute of the grayscale disease. After that, she also tested the medicine according to the 5 elements theory. It was an experiment anyway, and she was not the volunteer. Take it orally and apply it externally. With that, Coué left. Tyrion had already tried the medicine several times and was familiar with the process. He immediately turned around and hid behind the high-back chair. He spread his legs, took off his pants, and applied the remaining juice on the affected area. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Suddenly, Tyrion's stomach made a series of muffled sounds, as if a volcano was erupting in his stomach. Ymont quickly stepped forward and took the bowl from Tyrion's hands. He helped him apply the inconvenient areas and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did you eat something bad?" "I don't know. Ouch, ouch, it's so hot it hurts." Tyrion cried out with a grimace. Seeing his ferocious expression, Ymont stopped what he was doing and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you feel a lot of pain?" "I feel like I'm burning." "Don't stop. The pain makes me feel very comfortable," Tyrion urged. "Comfortable." Ymont was stunned at first, then became extremely excited. He said, "Yes, this is a good thing. If you feel pain, it means that the medicine is effective. Master Coué, she really lives up to her reputation." In just a few days, she applied the 5 elements theory to the preparation of the dragon crystal soup. The key is that it's really effective. Tyrion felt the burning pain in his thigh and almost burst into tears. He rubbed his churning stomach and said emotionally, "I finally feel it again. The medicine this time is more effective than the ones Master Butian prepared before. I thought Master Kuei, she was the same as Lisbon, who was stabbed to death by the mercenaries. I didn't expect her to be so good. The medicine she prepared is even better than the old wizard. Sigh. She really lives up to her title as the best of the younger generation." Clang! The sound of a jar breaking came from the laboratory. Yamant stretched his neck and poked his head towards the door. He saw that Kuei, she was also looking at him. Her body was motionless, and her wooden mask was facing Tyrion. She did not even care about the broken jar at her feet. "Master Kuei, Tyrion feels it. Your medicine is effective." Yamant thought that Kuei, she was concerned about the effects of the medicine and reported happily. "Feel it?" Kuei, she's tone was strange, as if she was in disbelief surprised. Suddenly, Tyrion, who was sticking up his buttocks and applying medicine, howled. Without another word, he scrambled towards his bedroom. Gurgle, his stomach was rumbling like an ocean being overturned. No! After running 7 or 8 steps, when he was still a few meters away from his bedroom door, Tyrion clamped his legs together and howled. He fell to the ground. Splash! It was like a sink that had its valve pulled out. Golden liquid flowed, and a foul smell filled the air. Yamant and Aegon covered their noses and wanted to vomit. "What's the matter?" Hearing Tyrion's howl, Clinton, Ashala, and the night duck came out of the room. 7 levels of hell. Little devil, what are you doing? Everyone's faces contorted as they cried out in shock. Then they collectively vomited. Tyrion crawled on the ground and let the warm liquid slide out from between his legs. Woo, woo, woo. He did not dare to raise his head and could only press his face to the ground and cry. "Tsk, tsk, splash." The smoky sound was still ringing out. "That's more like it." Kuei, she muttered softly, walked lightly to the door of the laboratory and closed it tightly. "Humph! I told you, don't call me number 1 of the younger generation." At noon, Dragon Queen rode her dragon back from the ironworks outside the city and heard the news that Tyrion had fainted. Is he still breathing? Even Dany was shocked when she saw the little demon lying on the bed with his skin so pale that it was almost transparent. Maybe. Old Yamant's expression was very uncertain. Soon he said excitedly and nervously, "But Master Kuei, she seems to have developed an antidote for the grayscale disease. The little devil really felt it after using it. But the side effects are a little scary." "Effective?" "Since it's effective, then a small matter like diarrhea is not a problem," Dany said happily. "That's not a problem." Tyrion fainted in a pile of feces. He fainted, but he's still having diarrhea. He's even bleeding. Aegon said in horror. "That bad?" Dany turned her gaze to Kuei. "He's not dead yet. This is detoxification, very reasonable." The shadow bind said calmly. Since the expert said so, Aegon and Clinton could not refute. After leaving Tyrion's bedroom, Dany also faintly smelled a strange smell in the hall. She quickly walked up the stone steps, and the air became fresh and cheerful again. "The ironworks are built. Tobu Mott promised me that the new ironworks can forge steel of the same grade as Korhor's fine iron." Dany did not look very happy. As she walked, she said to Kuei, "But I don't only need ordinary steel. I want to smelt tile steel, or at least recast it. The problem now is that in the incantation Tobu gave me, a very important step is the blood sacrifice of the demon god. And the demon god in the incantation is the Korhor black goat. I can't accept this. Korhor is also known as the City of Magicians. Blood magic and necromancy are very popular there. Blood sacrifice of the demon god is natural." "Kuei," she said matter-of-factly, "I don't want blood sacrifice." Dany said, "You kill people too, don't you? Since you can kill people, why are you so against blood sacrifice? You should give as much as you get. You want to use the demon god's power, so you should sacrifice yourself to the demon god. Kuei explained. No, killing people is law enforcement, upholding justice. Blood sacrifice of humans is blasphemy to humans. It's the greatest evil in the world, Danny said. Haha, upholding justice. Kuei, she laughed mockingly. Danny smiled proudly. At this moment, she had the calmness and pride of Hong Qigong when he faced Qiu Qianren. So far, I haven't killed a person unjustly. But your Count Shattered Shackles has bones under his feet, and blood flows like a river. He's also doing it for justice, but his methods are a bit harsh. Dragon Queen's tone was not so confident. Kuei, she laughed lightly and skipped over the matter. Actually, you're riding a donkey looking for a donkey. Sacrificing the demon god is to borrow the demon god's power. When you're a demon god yourself, why do you need to sacrifice to the demon god? Chapter 467. If you are a demon god yourself, why do you need to sacrifice to the evil god? Kuei, she looked at Dragon Queen meaningfully. Danny immediately understood what she meant. She muttered, Blackie can be considered a demigod. I have some understanding of the path of gods recently. Priesthoods cannot be easily promised. Most of the gods who accept sacrifices are of the dark attribute, including Lalo, who is known as the King of Light. I don't want Blackie to become the evil dragon god. Ever since she accidentally connected to the faith pool of the seven gods, Danny tried to enter the dragon spirit state almost every day to communicate with the believers who prayed to the seven gods. But she was not as reckless as the first time and called out the other party's name. She just maintained a superior attitude, observed the believers, and tried to listen to the hearts of the believers. At this time, she gave herself a very clear position as a god trainee. Danny was not illiterate. She knew the principle of read more if you don't know. She knew nothing about the path of gods before, so she would naturally look for information related to gods. In terms of dealing with believers, gods must be reserved, must be superior, and must have the dignity of a god. Otherwise, if the believers saw a sloppy god, their faith would collapse. In other words, gods were like idols. They must have the burden of being an idol, so that the believers would be like brainless fans and give you rockets. If a fan finally saw their idol, but saw Princess Qiao Biluo picking her nose, it would be strange if they did not lose their fans. After a few days of personal experimentation and research, Danny was sure that she understood most of the secrets of gods. Gods equals idols believers equals fans faith power equals fan economy gods power equals total amount of money contributed by fans gods responding to believers equals interaction between idols and fans church equals fan organization church name equals fan organizations name pope equals fan organizations number 1 fan organization believers praying equals fan support church recruiting believers equals fan recruitment church armed equals fan control group on the internet enemies of religion such as Stannis and the Seven Gods equals unscrupulous anti. Fans religious war equals 2 idol fan groups fighting each other. The most important thing was God priesthoods equals idols personas set up by fans and financial companies in modern Earth. Personas were almost useless except for attracting fans. However, in this fantasy world where there were gods, the character settings clergy could bestow the gods with special faith skills. There was something wrong with Dahe's persona at this time. He was the great guardian of light. To the seven gods, the great guardian was like Tabao Qingtian in Duke Bao's temple. It was equivalent to the seven gods church's red flower double rod. Even though Big Black could freely use all the power of faith that belonged to the seven gods, the abilities that his godhood granted him were only spitting fire and biting. Well, Danny had tried it before. After Dahe absorbed the power of faith, the magic power in the Megalosaurus could combine with the power of faith to form divine power, demigod divine power. The divine power would increase the power level of the dragon flame. First, the temperature rose. After using divine power, Blackie could almost do what Balerion could only do when he was an adult: melt steel with dragon flames. Secondly, the durability of the dragon flame had almost doubled. In the end, the color of the dragon flames changed from the blood-red color that was emitting black smoke and the smell of sulfur to a golden-red color that was suffused with golden light. The smell of sulfur was strangely gone. Now Dahe really did look a little like the holy megalosaurus. Simply put, the Great Sparrow and the 7 gods gave Dahe the persona of the megalosaurus guardian who could spit fire and bite people, and then Dahe had such a godhood. Then, the divine power under this godhood strengthened Dahe's ability to spit fire and bite people. If the power of faith was not extracted, Dahe's combat power would immediately be reduced to its original level. The dragon flames were blood-red, emitted black smoke, and had a choking smell of sulfur. In the end, power could not appear out of thin air. The power of faith was also a kind of extraordinary energy. Using this energy, the gods could transcend the mortal world. For example, the red-robed Melisandre. She had been a demigod for a long time, but she had no power of faith at all. On the contrary, she had to provide faith to Lalo. Therefore, she was a demigod in name only. Another example was the immortals in the Temple of Immortality. Once upon a time when the magic tide was strong and vigorous, the male sorcerers had real power. They were famous in queers, feared by everyone, and the power of faith was like a tide. Therefore, the immortals were extremely powerful. They imprisoned the fragments of time and created a fake divine realm, the Temple of Immortality. In the Age of Chaos, the male sorcerers lost their power. The immortals became liars in the hearts of the people of queers, and the Temple of Immortality became the Temple of Dust in people's mouth. Without faith, the immortals lost their divine power and were tragically burned to death by the 4-month-old Dahe's dragon flames. Dahe got lucky and suddenly became the only successor of the 7 gods, inheriting the faith pool that the 7 gods' church had accumulated for thousands of years. Because of this, Dany did not want Dahe's persona to collapse. Dahe could inherit the billions of assets of the 7 gods' church because he had the persona of the great guardian of light given to him by the believers of the 7 gods. If Dahe accepted the blood sacrifice and became an evil god, the collapse of his persona was comparable to that of Edison Go and Marta Lowe. The dragon, Queen, came from the modern world. She was like the agent of the idol Trini Dahe and could not destroy his excellent persona. The persona of the great guardian was not very outstanding, but it was better than the persona of a foodie. Well, the gods of this world were foodies. They ate human flesh, drank human blood, and absorbed human souls, which was the evil god's blood sacrifice. After lunch, the queen studied on the top floor of the Great Pyramid. Kuei, she put down the scroll in her hand and shook her head. No, without the blood sacrifice, there is no way to recast steel. According to this blood witchcraft spell, I am 100% sure that the blood sacrifice is not only in exchange for the power of the black goat, but also a necessary condition for smelting steel. For a simple example, when the people of Kohor smelt steel from iron ore, they need charcoal and blood sacrifice for the black goat. When you smelt primary steel in Slave Bay, you don't need a blood sacrifice, but you still need charcoal. Charcoal is a necessary condition for forging steel. The people of Valeglia were originally proficient in blood witchcraft. When they invented the steel forging technology, blood was a necessary condition. The scroll in Kuei Shi's hand was given to her by Dany. On it was the steel smelting spell written by the blacksmith Butto. The shadow binding knight first confirmed the authenticity of the spell. Originally, Dany planned to use this spell to try to recast a steel sword. However, the process of forging required a blood sacrifice for the black goat. She came up with a plan. After melting the steel statue and dealing with the first wave of the Allies' attack, she would raid the Kohor Black Goat Temple and feed Little White with the evil black goat. Why would she offer a blood sacrifice to him now? The process of testing the spell was not carried out. Until now, she was not sure if the blacksmith was lying. Can it be improved? Danny asked. Of course. Kuei nodded without hesitation. Do you know about dragon steel? She asked. It seems that in the legend of the Long Night, dragon steel is a weapon to deal with deviant ghosts, Danny said thoughtfully. 8,000 years ago, when the people of Valeglia were still herding goats in some mountain village, there was already a magical steel similar to steel in the world, which is dragon steel, Kuei said. I doubt that. Danny shook her head. Maybe dragon steel can kill deviant ghosts. Maybe dragon steel has the same anti-magic effect as steel. However, dragon steel is definitely not as immortal as steel. Otherwise, it would not be so hard to find even a single piece of dragon steel today. With Danny's identity and status, if she had never seen a dragon steel weapon, it was likely that it did not exist in the world. It was rotten. Maybe. Kuei did not refute. She only emphasized dragon steel and steel have similar functions, but different forging methods. This means that different forging methods can create the same steel. Maybe it's the same for steel. You can find a way that does not require a blood sacrifice. Me. Danny was speechless. I'm counting on you. I can help you change the spell from sacrificing the black goat to sacrificing Black Diamond. Black Diamond is the real name of your black dragon, right? Now that I think about it, Black Diamond seems a bit low, Danny said awkwardly. Kuei did not comment and continued. The black goat is called Death. Its divine power is not compatible with blacksmithing. Your black dragon is the opposite. The fire magic of Megalosaurus is almost tailor-made for forging. Danny said thoughtfully, when the people of Valeglia forged steel, they probably sacrificed Balerion. Kuei said, do you want to change it? I'm very busy. I still have to make medicine for General Wildfire. Drink medicine? Didn't you see? He didn't even feel anything. He fainted from exhaustion. Danny widened her eyes. I know in my heart that he won't die. Maybe he'll get used to it after a while. Kuei's voice was emotionless. Danny scratched the back of her head and sighed. I'll change the blood sacrifice spell you taught me. It's very complicated. There was obvious reluctance in Kuei's voice. I'm very smart. I have time to learn slowly. In general, there were 3 parts to the reforging steel spell. First, summon the dark evil god Black Goat to obtain a high level of divine power. Second, use the witchcraft to make the divine power work. Third, use the blacksmith skills passed down by Valeglia to blood forge the steel. Danny now needed to change 2 parts. Replace the black goat with Blackie, which was the easiest. Remove the blood forge or change it to animal blood, so that Blackie's image as the holy Megalosaurus would not be tarnished. A few days later, Kuei and Botian continued to improve the dragon soup. Blackie had to eat a lot of roast beef mixed with strange magic herbs every day. Tyrion drank medicine when he woke up, pooped when he finished, pooped when he fainted, and continued to drink when he woke up. The dwarf's eyes began to lose their light. His weight decreased day by day. Visible to the naked eye, the dwarf lost his shape and became a skeletal dwarf. For this, Fenny even asked for leave from the art troupe. She waited on the bed every day, fed the dwarf medicine, helped him wipe his body, changed his clothes. She had almost become Lady Caesar. Although the side effects were a little severe, the antidote for the grayscale disease was finally produced. Dragon Queen was relieved. After announcing the good news to the people of Slave Bay, she put all her energy into the descent of the 7 gods, which was related to Blackie's future. She wanted to help Blackie become a god. First, she had to help Blackie change from a temporary member of the 7 gods to a permanent member of the 7 gods. Well, if one day Sparrow and Danny had a falling out, or if Blackie's image collapsed. If Blackie's statue was smashed and the believers stopped praying to Blackie, then Blackie would be laid off. But no matter what, the Holy Mother would not be laid off, the Heavenly Father would not be laid off, and the girl would not be laid off. The 7 gods would never be laid off. Since Blackie could inherit the faith accumulated by the 7 gods for thousands of years, then could he also inherit the image and position of the 7 gods? This was not a fantasy. Chapter 468. It was Danny's hope to let Blackie take over and replace the 7 gods as the faith of the Church of the 7 gods. The hope was not slim. The 7 gods were just 7 pieces of wood. Even if Blackie offended his superiors, there was no real power to punish him. Secondly, there was also the Church of the 7 gods in Slaver's Bay. It was just that the time was too short. The quality and number of believers were far inferior to the Westeros, and there was almost no accumulation of faith. If Archbishop Danny found a way to let Blackie replace the 7 gods, she could immediately raise Blackie's position in the Church of the 7 gods in Slaver's Bay. Finally, Blackie was not alone. A dragon was fighting, and he had a very powerful mother. If Mother Dragon wanted, she could easily take down the Church of the 7 gods in the Westeros. This was different from the Red God Church. Even the powerful Red-Robed Witch could not control the Red God Church, because Lalo was real, and the real boss of the church was always Lalo. As for the Great Sparrow, when there was no conflict of interest, he was a good friend of the Dragon Queen and could help her torment Cersei and the others. If there was a conflict between the 2 of them, the Dragon Queen would not hesitate to kill him. She would not feel the slightest bit of psychological burden. In the end, the Dragon Queen was never a true friend of the Great Sparrow. She was not even a believer of the 7 gods. Developing the Church of the 7 gods and taking up the position of Archbishop were purely political considerations. She needed the Church to serve her Targaryen dynasty. So, when it came to her core interest Blackie's future path to godhood, she could be ruthless to the Great Sparrow. If Dany declared that she did not want the Iron Throne and only wanted to enter the great cathedral of Baelor, even Lannister would sincerely applaud her. The believers of the 7 gods would not have any objections. They would even like the pious and merciful Pope of the Dragon King more. If she controlled the Church of the 7 gods and there were no real 7 gods above her, then she could do whatever she wanted. The crux of the problem was that she did not know how to do it. How could she let her good son Blackie get the persona clergy of the 7 gods? Could she just announce to people that Blackie was the reincarnation of the 7 gods? Just like Jesus to God, the son of the 7 gods? This was too ridiculous. Even Dany herself couldn't believe it. How could she make the believers sincerely accept it? On this day, Whitey brought 2 people from the west, the big crab heiress Suttega and the 4th White Knight Garth Hyder. The Dragon Queen held an exceptionally grand banquet for them. Everyone with status in Astapor was invited. Even Kai Yuan's fat eunuch Beworth was dragged over by Blackie. In front of everyone, Dany gave a steel sword named Wave Cutter to Garth. Then Big Bear put on the white robe for him, and Beavis helped the new brother put on the white, glazed armor. The initiation ceremony was officially completed. Big Crab did not receive the tile steel sword. He was only given the title of knight by the Queen and the position of commander-in-chief of the First Fleet. This could be considered a high position and authority. But when he saw the 3 white knights standing side by side behind the Queen, he actually had the urge to join them. At least he could always be by the Queen's side. Little Aegon held a cup of orange wine and walked to Big Crab in high spirits. He introduced himself. Sir Suttega, I am Aegon Targaryen, Thunder Lizard. Tyrion had diarrhea every day, but the gray spots on his legs were disappearing day by day. It was obvious that a mature antidote for the gray-scale disease would be developed soon. Aegon saw hope again. Tonight, his clothes were especially luxurious. He wore a grass-green velvet jacket, a wide dragon head belt inlaid with amethyst scales around his waist, shiny slim leather pants, soft deerskin high boots, and a 3-headed dragon hairband forged in gold on his forehead, which complemented his silver hair. He was almost the most eye-catching young man at the banquet. Greetings, Your Highness. Big Crab looked at the young man in front of him, suspiciously. He indeed had the Targaryen's trademark silver hair and purple eyes, and his temperament was not bad. However, everyone knew that Aegon had been thrown to death by Tywin long ago. Was this kid really not a liar? I heard that he was rebellious and wanted to marry my aunt? Even with the endorsements of Clinton, Aishera, and the Dragon Queen, Big Crab still felt that little Aegon was worthy of suspicion. In fact, 8-clawed spiders are not to be trusted had almost become a proverb among the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Aegon gently swirled the light yellow brandy in his cup and said meaningfully, "My Aunt Dany Rise promised that she would help me fight for the Iron Throne. I know. She also told me that she would leave the opportunity to kill the King of Strange Ghosts to you." Big Crab's attitude was polite, but he did not give a special response. This was not what Aegon expected. He felt that the meaning of his words was already very clear. Setiga should be loyal to the Targaryen on the Iron Throne, and he was the first heir to the Iron Throne. Should the eldest son of the Count not show his loyalty to him? He could not help but frown. My aunt has 5 dragons, and she also promised to let me tame Blackie. Not to mention, she will soon be able to forge thousands of tile swords. With dragons and tile swords, killing the King of Strange Ghosts will not be difficult. Aegon twisted his neck that was tightly gripped by his collar and emphasized, "I will be the King of the Undul's Loiner and the First Folk. Sire, I need the loyalty of Setiga and Crab Island." Tame the Black Dragon? Big Crab looked at Aegon with a strange gaze. "My father, brother, and I have already pledged our loyalty to the Targaryens." "I said Setiga should be loyal to the Targaryen on the Iron Throne," Aegon whispered. "What do you want? For Setiga's fleet to escort you to the Great Wall." "Why would I go to the Great Wall?" Aegon was puzzled. "If you do not kill the King of Strange Ghosts, how will you ascend to the Iron Throne?" Big Crab retorted. Aegon choked and said somewhat angrily, "The oath of the one who ends the long night shall be king was made by my aunt. It has nothing to do with me." "You want the Queen to break the oath? I'm afraid that's impossible." Suddenly, Big Crab looked at Aegon with a gaze that was 3 parts suspicion turned into 4 parts contempt. Aegon looked around in annoyance. There were indeed many people looking over, but they all politely kept a distance to give them space to talk. "Sir, I'll be frank. My aunt owns Slave Bay, but I'm not stupid. I know that she is young and will have children in the future. Slave Bay will not belong to me. Because of the oath, she can't even help me. So, I need strength to fight for the Iron Throne myself. Besides, my right of inheritance is before Dany rises, and she has also acknowledged this. Why don't the Targaryen forces of the 7 kingdoms pledge their loyalty to me? Help me restore my kingdom? Your Highness, I'm sorry, I can't help you with this." Big Crab rejected him directly. "Why, I'm now the Commander-in-Chief of Slave Bay's First Fleet. I've already pledged my loyalty to the Queen." Aegon glared at Big Crab and left unwillingly. After the White Knight's coronation ceremony was completed, Aegon pulled the excited Grey Iron Garth to the side. "Your Highness, why are you looking for me?" Garth Hyder was still immersed in the great glory of being crowned a White Knight by the Queen. He had the happiness of walking the path of his granduncle, White Bull Gerald, and was very excited. "Sir Garth, one day I will return to the Westeros. Can the Hyder family provide me with some help?" Aegon asked directly. "No." The excitement on Garth's face gradually disappeared, and he said directly, "Your Highness, you should understand that even Targaryens are divided into factions. It's obvious that Hyder already belongs to the Queen's faction. Instead of looking for me, a White Knight who has left the Hyder family, why don't you ask Her Majesty the Queen? Her will is the direction of the Hyder family's actions. She asked us to help you. Even if you don't come to me, we will do our best and sacrifice our lives." "You." Aegon's face was red with anger. Garth should not have said it so clearly, but his identity had changed. He had changed from the second son of the Hyder family to a white knight who was only loyal to the queen. He had to be loyal to the members of the royal family. He could not lie, and he could not be perfunctory like Big Crab. After Garth left, the little demon staggered to Aegon, who was sulking alone, and said in a low voice, "What are you thinking about? Now you're eating your aunt's food, drinking her wine, wearing her beautiful clothes, and secretly stealing from her?" The little demon's cheeks were sunken, and his sallow skin was almost sticking to his skull. His eye sockets were deep and large, like two dim candles in his skull. His body was also very thin. The yellow mandarin jacket that had been perfectly ironed a few days ago was now like a sack on a wooden stake. Tyrion did not want to come out and join the party. He had not recovered from his illness and only wanted to rest in bed. But the Dragon Queen wanted him to come out and be an example to prove that the antidote for the grayscale disease had been developed, so that the people of the city could be completely at ease. So Tyrion wore a yellow mandarin jacket and short boxers. He could roll up his trousers and let everyone see his thighs that were gradually disappearing. Yes, he had already displayed his thighs to many guests like an exhibit. I'm not stealing from her. She promised to support me in my ascension to the Iron Throne. Hyder and Settiga will have to pledge their loyalty to me sooner or later. Moreover, I know my aunt's character. She's amiable and magnanimous. She's strict with me, but not harsh. If she was a suspicious ruler like my grandfather, I promise that I'll be more obedient than a quail right now. Aegon said, "Perhaps." Tyrion shrugged, but she also said that no matter who ascends the Iron Throne, Dragonstone Island will be her fief. Aegon nodded. Of course. The Stormlands, Hygien, and the Northern Territory no longer have a master. Hiding, Tyrell, and Lannister in the Western Territory may fall, or even two. In the future, the Seven Kingdoms will have a lot of empty territories, as long as her descendants swear eternal loyalty to me, not to mention Dragonstone Island. Even 1 or 2 territories won't be much. You're generous. Tyrion stared at him and mocked. Aegon raised his head and looked down at the dwarf proudly. Little devil, if you can show enough talent, perhaps I can also generously give Casterly Rock City to you. Sorry, I'm now a subject of the Dragon Queen, although I don't like the position of Wildfire General. Tyrion shook his head and refused. Seeing that Aegon was about to get angry, he immediately added, "Little prince, you don't understand what I mean. A vassal's vassal is not a king's vassal. Even if the Dragon Queen's descendants swear loyalty to you, we're still her subjects. I know, but I can't do anything about it. I need my own power. I can't always freeload at my aunt's house." Aegon suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. "Your aunt is too strong. At most, she can be your partner. She can't be your subordinate. Her vassals are naturally not your subordinates, but you still have a relative. He has power, but he's not strong, especially if you have an auntie who can suppress the world, using your aunt's power to intimidate and subdue him." Tyrion shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, "Who is it?" Aegon asked anxiously. At this moment, an unsullied quickly walked into the garden and knelt down on one knee in front of Dany. "Your Majesty, there's a ship that didn't listen to advice and broke into the dock. The leader calls himself Sir Quentyn Martell. He came before I even said anything." Tyrion was stunned. Chapter 469. Sir Martell. The Dragon Queen was stunned and said uncertainly, "Dorn Martell." "He's a Westerner, but I'm not sure if he's from the Dorn Martell family." The Unsullied replied, "It's most likely him." "How did he find Slaver's Bay?" Old Ymont asked. Beside the old man, Larissa's eyes flashed. Her thick lips moved a few times as she whispered, "No matter what the reason is, you should bring him here immediately." Ymont nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty, you can bring him here first." The Unsullied interrupted him. "Scholar, the ship is infected with a disease, the Grey Plague." "Ah." Silence filled the room. Everyone exclaimed, "Grey Plague? Larissa's face turned pale. Has it been quarantined? Danny's expression turned serious. How far is the ship from the dock? At least 5 kilometers. Danny let out a sigh of relief. The Unsullied continued. The ship was discovered by a patrol 3 kilometers away. Sir Martel didn't wait for us to board the ship and warned us. Then the patrol began to force the ship away from the dock. Is Sir Martel infected? Larissa asked anxiously. The Unsullied looked strangely at the wizard apprentice, who kept interrupting and nodded. He's infected. No one on the ship escaped. 7 gods above. There was another exclamation in the garden. Everyone, please continue. I'll go to the beach to take a look. Danny didn't dismiss the guests and didn't even go back to her room to change her clothes. She found Blackie, who was napping on the wall, and flew towards the dock. Tyrion and Aegon looked at each other and said, Your relatives seem to be more unlucky than us. No, they're very lucky. Aegon didn't agree. He shook his head and said, Master Kuei, she just happened to develop an antidote for the grayscale disease. The Grey Plague isn't the same as the grayscale disease. Once discovered, they'll be killed and burned. Even the prince is no exception, let alone Sir Dorne. Now that the antidote for grayscale disease has been developed, it can be considered as saving their lives. Tyrion glanced at the young prince in surprise. As long as the Iron Throne was not involved, this young man was rather intelligent and rational. Aegon's voice was not soft, and the people who heard it calmed down from their panic. Even Kuei Shi, who was sitting under the persimmon tree in the corner, looked over when she heard her name. Tyrion noticed her and smiled flatteringly at the shadow-binding knight's red mask. He praised loudly, Yes, Master Kuei, she is the number 1 among the younger generation. What first person? A customer asked curiously. As they asked, they stole glances at the blue-robed, wooden-masked mage in the corner. Kuei Shi, however, took a step back. From the light, she disappeared into the shadows of the branches. When Tyrion saw this, he thought that the reticent and solitary Asha witches were being shy again. Truly capable masters were always so humble and low-key. The dwarf could not help but sigh in his heart. He also made a decision. In order to repay the witch for saving his life, he had to do his best to help her become famous. Previously, only the Transcendents knew that Kuei, she was the number 1 shadow-binding knight among the younger generation. After tonight, he would let the whole of Astapor know of Master Kuei, she's status in the Transcendence world. The number 1 among the younger generation in the East. There is a legend in the Transcendence world. Fire Mage Lisbon of the West, shadow-binding knight Kuei Shi of the East. Lisbon is famous in Volantis and is recognized as the number 1 in the Transcendence younger generation in the Western continent. Although Master Kuei Shi and Lisbon are both number 1 in the East and West, I swear that her strength is a notch above Lisbon's. How eloquent was the little demon's mouth. She was eloquent and eloquent. She explained Kuei Shi's identity as the number 1 in the Transcendence younger generation in a reasonable and detailed manner. Hearing this, the crowd let out exclamations of awe and oh from time to time. They even forgot about the grayscale disease ship outside the dock. Finally, Kuei Shi could not take it anymore. She took a few steps forward and said emotionlessly, General Wildfire, it's time to drink your medicine. It's time to drink my medicine? Tyrion was stunned. He stood up and prepared to leave. Before he left, he said to the crowd, Look, Master Kuei, she is so dedicated. She remembers my illness every moment. She's indeed the number 1 among the younger generation. Yes, Master Kuei, she is the number 1 among the younger generation. Thinking about the grayscale disease ship floating on the sea and the possibility of an epidemic in Astapor, and thinking about Master Kuei, she's antidote for the grayscale disease. Everyone praised her sincerely. The sea breeze brushed past the garden and tugged at everyone's robes. Tyrion rubbed his eyes. He seemed to see Master Kuei, she's body trembling slightly. Could she be too excited? Hee, I'm helping her advertise. She'll definitely be more attentive in brewing my medicine, right? Tyrion followed Kuei, she down the stairs with anticipation. It was a 30-meter-long sailboat. The bow of the ship was a mermaid with milky, white paint peeling off. The mermaid. 4 long ships with true dragon banners stood around it. Ballistas with lit arrowheads were set up on the deck of the long ships, forcing the mermaid to sail away from the pier. It was very slow. There were only 2 yellowish oil lamps on the deck, illuminating 4 or 5 sailors who were staggering. The sailors tugged at the ropes with difficulty and adjusted the direction of the sails. They had no choice. If they did not leave the pier immediately, or if they were too slow, the ballistas on the surrounding longships would immediately fire and burn the ship into a torch, just like everyone who encountered the grayscale disease ship would do. Now, the only hope for the crew was the black-haired young man who was shouting at the longships by the side of the ship. In the past, they hated him as much as they hoped for him now. They hoped that his name and family background would move the Dragon Queen. I am Quentyn Martell, the son of Dornan Prince Dowling Martell. I brought a letter from my father to meet Her Majesty Dany Lissa. The black-haired young man repeated with a hoarse voice. Even if the 4 longships around him were silent and no one responded to him, he could not stop. He did not dare to stop. Even he, a greenhorn, knew how dangerous the situation was for him and the others. In fact, if it was Young Halberd City instead of Slave Bay, he was not sure if his father would save them or eliminate the hidden danger. A fire to end everything? Hiss, a majestic dragon's roar came from the southern sky. The young man had never heard of it before, but his whole body trembled as he understood. The Megalosaurus was here. The Dragon Queen was here. Was she here to save them? Or was it a dragon flame that came from the sky? The young man raised the oil lamp high and gathered his strength. Queen, I am Quentyn Martell, the son of Dornan Prince Dowling. Boom! Dragon flame, scarlet dragon flame. The sulphurous dragon flame was like a flaming sword, stabbing into the deck of the ship from above. It's over. Feeling the heat wave, Quentyn closed his eyes in despair. That's right, the Grey Plague was incurable, and the Dragon Queen did not even know him. Why would she take the risk and do something useless? Ah, long live the Queen. Long live the Dragon Queen. Long live the Queen of Flames. Suddenly there was a huge uproar. Hundreds and thousands of people were shouting loudly. The fanaticism and excitement in their voices could not be concealed. What was going on? Were the soldiers of Slave Bay so cruel that when they saw the Dragon Queen riding on a dragon and burning them, they actually cheered happily? Ah, 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 Dragon Queen, Lord of Flames! This shout came from beside him. Gareth and Archibald's voices were also among them. Quentyn opened his eyes and saw an unforgettable scene. The bright red dragon flame twisted into a 40-meter-long fire staircase in the sky, and a tall lady walked down the fire staircase, step by step, barefooted like the goddess of flames. Her skirt fluttered as she gracefully walked down the fire staircase, step by step. The flames licked at her jade-white soles, and the heat wave caused her light golden dress to sparkle, tumbling and fluttering. She rode the flames in the air and walked down gracefully. 7 gods above, this is the goddess of flames. Quentyn could not help but exclaim. The beautiful lady on the fire staircase seemed to have heard his exclamation, and the faint smile on her red lips deepened. "Ah, it's you!" Quentyn exclaimed again. The dragon flame fire staircase was overflowing with heat, distorting the air. From afar, one could feel that the beauty on the fire staircase was graceful, but one could not see her face clearly. When 3/4 of the fire staircase was gone, the queen's face was gradually seen by the crew of the mermaid. The Dragon Queen was indeed a Targaryen. Her face was indeed exquisite. This was what the ordinary crew thought. But Quentyn and his 2 companions were stunned on the spot. Under the long silver hair that fluttered in the wind, That beautiful face with a smile on her lips was so familiar. Wasn't this the Lady Layla that they met a few months ago at the merchant's house in Volantis? The son of a wine merchant from Dorne, hee. The dragon queen took a step forward and landed on the deck 2 meters away from Quentin. With another wave of her hand, the long fire staircase in the night sky suddenly floated into the dragon queen's palm like smoke from a vacuum cleaner, and exploded with a bang, forming a 2-meter-tall circle of fire mist around her. It was as bright as the sunset, making the queen inside look like a deity. Even though experiments had proven that she was effectively immune to the grayscale disease, the grayscale disease was still different. Not only was Dany 2 meters away from Quentin, she had also covered herself with a layer of flame film that burned the germs. As for the fire staircase just now, with a large group of fire witchcraft here, could she not learn a few more fire witchcraft? This fire staircase technique was based on the witchcraft of the skinny Pogba and a few other masters of the fire staircase technique. To be honest, this fire control plus fire staircase technique was very pretentious, but it was not very useful. It had too high a weight limit, and the heavier it was, the more magic it consumed, and the harder it was to control it. Even if she were leather armor and light chainmail, Dany could still fall down the fire staircase, much less metal armor, just like the tragic Pogba that day. It was impossible for Dany to lose weight like Pogba and become skinny like a skinny woman. Other than being a fire wizard, she was also a Night King. She could not throw away the strong and healthy body that she had painstakingly cultivated. Today was a special day. The Dragon Queen attended the banquet in a thin gown without any armor, and could walk down safely without falling into the water. The pool that she had dug in the 5-dragon cave was specially used to practice the fire staircase technique. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I didn't know your identity last time. Quentin turned around and glanced at the crew behind him. My companions and I have offended you. Please forgive us. As he spoke, he gave a standard knight salute. The last time in Volantis, Quentin had even asked Layla if the Dragon Queen was especially ugly. She was 10 feet tall, and her waist was also 10 feet wide. How did you get infected with the grayscale disease? Dany asked directly. Your Majesty, this is a spy ship transporting the grayscale disease, Stonemen. Chapter 470. Your Majesty, you have to be careful. There are 3 ships with 10 stonemen infected with the grayscale disease in their cargo hold. The stonemen were transported from the Lorne River. The Allied spies wanted to smuggle the stonemen to the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay with the intention of triggering the grayscale disease, which is 100 times more terrifying. The Mermaid is only one of them. Please seal off the docks of Meereen and Astapor immediately. Do not let any foreign ships enter the ports. The sturdy black-haired youth had been tortured by the disease until he was deformed. His eyes were no longer black and bright. His black hair with a few strands of silver had become dry and gray. His once short and strong body was thin and stooped. His bright and lively skin was sallow with small gray spots. Moreover, even though they were 2 meters apart, Dany could smell the rancid vomit on his body and the rancid smell of feces on his clothes. However, the Dragon Queen only increased the density of the fire mist around her, isolating the air and the virus from her body. Her expression was still as kind and amiable. Even if the Dragon Queen did not show any signs of discrimination, Quentin still felt a sense of inferiority when she saw such a dazzling Dany. He had come to propose marriage, but now he was in such a sorry state where he didn't even know if he was alive or dead. Not only was the other party not the 10-feet-tall monster with a 10-feet waist that the slave master had described, but she was exquisite and charming, completely in line with all the legends and fantasies of a beautiful princess and queen. The youth's expression darkened. He quietly took a few steps back, distancing himself from the queen. The oil lamp in his hand hung down, hiding his face and the disappointed expression on his face in the darkness. Your Majesty, please be careful and keep a distance from us. I and the people on the ship are infected with the grayscale disease. Please don't get too close, he said in a dry voice. When Dan and I saw this, she had a good impression of this young man. Well, it was not a romantic feeling, but she felt that this honest-looking Quentin's personality was not bad. In terms of first impressions, he was much better than her eldest nephew, who always had his eyes glued to the iron throne thousands of miles away. The Dragon Queen comforted him. Don't worry, the two barbarian wizards have already developed an antidote for the grayscale disease. You will be fine. What? There's an antidote for the grayscale disease. Quentin was surprised. His two companions and a few sailors also had looks of disbelief on their faces. At the same time, they were filled with anticipation. The extinguished light in his eyes was once again as bright as the stars, flashing with the extreme longing and desire for life. Danny nodded and said with certainty, "The two ships that were transporting Astapor have been seized. Through interrogating the spies, I found out about the Alliance's evil plan. Meanwhile, the spies who went to Myrene had already completed their mission. They had placed the stone men in the well of the commercial street and caused a small outbreak of the grayscale disease. So, since half a month ago, I've been leading people to research and develop an antidote for grayscale disease. Now, the antidote is almost complete. Your Majesty, are you sure?" A tall, golden-haired young man stumbled out from behind Quentin. The Queen took a closer look at him and recognized that he was a half-acquaintance she had met once before. "What's there to be sure about? Your ship should be heading to Cayuan City, right? My royal fleet has been searching the outer seas of Cayuan all this time. I didn't expect you to come to Astapor." Plop! The tall, yellow-haired youth fell to his knees. "That's great, we're saved." He covered his face and wept. "What's wrong with you? How did you become spies transporting the stone men?" Danny asked curiously. "Sigh." Quentin sighed and said, "Do you still remember the meeting at the merchant's house in Volantis? We were sitting in the courtyard waiting for the widow by the waterside to summon us." "Oh, the widow by the waterside is very resourceful. You asked her about the merchant ships heading to Slave Bay?" Danny understood. "Yes, we asked her for help and even brought her a sapphire hairpin. However, she accepted the gift but refused to help us," said the burly, barrel-bellied, tree-legged bald man. The burly bald man was also present at the merchant's house that day. Why, other than you and me, Tyrion was also there that day. In fact, Tyrion was ranked before me. Tyrion? Which Tyrion? Quentin and the others were confused. "Little Devil, Tywin's dwarf son," Danny said. "He's also in Volantis." "Ah!" The yellow-haired youth exclaimed. "I remember now, the one who fought with the female dwarf in the hall, the noseless male dwarf. I didn't expect him to be Tyrion. He's uglier than a devil. Damn it, we didn't recognize him that day." He punched the deck and cursed in frustration. "Tyrion's goal is the same as yours." The widow by the waterside did not hesitate and quickly arranged a ship for them, Danny said. "This." Quentin thought for a moment and said hesitantly, "The widow said that we hit our goal and were not sincere and respectful to her." "What happened after that?" "I seem to have seen you join the mercenary group, the Ragged Prince's wind-blowing team." "Ah, you saw it." Quentin was shocked and nodded with a bitter smile. "That's right, we signed a contract with the wind-blowing team. In fact, there are more than 10 wind-blowing team mercenaries on this mermaid. We originally planned to follow the mercenary group to Slaver's Bay and find a chance to slip away halfway. But half a month after you burned the Black Wall, Danzo, the wind-blowing team's vice leader Danzo, came to me with a few Volantis nobles. They asked me if I was willing to be a spy for the Alliance and disguise myself as a Dornish wine merchant to enter Cayuan. I told everyone that I was the son of a Dornish wine merchant. When I heard that they would arrange a ship to send me to Slaver's Bay before the war broke out, I was more than happy to do so. Then I became the owner of the mermaid and led a group of sailors arranged by the Alliance to Slaver's Bay." Danny's eyes flashed coldly and said in a low voice, Does the wind-blowing team know the secret of the stone men? The yellow-haired youth, sitting on the floor, smiled bitterly. Then you'll have to ask who it is. We are also from the wind-blowing team. But we didn't know that there were stone men on the ship. If we knew, we would have thrown them into the sea long ago. How would we have ended up in this mess? That old turtle Danzo only told us to find out about Kaiyuan's military situation and secretly set fire to the wheat fields outside the city when it was ripe. Yes, the Alliance knows that you're doing the great leap forward, and they want to destroy your grain production. They're dreaming, not to mention the fact that there are farmers guarding the wheat fields. Under the strict household registration system, it's impossible for foreign merchants to leave the city silently. Danny sneered. Under the Queen's rule, there were village elders, village chiefs, and centaur patrols who were also postal workers. As mentioned before, in the early days of taking down Astapor, in order to avoid conflict between the nomadic centaurs and the farming villagers, even the centaur patrols were not allowed to enter the village without the village chief's permission. This system continued to this day, and the 3 cities of Slaver's Bay were all like this. Each manor chose a village elder, and several manors combined to form a village. The village elder took turns as the village chief. There were militia within the village, and centaur light cavalry outside the village. The village was connected to the city by relay stations, not to mention spies. Even the Myrine farmers who wanted to visit their relatives in Kaiyuan had to obtain identification from the village elder. Quintin shook her head. We don't know about the household registration system. The Volantis told me that I'm a Dornishman, and that I might receive preferential treatment. To match my identity, the Windblown group even prepared a dozen Westeros mercenaries to be my subordinates. At this point, Quintin turned to look at the sailors on the deck and said with a complicated tone, "It's fortunate that they're here." "How did you get infected?" Danny asked. When we went around the Valeglia Peninsula, we encountered a fast-moving wall of storm. The ship in the storm was like a rattle in the hands of a naughty child, and most of the cargo in the hold fell over. Then, a sailor found a stone man in the oil blanket. The stone man is alive, and it's still moving. Quintin emphasized with a pale face. Of course, the stone man had to be alive, and living stone men were the source of infection. The dead stone man would slowly become a real stone man, and the grayscale disease virus could not survive on stone. And then, you threw the stone man into the sea? Of course we wanted to, but Captain Jack didn't allow it. He's a Volantis officer, and most of the sailors on the ship are his men. By the way, there were 2 ships that set off from the port of Volantis that day, the Mermaid and the Sparrow. The Sparrow's mast was broken in the storm, and the surviving sailors were transferred to the Mermaid. Because there were too many people, it was too crowded, and the cabin became wet with water. Not long after, there were sailors who were infected with the grayscale disease. At that time, I had asked Captain Jack to immediately abandon the stone man, but he sternly rejected me and only killed the grayscale disease patients and threw them into the sea. At its peak, there were 550 crew members on the Mermaid. Quintin pointed at the sparse number of sailors and gestured to the size of the ship. She smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, take a look. There are so many people on such a ship. How can the infection be stopped?" As more and more people were infected and thrown into the sea, the sailors who were once loyal to Captain Jack began to be recruited by me. Yes, the Westeros mercenaries had long since joined me. When we first entered the Bay of Sorrows, I finally gathered enough sailors to revolt. It was a bloody battle that lasted for 3 days, and more than 200 people died. Captain Jack finally compromised and agreed to abandon the stone man. Perhaps the 7 gods were cursing us, or perhaps too many people died, and there was no time to clean up the corpses. Finally, the grayscale disease evolved into the terrifying grayscale disease. Needless to say, everyone was affected and everyone was infected. Then, Captain Jack persuaded more than half of the people around me. He convinced everyone that since we were going to die anyway, we might as well sail the ship to Cayuan and complete the mission given by the Alliance. As if worried that the Dragon Queen would not understand, Quentin explained, "The spies were very determined and very loyal to the Alliance. In fact, other than us mercenaries on the surface, the other sailors were all carefully selected loyalists." Danny nodded and sighed, "I know. Last time at the Astapor Pier, the spies sacrificed their own lives to protect their companions on the other ship and to not expose the Stone Man plan." Quentin revealed a look of relief and said, "Captain Jack's reputation was very high, and he had a lot of charisma. He once again took control of the ship. However, he did not know my identity, and did not know that I did not want the Alliance's evil plan to succeed. He only thought that we mercenaries were afraid of death, and that was why we revolted. In order to appease the people, he did not kill the mercenaries who revolted. Even more fortunately, he was over 60 years old, and his body was weak. Not long after he entered Slave Bay, he could not hold on and died of the disease. Then my companions and I once again seized control of the Mermaid. We killed a group of loyalists who revolted and revealed our identities to the remaining people, promising that you would save me, save us. They had hope of survival, even if the rational people knew how slim the hope was. They still changed the course and sailed the ship here." Chapter 471. You've been infected with the Gray Plague, and the Gray Plague is different from the grayscale disease. You can't go to the docks or enter the city. I'll arrange for a paddle boat to tow your boat to the quarantine center. Yes, I've built a manor 50 kilometers west of the city, specially prepared for the grayscale disease patients. Is there an antidote there? Yellowhair asked anxiously. The antidote is still in the clinical testing stage. The little devil is testing the antidote. He's worried about the spread of the grayscale disease. We can't wait for the antidote to be perfected. Are you willing to wait? I have to remind you that the current antidote can cure the disease, but the side effects are rather severe. Diarrhea. Danny said. Diarrhea? Quentin laughed bitterly. When have we ever not had diarrhea? The Gray Plague is far more severe than the grayscale disease. The infection rate is faster, and the symptoms are more severe after the outbreak. Vomiting and diarrhea are common. All right, I'll go get the medicine for you now. Understanding their choice, Dragon Queen waved towards the sky. Hiss, Blackie roared, its devilish black shadow blocking the thin starlight in the night sky. Suddenly, a dark red fireball the size of an egg appeared out of thin air, illuminating the black dragon's ferocious teeth and jaws. The magma-like fireball gradually expanded, illuminating the surrounding space. While Quentin and the rest were in a daze, the fireball that had expanded to the size of a wash basin fell. Like a flame fairy, it floated from the sky to the front of Dragon Queen. I'll be leaving first. She waved her hand and took a step forward. The fireball in front of her suddenly extended, pulling up a level, 3 bright, red fire platform. The Queen's jade feet stepped on it, and the fire platform extended another level. With every step she took, the fire platform extended another level diagonally upwards. One step after another, Dragon Queen was like a cheerful fire fairy, running on the fire ladder that appeared out of thin air, her skirt fluttering, her long silver hair swaying in the red sparks, her figure graceful. Hiss! The black dragon was flying past the fire ladder, and the Dragon Queen stepped on his back as steadily as if she was stepping on a fixed stone step. When the black dragon disappeared with the beauty, Quentin retracted her gaze in disappointment and saw the fire ladder floating on the sea slowly, turning into a cloud of golden-red mist, disappearing into the night sky. It's over, Quentin. The yellow-haired Gareth leaned over and hugged his companion, wailing, I've let you down. The Queen took away my heart. I think I've also fallen in love with her. Sigh, wake up. Why would a godlike queen like you? The bald man, Archibald, said mockingly. Blondie shrugged and said indifferently, I love many people, and I don't need all of them to love me. The key was Quentin. Was he happy and worried now? He should be happy that the queen was not the monster the Gith people claimed she was. But the queen is as beautiful as a deity, as dignified as a deity, and as powerful as a deity in magic. Quentin, on the other hand, is a mere mortal. He's in trouble. Quentin quietly moved a few steps, feeling the hard craft paper bag in the gap of her leather boots. I have an engagement, but would she marry him as her father wished? He looked at the sparsely lit city in the southeast with a disappointed expression, feeling a little uncertain. When the queen returned to the Great Pyramid, the banquet was not over yet, and everyone was indeed waiting for news from the plague ship. When they heard that it was the ship used by the Allied spies to transport the stone men, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. "Your Majesty, we want revenge." "The slave owners are heartless," Grey Worm said angrily. "Your Majesty, immediately launch an expedition to the south. At least teach the Allied fleet of New Gith a lesson," Chola said. The crowd shouted angrily for a while before the Megalosaurus guard Quero said coldly, "Your Majesty, why don't you let your dragon throw the corpses of the Grey Plague to New Gith, to Queers, to Volantis, and to the Materis Allied army? Without spending a single soldier, the Allied army would be wiped out." As soon as he said this, the chaotic garden immediately fell silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes, staring at the centaur youth with fear and excitement. In just a moment, this handsome centaur seemed to have suddenly turned into a ferocious and terrifying demon from hell. Even Danny was very surprised by Quero's viciousness and his shrewdness. "Your Majesty, you are the savior of the suffering slaves. The purpose of your war is not to fight for territory, nor to conquer the world. If the slaves who are waiting for you to save them are all dead, even if you win the war, what's the point?" Yimant reminded solemnly, "Yes, we are the rebels. The shamelessness and viciousness of the enemy is not an example for us to learn from. Their crimes will eventually become the support of our glorious throne," the Dragon Queen declared firmly. "Quero is still not smart enough. Even if he really wants to throw the corpses, he can't say it in front of everyone. He can't even say it, he can't even think about it. At most, he can do it secretly. No, I can't do it. I am the righteous Night King. I am the liberator. I am the hope of millions of slaves." As soon as this dark thought appeared in Danny's mind, she immediately began to self-reflect and brainwash herself. Suddenly, Danny came to her senses. She felt a little strange. Was Liu Bei the same as me back then? He wanted to do bad things in his heart, but his character and reputation restrained his will. "No, I am different from Liu Bei. I have a dragon. I know magic. I have a solid base. I have countless knights who trust me and are willing to fight for glory for me. Since I can win this war under the sun, with flowers and cheers above my head, why should I kneel at the edge of hell and turn myself into a ghost?" With this thought, Danny's thoughts became clear. "I swear that one day I will put those shameless slave owners on trial. But spreading the plague is a devil's action. We are born as humans. We can't turn into devils just because we want to fight against devils," she said to her vassals. "Do you still remember the great plague of Old Town that I told you about?" After the banquet, on the way down from the garden to the palace, Yimant asked in a faint voice, "The time when the City of Knowledge was almost wiped out?" Danny asked, "Yes." Hearing the words City of Knowledge, Yimant thought of Danny's criticism of the City of Knowledge's incompetence. Compared to her efficiency in developing the antidote in half a month, the old man's face flashed with a hint of discomfort. Count Quentin Hyder didn't have a dragon. He couldn't use it to chase away the rats like you did. He could only order all the ships in the port to be burned, including his huge caravan. He even closed the city gates and sealed off the old town. He ordered everyone to be killed if they tried to escape. Men, women, old, young, and even babies were no exception. The old man asked, "Do you think he did the right thing?" Although his methods were a little extreme, the City of Knowledge was incompetent and couldn't develop the antidote. This measure could effectively stop the spread of the plague and indirectly save more people. Riverbend and even the 7 kingdoms had to be safe because of this, Danny said. But after the plague subsided, the survivors started a riot and tore Count Hyder and his son to pieces. You should know that the Count had scholars, the vassals and knights of the Hyder family, and a huge number of city guards. But things happened in front of those people. It could even be said that those people tacitly approved of the mob's actions, because everyone who experienced the plague had hatred and sorrow in their hearts. They needed a channel to vent. Danny, do you understand what I mean? Old Diamant looked at the Dragon Queen beside him and warned her earnestly. As a ruler, you must always remember, don't let your hands be stained with the blood and hatred of your people. The basis of the ruler of a country is the millions of people. I advise you not to throw corpses at New Gith, Queers, Volantis, and other cities, not just out of benevolence, nor because of your liberator of the slaves title. I am not pedantic. If killing millions of people could ensure that Targaryen's empire would last forever, I would encourage you to do it, even if you didn't. But it is obvious that you can win the war without using such vicious methods. We all know that the night is coming, and the granaries of Slaver's Bay are full. You will definitely win. You will definitely surpass our ancestors and be crowned the queen of the world. The enemy cities now will be your land in the future. The enemy today will be your people in the future. Don't let your hands be stained with the blood of your people. Not only is there the example of Quinton Hyder, but your father is also a bloody lesson. Danny listened until the old scholar finished speaking. Then she said with a strange expression, I thought you would always advise me to be righteous, kind, and just, and pursue honor like Barristan. The old man sighed. Of course I hope that you are like that, but there is a prerequisite. Your actions will not harm your rule. You are not only a knight, but also a queen. I have lived for more than 100 years and have experienced too much glory and suffering. But the destruction of the Targaryen family is still the most painful moment for me. At that time, I would rather use all the glory of my life to change the situation at Ruby Beach. Actually, you worry too much. I will never become Quinton Hyder. Danny thought hard so that her next words would not provoke old Diamant. If I were in his position, I would pretend to be dead, she said. Pretend to be dead? Diamant was confused. There is a great plague in the territory. What is the use of pretending to be dead? If you do not work hard to provide relief, when the plague spreads, pretending to be dead may become real death. There must be people in the Hyder family who died in the plague. Yes, I can deny it to the outside world. It is unbearable for a loved one to die. Then I will arrange for a person of low status but very capable to take care of the plague in my place. Then it will be simple. If his measures are beneficial to the epidemic, I will continue to pretend to be dead. If he does something wrong, I will quietly correct him. When he has killed most of the people and the plague has stabilized, I will come out to reap the benefits. Let him retire to the front line, and I will lead the people of Old Town to complete the final task of fighting the plague. In this way, no matter how much the people are angry, they will not vent it on me. Similarly, I will not be accused of doing nothing in the midst of the plague as a lord. Danny's expression was very calm. There was not a hint of smugness or showing off. She spoke in a casual tone and spoke in a flat and straightforward manner. Old Aemon, on the other hand, widened his eyes in shock. I never realized that the Targaryen queen of this generation is so crafty. Then he was worried for nothing. However, the world is difficult now, and the vassals are becoming more and more cunning. As a queen, she should be more cunning. Diamant was completely relieved. Thinking of Martell, who had suddenly arrived, he asked curiously, "What is Prince Daelord's son doing at Slaver's Bay?" Danny shook her head and said calmly, "There must be a secret, but there are too many people here. It is not convenient for me to ask. Actually, Dorne does not have the power to change my plans and thoughts. No matter what they plan, it will not affect me." Then, Danny recounted Quentin Martel's experience in detail. So, the Blowing Wind group betrayed you? Mercenaries are fickle. You should not have any expectations, old Diamant said with a frown. I did not have any expectations for them in the past, and I did not care about the alliance at all. But now, old master, don't you think this is a signal? What signal? A glint flashed in Danny's eyes. She said faintly, Mercenaries will always stand on the side of the victor. I am very curious. What trump card does the alliance have to give the Ragged Prince so much confidence? When news of the discovery of the Stoneman ship in Slaver's Bay spreads, and when news of the cure of the grayscale disease spreads, if the Blowing Wind group does not give me an explanation, it means that the alliance has other means. When that time comes, I should strike first and disrupt their rhythm. Chapter 472. Slave Bay began to enter the season of great harvest, and agricultural production took a huge leap forward. The first batch of wheat was already golden and ready to be harvested. From now on, every day would be a day of harvest. At the same time, Slave Bay officially entered a state of war readiness. After more than half a month of running, the 1,000 men under Jogo had already crossed Meereen and began to disperse between the sea of grass and borash. After the epidemic in Astapor had stabilized, the 5,000 Unsullied also set off, transported to Meereen by hundreds of ships. With the witch lens to examine the well water, all the public wells in Meereen that had been thrown into the stone men were found. Then they salvaged, burned the stone men, and buried the wells. Without the source of infection, all the patients in the city were checked, and Danny announced that Meereen was unsealed. Thus, John Bolton could lead the 15,000 guards east against the river to the intersection of the White Dragon River and Black Dragon River to build the future Shepherd Town. The task of commanding the soldiers to build the city and farm was given to a few deputy commanders. John Bolton would continue east on a ship to the stronghold of the Raza shepherds and help the Dragon Queen recruit less than 200,000 Raza shepherds. Kayuan had not had a single infected, and the unsealing of the north and south cities had not affected it much. Of course, with the discovery of the mermaid, the second shoe had finally dropped. The trauma in the hearts of the people was completely gone, and the hundreds of patrol boats in the outer seas of Kayuan no longer had to search for the stone men's ships day and night. Then there was Astapor, the capital of Slave Bay, which began to be filled with smoke. The Dragon Queen did not start a general mobilization for war. On the contrary, agricultural production had always been her core policy. In order to free up more labor, she did her best to reduce the number of regular troops. Even the regular troops had to farm. Apart from the Unsullied, the Guards and the Wings of Liberty all had to farm. It did not matter how much land they could farm, at least the army could grow enough food for themselves to eat. But the war would eventually come, and Danny did not dare to look down on the Allies, especially when he was sure that the wind was once again swaying in the wind and changing direction. Since she could not recruit too many regular soldiers, Danny had to consider special operations. She had dragons. If the Megalosaurus could ignore the arrows and spit fire without restraint, then no matter how many regular soldiers the enemy had, it would not be enough. Thus, an idea that she had had a long time ago became a reality. After becoming the Great Guardian and inheriting the Great Guardian's godhood, Blackie's body size did not change much, but the weight it could carry suddenly increased by half, almost 1,500 pounds. In this way, Dahe was qualified to wear the armor. Well, not everyone could become a knight. If one could not walk after putting on the armor, then they would definitely not be able to become an Iron Knight. Danny cooperated with blacksmith Grandmaster Tobu to design a set of removable fish-scale dragon armor 0-inch forged from stainless steel. The sheep and cows had already been moved to the nearby arena. In the arena behind the Great Pyramid, a strange 2-story oak frame was built on the spacious sandy ground. Big Black lay on the support like a car on a maintenance platform, allowing more than a dozen unsullied to install pieces of gray steel on his body. The palm-sized steel plate had holes for steel wires and iron nails to be inserted. Multiple steel plates combined to form the fish scale armor of the Megalosaurus. Tobu pointed to the dragon armor that was gradually taking shape on Big Black's body and said proudly, "From the jaw to the chest, it is a breastplate, a helmet to protect the eyes, a gauntlet on the claws, a wing guard, a meteor cone at the tail, a total of 5 large parts. Each large part can be disassembled into a dozen, dozens, or even hundreds of small parts. All of them weigh 404 pounds. The vital parts of the body must be able to defend against the dragon-slaying crossbow. Unlike the knight's armor that covered the whole body, Big Black flew in the sky and did not need to protect his back. He only needed to protect his vital parts and movements. Vital parts of life, the eyes, throat, and chest. These 3 vulnerable parts of the body may lead to the death of the Megalosaurus after being attacked. Vital parts of movement. The wing root and wing bone will affect flight after being broken. In fact, the 2 flesh wings of the Megalosaurus were also easily pierced and torn, but the area of the flesh wings was too large. After being completely covered with iron armor, Big Black may not even be able to flap his wings. When the full set of armor was put on, Danny took a look and couldn't help but sigh. It's too ugly. It's like a big lizard wearing a belly band, and it's a cheap one that only covers a quarter of its belly. Blacksmith Tobu frowned and nodded. It's a bit ugly, but it really works. I swear, even if the dragon-slaying crossbow hits the head at close range, it will only make your Big Black dizzy for a moment. The waist is exposed, Danny said. Tobu shook his head and said, there is no other way. To defend, it must be thickened. Thickening it will inevitably increase the weight. The black dragon has limited weight, and 404 pounds is already the upper limit. Any more, and it will affect the flexibility of the Megalosaurus. It seems that we have to figure out a way to melt the steel as soon as possible. Danny sighed. Squeak! Big Black flapped his wings and jumped. His iron claws pinched a scratch on the wooden bracket of the beam and jumped into the sky. Squeak! Suddenly, Big Black swung the meteor cone at the tail hard and fell down uncontrollably, like a stalled plane. Boom! Dust flew and Big Black fell down. Immediately, a group of unsullied swarmed to help Big Black dismantle the iron armor. Dragon Armor 1. 0 failed. The chain of the meteor cone is too long and Big Black's tail is too strong, which affects the flight movement. Danny covered her face and sighed at such a horrible scene. It doesn't make sense. The addition of the meteor cone is to maintain balance. There are more than 100 pounds of iron armor on the head and neck. Of course, the tail must be hung with an iron chain to maintain the center of gravity. I calculated it. Tobu was puzzled. Danny thought for a moment and said, remove the chain and directly put a layer of iron armor on the tail. Megalosaurus can automatically adjust the center of gravity through the movement of the tail. This belly-type dragon armor looked a bit low, but it also had an advantage that other armors did not have. It was made of connected iron pieces, which was easy to disassemble and could be freely adjusted in shape and size. To give an inappropriate example, this armor was a bit like a belly band made of mahjong mats. Even if Big Black kept growing in the future, it could continue to add mahjong bamboo pieces to expand the armor model. Of course, this was not really like mahjong mats, one piece next to another. There was a gap in the middle, which was easy for arrows to penetrate. The iron pieces combined into the armor were similar to fish scales, layer upon layer, leaving no space for arrows. Hiss, sure enough, after removing the tail chain, Big Black could still adjust the center of gravity by swinging its tail. Although it was not as light as before, it still flew smoothly. And when Big Black flew into the sky, the low belly band armor suddenly changed its style and became majestic. Because looking up from below, only the area covered by the armor could be seen, as if the Megalosaurus was wearing a full-body armor. Very good. Danny's eyes lit up, and she happily said, Not only is it not ugly, it seems that there are no obvious flaws. Iron gloves were put on the claws of the Megalosaurus, mainly to block the crossbow bolts. The 2 iron claws waved to block, which could protect a large area of the abdomen, and those parts no longer needed to be covered with armor. After that, Danny announced the start of the armor test. Above the arena, a total of 300 ballistae were placed in a circle. The fine steel arrows were loaded, and the Unsullied acted as crossbowmen, adjusting the crosshairs and aiming at the target. Hiss, Big Black roared down, only 15 meters away from the ground, the best killing range of the dragon flame. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow shot out a dense forest of arrows, and the sky was covered with a layer of shadow. Ding, 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 chee, chee, chee. Most of the arrows hit Big Black. Like a paper boat in a stream, it swayed and swayed. Its flight was very unstable. In just one round, there were many blue dots on its body. Well, the arrowheads were removed, and the front of the arrows was smeared with blue paint. In addition to the arrows that were dodged, 2/5 of the arrows that hit Big Black made a string of yellow sparks on the iron armor, and the other 3/5 hit the broad flesh wings with the hard sound of a wooden stick whipping the old leather. One more time, Big Black, you have to be careful to retract your wings, Danny shouted. 2 minutes later, Big Black retracted its wings as much as possible, but after being hit, its movements became more and more unstable, and the number of wings that were hit only decreased by half. Danny frowned and said, "It still won't work. If the wings are broken, Big Black can't pull itself up, and it may plunge into the enemy's camp." "Your Majesty, you can't say that." Yora pointed at the crossbows that were neatly arranged together. "Look, 300 ballistae are so densely arranged together. If anyone dares to do this on the battlefield, can't you let Little Green throw wildfire bombs?" Danny slapped her forehead and laughed involuntarily. "Yes, I will never allow 300 ballistae to attack Big Black at the same time on the battlefield." In order to deal with the possible sea and land battles that might occur in the future, Danny had already preliminarily designed the tactics of multi-troop joint operations. Big Black was the strongest and took on the dangerous task of diving to the ground. It was an attack aircraft. Little White was the second strongest and went to the bottom of the sea to attack the enemy's fleet. It was a diving aircraft. The mission of throwing bombs was the safest. Little Green could do it with Little Gold and Little Red. They were bombers. Well, although Little Red was small, it could also do some soy sauce. The soy sauce bottle that contained wildfire. If the enemy dared to set up a dense crossbow formation, Danny would arrange for the bombers to wipe the ground with wildfire. If the enemy's crossbows were scattered, she would send out the attack aircraft and set the dragon flames to wipe the ground. Perhaps, when she reached the level 5 dragon spirit, she would let the half-grown Little Gold act as a reconnaissance aircraft and show her brothers the map of the battlefield. Continue to maintain this intensity. Endure more hardships during training and less bloodshed during wartime. Leaving Big Black to dive and take the arrows again and again, Danny went down to the arena and began to put on Little White's armor. As a diving aircraft, the biggest problem it encountered was definitely not the dragon's slaying crossbow. In the water that was 1 meter deep, handguns would be ineffective. In the water that was 3 meters deep, crossbow arrows could not even kill people. Not to mention the Megalosaurus. Fishing nets. Fishing nets were the diving aircraft's biggest enemy. Danny personally tested it in the sea. When the strong Big Black was tied up by 3 layers of ropes that were as thick as chopsticks, it could not break free with the strength of its body. Well, spitting fire did not count. In the deep sea, the power of the dragon flames was weakened, but the movement was very big. If it was discovered by the other party and then continuously cast fishing nets while the Megalosaurus was struggling in the sea while spitting fire, then Little White might be really weak. In short, Little White needed a fast but low-key way to break the net. Then Danny found that the Megalosaurus wings were extraordinarily strong. This was natural. If the megalosaurus wings were not strong enough, it would not be able to fly. Danny thought of a movie that she saw in her previous life, The Legend of Shoe Mountain. In it, Dan Chinzi's weapon, the Sky Dragon Slash, inspired her. Well, let Little White cosplay as Dan Chinzi and make a set of flying sword wings for him. However, the function of shooting feather darts was definitely gone. The main reason was that when Little White was entangled in fishing nets, it could use the blades on its wings to cut the ropes. Little White, with a sharp blade fixed on its wings, looked very handsome, much better than Big Black's belly band. After that, Little White flew to the bay, where the fleet of Garth and the big crab were. Danny wanted to test the effect of the imitation Sky Dragon Slash. If it was really effective, she had to let Little White strengthen its training. Just like Big Black, it had to undergo targeted training. Little Green, Little Gold, and Little Red also had weight training. Slave Bay had really entered a state of combat readiness. Chapter 473. Jia Kuin was very unlucky. Perhaps the discovery of Fire Demon Hades' magic pot exhausted all his luck. The next few months were not smooth sailing for him. First of all, his hidden identity was discovered. There were more than tens of thousands of books in the bookcellar, and he only stole a dozen. In theory, even if a doctor went down to the cellar to borrow books, he would not be able to find the books he stole. But the old man in the old town asked for the books he stole. Then he was discovered in a very sudden situation. Not only was the book theft discovered, even the mask of Pater was exposed. It was very rare for the identity of a faceless to be exposed in broad daylight. This was a big blow to the Black and White House, and his mission, after easily killing a few apprentice assistants who arrested him, Jia Kuin began to flee. Well, he was a faceless. Being discovered would only make him annoyed, but it would not cause any threat to his life. But under the strict search of the old town's guards, he did not have time to deal with the books he stole from the bookseller. Most of the books were large and could not be carried away. Otherwise, he would not have to steal the books in batches. At that time, he only had one choice. Hurry back to his residence, choose one or two of the most important books, and immediately escape. Without a doubt, the smart and far-sighted Jia Kuin chose the magic pot. If the books were gone, he could steal more. The City of Knowledge was there, the bookseller was there, and the doctors were there. As long as a faceless wanted to, he could always replace one or two doctors. But the magic pot was unique. Throwing it away meant saying goodbye to Fire Demon Hades, Death God's forbidden magic. Not to mention the Death God's forbidden magic that all faceless coveted, even the knowledge that Hades grasped, the secrets of the City of Knowledge, the profound magic, and even the incomplete inheritance of the great wizard of Alleglia were all priceless things. So he only took the magic pot. Jia Kuin came to the old town empty-handed, and when he left, he only took the magic pot. But his heart was satisfied, proud, happy, and full of expectations for the future. Every day he had to caress the pot. Every day he had to kneel in front of the magic pot and recite the incantation, Mother, Son is filial. With the magic pot and his identity discovered, Jia Kuin, of course, had to immediately return to the Black and White House. He easily found a ship heading to Bravos, and just when he thought he would be able to return home smoothly, he was unexpectedly found again. Dragon Queen has subdued the pirate Water King and recruited the pirates of the nearby islands, becoming the most powerful force on the Stone Steps archipelago. The Dragon Queen's royal fleet captain, the Honorable White Knight Barristan, had robbed Hyder's grain transport fleet. The above two pieces of news only surprised Jia Kuin. Unfortunately, the Dragon Queen's royal fleet had taken a fancy to the fledgling that he was on. He, the number one assassin in the world, the faceless one Jia Kuin, who was enough to make countless people tremble in fear, was actually captured. Okay, temporary employment. The glorious Barristan did not become a shameful pirate. He paid the fledgling ship to help transport food and hired the sailors on the fledgling ship to help build the camp. Pay up! They were paid. So Sailor Fall had to do carpentry for a month or more on the farm at Queen's Corner. Well, Sailor Fall was Jakuin's disguise at this time. Generally, if his identity was not discovered, the faceless one would not abandon his current identity and take the risk to escape. Just like in King's Landing, Jakuin also lived in the Black Prison as a dangerous prisoner for half a year. Queen's Corner, a peninsula that extended to the narrow sea in the land of dispute, located between Tarosa and Reese, was very close to the Dragon Queen's Royal Navy station, the Torture Abyss. This place originally had no name, but after the Dragon Queen's navy occupied the land, they named it Queen's Corner. Jia Kuin could not guess the Dragon Queen's plan, but he did not care about it. The Dragon Queen deliberately let Baristan rob the fledgling ship. She knew that Jia Kuin was on the ship, so she deliberately delayed Jia Kuin's return. Her ghost meditation technique had not yet been developed and needed time. The Royal Navy's sailors did not make things difficult for him. He could build houses during the day and play with the magic pot at night. Aegon 299, December 15th, the last full moon night before winter. Land of dispute, Queen's Corner, a wooden house behind the hills. The moon was like a silver plate, and the broken waves in the distance hummed with the wind. Under the moonlight, a man with long hair sat cross-legged on the roof, hugging a smooth and glossy clay pot. Mwah, 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 mwah. He kissed the clay pot 7 times. Well, other than his own saliva from not brushing his teeth for a few months, there was no other smell. Well, even if there was a smell, it was suppressed by his bad breath. Then the man hugged the clay pot and rubbed it 7 times. Other than the sweat on his palm, there was no other stain. Finally, with a solemn expression, Sailor Ford placed the clay pot on the wooden platform. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed with his head on the ground. Using Chinese with a slight accent, he recited skillfully, "Mother, your son is filial. Faceless are all big idiots." Just like that, he kowtowed 7 times and shouted 7 times. The sailor slowly raised his head and looked at the mouth of the pot, which did not have any abnormalities, and the anticipation in his eyes quickly disappeared. "Sigh, I have absorbed the essence of the moon for a few months. Why is it still not repaired? Or that night I had a dream?" After being hit too many times, the strong-willed Faceless was somewhat depressed. He lowered his head, his long hair covering his face, and his heart was filled with doubts and uncertainty. "Jia Kuin." Suddenly, a voice came from the opposite side. The sailor, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled. He first closed his eyes tightly, then raised his head, pushed away the messy hair in front of his eyes, and slowly, cautiously opened his eyes. The clay pot was dotted with red clouds like a cloud. A white-haired, gray-robed old scholar with white hair and a white beard was standing on top, looking down at him. It was that familiar pale face, as if it was covered with a thick layer of powder. He had a pair of reading glasses on the bridge of his nose, and the longest necklace he had ever seen hung around his neck. He was hunched over, and in his hand was a walking stick. He looked as old as a dead man, but his whole body emitted a powerful aura that made people feel like they were in the abyss. The real magic pot sprite, the fire demon Hades. "Wu, I finally see you again." Tears could not help but seep out, blurring the sailor's vision. "You changed your face again. Where are you now?" The magic pot sprite Danny looked around and began to show off his acting skills. South of the continent of Ursos, near the entrance of the narrow sea. Jia Kuin wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and said with a nasal voice, "How long has it been?" The sprite Danny nodded and asked again, "More than 3 months, almost 4 months. I have been chanting spells every day and praying every night of the full moon." Jia Kuin said, "Only 3 months." The magic pot sprite was a little surprised and said with a sharp voice, "Now that we have entered the period of the demon wave, I thought it would not appear again for 30 or 40 years. 30 or 40 years. Jia Kuin shouted with his eyes wide open. What do you think? The pot is broken. Is it repaired now? Jia Kuin quickly asked. What repair? You just asked the masons to fill up the hole. What repair is that? The magic pot sprite shook his head. Then how long can you last? Will you appear again in the future? Jia Kuin asked nervously. Let fate decide. The genie of the magic urn sighed, and a bleak and lonely aura surrounded him. The power of the moon and the power of faith can help me recover, but I do not want to live like this anymore. The sprite's voice was cold and sad. Aren't you a demigod sorcerer? You are still a scholar. You can continue to study magic and knowledge. Jia Kuin was really anxious. This old sorcerer seemed to have taken things too hard and wanted to kill himself. I've lived for far too long, sealed in a jar all by myself. The magic pot sprite suddenly flicked his sleeves and said helplessly, Forget it. Even if I tell you that even the Grim Reaper desires death, you probably won't understand. Even the Grim Reaper desires death. Jia Kuin repeated this sentence, and he seemed to be in a daze. Isn't this the ultimate version of the theory that all mortals have to die? Although he really couldn't understand it now, this kind of theory sounded high and mighty, and it made him feel very moved. It seemed that the fire demon Hades had really studied the forbidden spell of the Grim Reaper to an extremely high level. There is no point in saying more. Once we end our fate, I will try to break through to the astral plane. The magic pot sprite said, Break through to the astral plane? What do you mean? Jia Kuin came back to his senses and asked curiously, I want to become a demon. The sprite looked up at the moon and said in a bleak voice, How do you become a demon? Jia Kuin asked, You faceless people believe in the Grim Reaper. The sprite looked down at Jia Kuin and asked instead of answering, Yes, we believe in the god of thousand faces, the Grim Reaper. Then do you know who the Grim Reaper is? Jia Kuin said, The god of thousand faces has different names in different places. In Koar, it is the black goat. In the barren land, it is the night lion. In the Westeros, it is the stranger. Haha, the name of a god is unique, and the spirit is unique. This is why you faceless people have never received a response from the Grim Reaper. It is simple. If you shout, Hey, answer me on the street, the people on the street will think you are an idiot. The sprite sneered. Jia Kuin's expression did not change, and he emphasized, The faceless people believe in the god of thousand faces, and with the will of the god of thousand faces, to bring relief to anyone who believes in the world. Danny understood what he meant. The faceless people could not clearly believe in a particular Grim Reaper, otherwise it would conflict with their fundamental doctrine. For example, if the faceless people only believed in the stranger, then they could not kill the people of Koar. This was because Koar believed in the black goat, but the core doctrine of the faceless people was, the faceless people did not kill, it was a gift to the Grim Reaper. The sprite looked up at the full moon in the sky again and said in a faint voice, Jia Kuin, the Grim Reaper is a clergy, a profession, and there is not only one employee. Night Lion, Black Goat, Lalo, Frost God, and other Grim Reapers all have this clergy. Even I am a demigod, and I have mastered the forbidden technique of the Grim Reaper. I cannot be compared to Lalo, he is a true god. But if the Black Goat is only a demigod, then I am also a Grim Reaper. Jia Kuin's pupils shrank, but he quickly regained his composure and said slowly, If someone believes in you, the School of Black and White can establish a position for you. No, I said it the first time we met. It was because I did not want to be an evil god that I sealed myself in the magic jar. Black Goat? Trash. It is better to end one's life than to be associated with him. The sprite said arrogantly. This time, Jia Kuin was deeply shocked. He could not hide the horror on his face. What do you want to do? Jia Kuin's voice was trembling, and his face was filled with reverence. I want to take a gamble and break into the astral world, which is to become a true god. If I can become a god in the astral world, I will become the only Grim Reaper in the world. Chapter 474. Ascend to the astral world and ascend to the throne. Jia Kuan was shocked. What kind of arrogant ambition was this? At most, the Faceless One would use the banner of the Death God to send gifts. But you, old scholar, actually want to be our Faceless One's immediate superior? It may not succeed. But even if I die, dying on the way to ascend to the throne is 1,000,000 times more glorious than living like this. What do you think? That's true. Jia Kuan nodded slowly. Becoming the Death God, even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance, Jia Kuan was willing to give it a try. Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked up and stared at the magic jar sprite. Scholar Hades, why can you ascend to the throne of the Death God? Your question is strange. I am a demigod, and I have the title of Death God. If I don't ascend to the throne of the Death God, should I become the Light God? The sprite said strangely, No, I am asking, why can you become a demigod? Why can you have the title of Death God? Jia Kuan's voice trembled, his eyes shining. The magic jar sprite shouted impatiently, This is even more strange. I am a mage. I know the Death God's forbidden technique. I worked hard to cultivate, and then naturally became a demigod of the death attribute. Didn't I say it? I didn't want to become an evil demon like the black goat, so I sealed myself. Don't you know the black goat's death attribute? I heard that there is a black goat statue in the Black and White House. Ah, his guess was confirmed. Jia Kuan couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Many people in the world were deceived. Many of them were intellectuals with high IQ. But they were not stupid. How could they be deceived? Because people, not gods, had weaknesses, especially the greed in human nature. It was the main reason why people were deceived. The Faceless were not greedy for money, power, food, sex, no. The Faceless had almost no desires and almost never were deceived. Only the Faceless could deceive others. No one could deceive the professionally trained Faceless. But the Faceless were also people, and the Faceless were also firm believers. Indifference to ordinary desires would make the believers go crazy in the face of the arrival of faith. The fact that Jia Kuan hadn't gone crazy was already a sign that he had great willpower and cultivation. Well, under the guidance of Danny's mother, he was about to go crazy from excitement. Fire demon Hades had cultivated part of the Grand Wizard's meditation techniques and the Death God's forbidden technique. He could become a demigod Death God and even have the chance to become the God of Death. In that case, the School of Black and White had Hades's meditation technique and the Death God's forbidden technique. Io, my god of 1,000 faces, why do you still need a dragon? He had already become a Grim Reaper. So why would the mortal Megalosaurus come here? Oh, he could be a mount for the god of death. Scholar Hades, what are your chances of becoming a divine throne? Jia Kuan asked with anticipation and nervousness. Not even half a cent, the elf said casually. Half a point counted as 0. 5%. Jia Kuan muttered a few words and suddenly raised his voice. He shouted in disbelief, God of 1,000 faces is 0. 5% chance is not small. In theory, as long as 200 people attack the god of death, a true god will be born. Are you deaf? I said, not even half a point. It's not even half a point. The genie in the magic pot scoffed. It's enough, it's enough, Jia Kuan said with a satisfied face. What's enough? How many people can your School of Black and White have? The elf said with disdain. A lot, it's enough. How much is a lot? Danny was very anxious, but she was also very calm. Can there be 10? Humph, we have thousands of scholars in the City of Knowledge, but only 10 people have magic talent. The elf raised the corner of his eyes and said contemptuously. The excitement on Jia Kuan's face gradually disappeared. He shook his head and sighed. You're right, I was too optimistic. The School of Black and White has less than 100 qualified Faceless. It seems that we have to expand the number of apprentices in the future. Less than 100 people? Bastard, can't you give an accurate number? 99 is less than 100. 9 is less than 100. Well, it's definitely more than a single digit. Take the median, 50. It seems that 50 faceless is terrifying enough. Or should I just arrest Ja Kuin and let the whip of solitude, Hatar, try the whip technique? Scholar, you said last time that as long as I leave the Westeros and promise not to use the death god's forbidden technique in the 7 countries, you will give me the forbidden technique. Ja Kuin's eyes became very eager, and the desire in his eyes almost overflowed. I did say that, but after coming in contact with you, I suddenly found that you're a good person, and now I don't want you to go astray. The elf hesitated. Ja Kuin shook his head again and firmly said, No, I'm definitely not going astray. I really want to master the power of the death god. Do you know the after effects of practicing the death god's forbidden technique? The elf pointed to his pale cheeks that seemed to be covered with a thick layer of powder. Do you see? Neither dead nor alive, just like a devil. Scholar, this doesn't scare me. The School of Black and White has thousands of death god statues. Which one of them looks like a normal living person? This is the characteristic of a death god. Ja Kuin's expression became more and more firm. That's true. Even Oxhead and Horseface of the Celestial Empire and the 10 Kings of Hell didn't look human. Ugly, ferocious, and terrifying were the common standards of death gods of all races in the world. Other than the change in appearance, even the habits, the magic jar elf smiled bitterly and sighed. I think I have a strong will, but I still gradually lost my humanity after practicing the death god's forbidden technique. I'm no longer interested in human food, and I no longer have a reaction to women. Instead, I crave the blood and souls of living people. Ja Kuin, becoming a death god means becoming an inhuman. Death gods must be different from normal people. Ja Kuin said matter-of-factly. Death gods like the Black Mountain Goat liked blood sacrifices, and he knew that. Are you sure you want to learn? I'm sure, Ja Kuin said with certainty. You won't regret it? I definitely won't. All right, I'll teach you next time. What? Ja Kuin was stunned. Look, the magic jar elf pointed to the moon that was moving to the west. It's past midnight, and after talking with you for so long, my divine power is exhausted, and I'm about to fall asleep. God, Ja Kuin was stunned. He looked up. Wasn't that right? They had been talking like this for an hour or 2. No wonder the magic jar elf couldn't hold on. But wasn't this a little too much? Finally, after much effort, Ja Kuin didn't have time to be depressed, and quickly said, Scholar, use this last bit of time to teach me the forbidden arts. I'll teach you as much as I can. All right, but you'll have to learn the meditation technique first. Teach me then, I'll listen. Ja Kuin sat up straight. There's not much time left. If I explain it verbally, I won't be able to teach you much. The magic jar elf hesitated. I have a method. It's very dangerous, but it can teach you magic knowledge in the shortest time possible. What method? Ja Kuin asked. Spiritual transmission. The magic jar elf raised his walking stick and pointed it at Ja Kuin's forehead. I'll use my divine power to forcefully break open your sea of consciousness, convert information into runes, and inject it into your spiritual space. I don't really understand, but it sounds dangerous. Ja Kuin frowned. The elf quickly explained, Everyone's soul is like a mysterious and private castle, a sturdy fortress that naturally blocks outside invasions. The stronger your will, the harder it is for external spiritual power to affect you. Now, I want you to open the castle gates and let me send a trace of my will into the castle. The danger is that once you sense my spiritual power invading, your sea of consciousness will resist involuntarily, and then our spiritual power will collide and both of us will be injured. If I don't resist, will your spiritual transmission hurt me? Ja Kuin asked solemnly. That depends on whether I have any ill intentions towards you. The magic jar, elf said meaningfully. Jia Kuin's eyes flashed. He understood what the fire demon meant. The castle had been opened, and the soldiers outside had already entered, whether they were enemies or allies. It was up to the soldiers to decide. Very dangerous. Jia Kun sighed. Very dangerous, the elf admitted. How long will it be before you appear again? Jia Kun asked. The elf said uncertainly, well, maybe 3 or 4 months like this time. Maybe a few years, after all. No one can be sure about the magic tide. Come, Jia Kun said in a low voice. What? The elf was confused. Transmit your spiritual power to me. Jia Kun smiled faintly. You're not afraid that I'll do something bad? This time, the elf was not faking his surprise. All mortals have to die, and all mortals have to serve. The most serious consequence is only death. Dying on the way to worship the god of 1,000 faces is the greatest glory for any faceless. A nameless person does not fear death. Jia Kun said calmly, No, child. You should be afraid. Some things are scarier than death. Then I'll start. The magic jar elf raised his walking stick and pointed it directly between Jia Kun's eyebrows. Yes. Relax. It will hurt a little at first. Don't resist. It will be fine after you go in. The elf reminded him. Okay. The green prophet's ring brought the second soul into the dragon's spirit state. Blackie absorbed the power of faith. The holy megalosaurus transformed. The dragon spirit turned into the holy light. The second soul fused with the holy light, and the second soul entered the state of wind song. With all of the above added together, I'm coming. Jia Kun's vision turned black, and he entered a strange state of gray. Then a majestic and sacred red meteor seemed to come from the sky, crashing down on his head. It's me, don't be afraid. The voice was somewhat familiar, but the terrifying pressure in the voice made him feel suffocated. It was like a lowly beggar on the streets being scolded by a king who commanded 1,000,000 troops. He was in fear and trepidation. He really wanted to shrink into his turtle shell and hide. But Jia Kun was not a mortal, after all, and in an instant he got rid of this embarrassing feeling. He understood that the magic jar elf did not lie to him. He was really a god. This kind of pressure on the level of the soul meant that the other party's level was too high. This was how a mortal should face a god. So Jia Kun did not reject the red meteor. Instead, he tried to suppress the fear in his heart, opened his chest, and embraced the meteor. Boom! In an instant, he felt a pain in his head as if he was kicked by a donkey, and the pain stunned him. So painful! But in an instant, the piercing pain of his soul being torn apart disappeared. And then it was warm, and actually a little comfortable. It was not an illusion. At this moment, he was so comfortable that he wanted to moan out loud. Of course it was comfortable. Jia Kun opened the door to welcome the thief and put the Dragon Queen's second soul into the spiritual space. She was now gathering spirit. That's right, the Dragon Queen activated the spirit concentration technique, gathering a sparse patch of spirit essence to heal Jia Kun's mental trauma and slowly improve the quality of his soul, just like what she did to the savage woman that day. Chapter 475. This world's laws were quite peculiar. On one hand, it allowed transfiguration users with powerful souls to exist, while on the other hand, it allowed ordinary people's souls to be so strong that even gods couldn't invade them. Even a transfiguration user who was on the verge of death could try to possess the body of a strong and healthy spearwoman. However, ordinary demigods couldn't distort ordinary people's wills. Danny couldn't enter other people's soul realms quietly like the three-eyed crow. She could only enter other people's soul realms while riding a megalosaurus through a different type of true dragon roar. The spearwoman was a special case, as her soul was already riddled with holes by the 6 forms Man Valamir. It was just like how the castle walls had many holes, and Danny could enter through them. Jia Kun was different. He had a firm will, a healthy body, and a strong mental power. His castle was firmly sealed. Under normal circumstances, if Danny pressed him to the ground and used True Dragon roar 100 times, she would only be able to shatter the castle and cause Jia Kuin's mind to collapse, turning him into an idiot, unless Jia Kuin didn't resist and opened the gate to welcome her into the castle. Jia Kuin wasn't a fool, so why wouldn't he resist? Actually, even if he was a fool, his soul realm would automatically counterattack according to this world's special soul laws. There was only one situation where the soul realm wouldn't counterattack, and that was when the intruder was the three-eyed crow. Now, due to Danny's coincidence, Jia Kuin really didn't resist, and he even consciously opened the gate to allow Danny to enter his soul realm. This was the second time Danny entered another person's soul realm. Jia Kuin's soul realm had a blue starry sky as its background, just like her and Larry. The spearwoman was possessed by the six forms man, and her soul core was shattered like glass. Every piece of glass contained a short memory. Danny's soul core was perfectly round, and it was hidden in a 9-colored whirlpool. It didn't leak any mental power, and anyone who entered her soul realm wouldn't be able to see any memory unless they broke the 9-colored whirlpool. Jia Kuin's soul core was also very restrained, and it was like a polyhedral crystal hidden in a deep blue fog. From time to time, the fog would disperse, and Danny would catch a glimpse of a fleeting image on the crystal Jia Kuin's memories. But most of the time, the crystal was wrapped in blue mist, and Danny couldn't see anything. Scholar Hades. A spirit wave came out of the blue mist. There was a strong sense of shock in his tone, which showed that Jia Kuin was not calm at the moment. In fact, the magic jar sprite in his spiritual sea was like a blazing golden red sun. It was majestic, domineering, and filled with power and oppression. With just a glance, it was as if he had become a beggar on the streets, ascending to the palace of the gods to meet the God King. This was not an illusion. The person in front of Jia Kuin was not a human at all, but a powerful demigod. The black dragon and Danny's soul were one, and it was mixed with the waves of wind song and the great power of faith of the Church of the Seven Gods. Even the coal-black goat didn't have this kind of power. "It's me." Hades's voice rumbled. An entire soul space began to tremble. "This is the might of a demigod? Too powerful," Jia Kuin said in shock. "Huh, you're just an ordinary person without any extraordinary powers. It's only natural for you to have such thoughts when facing a demigod." With a chuckle, the sprite continued, "Let's cut to the chase. I'll show you the Death's 108 runes." With that, a ray of light shot out from the golden red sun, and quickly sketched out mysterious runes in the space. At first, Jia Kuin was still a little vigilant. His spirit was highly concentrated, and the blue mist was almost solid, firmly protecting the spirit core. But gradually he realized that the magic jar sprite was really only focused on teaching, and the runes it taught were so profound. While he let down a little of his vigilance, he also had to divide a lot of his attention to study the knowledge of the Death's forbidden art. Just like that, the blue mist surged, and like a steamer that was just opened, the spirit core inside was exposed, and memories flashed on the surface of the crystal like a slide. Danny knew many secrets of the Faceless, such as the weekly gatherings of the Faceless, some of Jia Kuin's assassination missions, and little Jia Kuin's experience when he was a trainee, but it was too messy and 99% of it was useless information. And Jia Kuin did not completely let down his guard, so it was difficult for Danny to spy on the core secrets. For example, the total number of Faceless, the name list, and the technique of changing faces. But peeking at the memories was only a secondary goal. Her main goal was to replenish the nutrition of her good boy. The Barren Land Undead Association had developed 2 types of spiritual qualities that were not yin and yang spirits. Type A will, Type B vitality. Dragon Queen gave up the rough, seeding method of the past. This time, she specifically instilled Jia Kuin with Type A yang spirit. When there were no corpses nearby to burn, the spiritual qualities that Danny extracted from nature were already scarce. Now that she eliminated the non-type as spiritual qualities, the rain of spiritual qualities turned from a drizzle to a mist. This was because Jia Kuin's soul was mature and full, and could not absorb too much spiritual qualities. Hard-foot Larry's soul was broken, so he could absorb a large amount of spiritual qualities given by Danny. Jia Kuin's soul was complete, so giving a small amount of spiritual qualities would make his soul saturated, and he could not absorb any more spiritual qualities to grow. This was the same as Danny. She could not replenish spiritual qualities endlessly, so most of the time she could only give spiritual qualities to the gluttonous Megalosaurus. The misty type of spiritual qualities entered Jia Kuin's soul space, and then the second soul imprinted strange runes on it. After that, the type of spiritual qualities that had been roughly processed into a Trojan horse began to soak in the blue mist and was absorbed by the spirit core crystal. Almost visible to the naked eye, the blue mist became thicker, and Danny could no longer see the memories on the crystal. The crystal also became brighter and more transparent, as if the glass had been freshly scrubbed. Jia Kuin also felt more and more spirited, more and more refreshed. Even his wisdom had inexplicably increased, and his understanding of the profound death meditation runes was getting faster and faster. After an unknown amount of time, Jia Kuin's soul began to saturate and could no longer absorb the type of spiritual qualities given by Danny. Dragon Queen no longer used the water plot and quickly finished the final teaching process. Well, the complete set of basic meditation techniques has been taught to you, and I will soon fall asleep. There is only a little time left. If you don't understand anything, you can ask. I feel that my spiritual power has become stronger. Is it an illusion? As the most elite faceless, Jia Kuin immediately noticed the positive changes in his soul. Your spiritual power has become more condensed. After I leave, you will have a period of exhaustion. So sleep well, and when you start to learn magic tomorrow, your spiritual power will gradually increase. The meditation technique you taught me doesn't seem to be the inheritance of the great wizard. Jia Kuin asked again. The inheritance of the great wizard I received is not complete. There are number 108 runes. Alas, this kind of basic knowledge, you can find any wizard to ask about it. I can only tell you that this is the Sutra of Death, that I created by nurturing hundreds of scriptures in a cauldron and combining all Taoists into one. If you are afraid of becoming a ghost like me, you can only practice the first 1/3 of it and inherit my fire demon name. Ouch, time's up, see you next time. Without waiting for Jia Kuin to ask again, if he really asked her about the knowledge of condensing the foundation of meditation, she had never practiced it, so she couldn't give an accurate answer. The golden red sun suddenly disappeared. Jia Kuin felt a burst of emptiness and slowly opened his eyes. The magic jar sprite had disappeared. Looking up at the sky, Jia Kuin was shocked to find that the position of the moon had almost not changed. In other words, the sprite didn't lie, the spiritual power transfer was only a few minutes or 10 minutes, and she had completed such a complicated teaching? Ugh! Jia Kuin just stood up, and suddenly his body swayed. Tiredness came like a tide, and his eyes were in a trance. His legs were weak, and he was about to fall down. But in front of him was the magic jar placed on the ridge of the roof. Plop! Jia Kuin hurriedly tilted his body, avoided the magic jar, and rolled sideways on the wooden roof. Fortunately, no. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw the magic jar shake a few times in the vibration of the roof, suddenly left the ridge of the roof, and rolled to the other side. Clang, clang, clang! Hearing the sound of the magic jar rolling on the roof faster and faster, Jia Kuin's eyes were about to burst, and he struggled more and more fiercely. When he propped himself up, lying on the ridge of the roof, he watched the magic jar fly in the air and fall to the ground. No, Jia Kuin's cry was like the cry of a hungry wolf, mournful and sad, and the construction workers in the nearby wooden houses were awakened from their sleep. Crash, the clear sound of the jar breaking, like thousands of ice swords, pierced faceless one's heart, took away his vitality, and froze his soul. No, what are you howling for? It's so late. Can't you let me sleep? A neighbor got out of bed, opened the door, and yelled at Faceless One's house. Well, they were all sailors who were forcibly hired by the Royal Navy to build wooden houses in Queen's Corner, level the land, and plant seasonal fruits and vegetables. They were mainly prepared for the coming barbarians. The house that Jia Kuan was living in now was newly built, and there were many of them, enough for each person to have one. The magic jar spirit clearly warned me that after he left, there would be a period of exhaustion. But why didn't I care? Why did I worship the magic jar on the roof? Why did I? Looking at the broken tiles on the ground, Jia Kuan's expression was desperate, and his heart was filled with endless grief and self-blame. Actually, Jia Kuan didn't need to blame himself. The jar was broken by Dragon Queen. It had been 4 months since the first time she disguised herself as the magic jar spirit, especially after the success of the preliminary research on the antidote for the grayscale disease. Danny had a lot of time to sit and discuss with Butian and Kuei Shi. Finally, she roughly figured out the teach you to become undead ghost meditation technique. Well, roughly. Danny wasn't sure if this meditation technique could be cultivated and if it would cause one to go crazy. But she could guarantee that this meditation technique was definitely not meant for normal people to cultivate. Since the meditation technique had been taught to Jia Kuan, then the mission of the magic jar was almost complete. She didn't know the God of Death's forbidden technique, so she couldn't teach it. Not only did the jar break, Danny also removed the soul imprint on Jia Kuan, so she couldn't use her spiritual projection to track him anymore. Danny wasn't using her spiritual projection this time. She was hiding in the hills behind Jia Kuan's wooden house. Only within a short distance could the mental projection cast magic, enter Jia Kuan's soul space, endow him with a soul, remove the soul imprint on Jia Kuan's wrist, and leave the extremely complicated seals and sealing runes on the jar. Well, even if she decided to break the jar, she used fire magic to imprint many mysterious runes on the inner walls of the jar. This wasn't a world where the Dragon Queen ruled alone. Bravos was full of talents, so how could she not find a mage who could test whether the magic jar was magical? In fact, there was an island of gods in Bravos. There were many temples on it, such as the Moon Singer Temple, the God of 1,000 Faces Temple, the Red God Temple, and many other temples. There were many priests and transcendents. This was also the reason why Danny tied Jia Kuan up here. If she really went to Bravos, her trick would be exposed. Of course, removing the soul imprint didn't mean that Danny let Jia Kuan go. Instead, there was something 10 times more secretive and 100,000 times more terrifying left in his spirit sea. The evil god's whispers, mother of dragons. Danny's whispers,